Several millennia ago, in an age ruled by gods, demons, and elementals, a land was divided according to its rulers. The gods claimed the sky, created their cities of light, and called them Olympus, while the demons declared the underworld their home and built a fortress called Makai. Finally, the elementals, who ruled the land above Makai and below Olympus, divided it into 5 regions, one for each of the 5 basic elements of life. United, these lands were called Arlamend, and together, the elements united to create Daxium, the White Castle of the North Wind, along with its sister, Teritus, the Black Fortress of the South Stream, Abacus, the Silver City of the Western Mountains, and Xeraphius, the Grey Village of the Eastern Storms, emerged a few years later. These 4 cities soon became symbols of all the elements except one, fire. Jealousy and madness began to consume the fire elementals, and before long, chaos reigned. It wasn't until centuries later that most of the fire elementals abandoned their respective cities before meeting. In the heart of Arlamend, they built a city for themselves, intending to demonstrate their power over the other 4 elements. They called it Mortis, the Forbidden Gates of Hell. Years passed after the city's completion before the fire elementals attacked. Abacus was the first city to be overtaken by the Flame Horde, falling swiftly after only a few hours of fighting. The few survivors of the fallen city traveled as fast as they could, and news of the attack spread rapidly to all who would listen. But, unfortunately, few paid attention until the fall of Xeraphius. Once news of Xeraphius's fall reached the elementals of Daxium and Teritus, every effort was made to raise an army to fight. Months passed before the Flame Army reached the walls of Daxium, and when it did, both groups glared at each other before charging. This was the beginning. The battles were countless, and the days of fighting turned into weeks, then months, and finally years. These ferocious battles between beasts soon spread to cover the entire land of Arlamend. Armies of land, sea, and air clashed in endless combat, tearing apart the very earth they trod with their manipulation of the elements. The waters of the oceans roared with ferocity, forcing the land to transform itself at will. The wind sliced through every obstacle in its path, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Fire scorched the green fields, reducing everything to ash and scarring the land. Land emerged from the empty fields, mountains rose from the oceans, and peaks plummeted from the skies, where they would wander for all eternity. Days turned into weeks, months into years, as the endless war raged on. The rivers of blood never ceased. At dawn, over the devastated battlefield, the 5 elemental armies reappeared to clash. From the horizon, an army of warriors emerged, weapons drawn and no trace of fear in their veins. Beneath a cloak of dark clouds, the army charged the elemental armies, hoping to achieve victory and restore peace to the lands. For 7 days and 6 nights, the 6 armies fought relentlessly until a decisive victory was won. On the 7th night, the warrior army finally succumbed to the combined force, leaving the 10 generals to fight the horde of creatures. Hours later, the generals began to fall one by one. As the last fell to an elemental's blade, a supernatural force shook the field with a power never before felt. The earth split open, devouring some of the combatants. Flames roared from the depths of the abyss, rising into the night sky before dissipating completely. Some say the gates of Makai burst open as a demon emerged from the fiery abyss. Others claim a fallen Olympian god awoke from his millennia-long slumber before opening the gates. Demon or god, the other armies attacked, but nothing could touch him. The wind roared with every blow, and the earth trembled with every step. At dawn on the 8th day, the sun illuminated the battlefield littered with corpses, devoid of any trace of life. With the weapons of the 10 warrior generals gathered, the elemental assassin plunged them into the ground before beginning to chant an incantation. Slowly, the beasts' bodies dissolved into particles that floated toward the weapons. Each weapon glowed brighter as more particles absorbed it, until a blinding light consumed the entire field and the assassin. The light slowly faded, revealing the 10 weapons, but there was no sign of the elemental assassin. Suddenly, the earth cracked open, and the weapons were entombed in a stone tomb. According to legend, centuries after that battle, a group of 10 warriors exploring the region found the weapons in the tomb. Armed, they continued on their way, unaware of what the future held. Soon, the power of the elementals emanated from the weapons, corrupting the 10 warriors and transforming them into something unimaginable. Legend says the weapons granted them immense power, but at the cost of becoming beasts. They were no longer adventurers or explorers, but titans. With their newfound power, the 10 warriors conquered the ancient lands of Arlemand and forged their own empires. Fueled by the power of the souls within their weapons, the titans mastered the elements, derived from the 5 natural elements. The first 5 titans each received one of the basic elements: earth, fire, water, air, and lightning. From fire came magma, from water ice, from earth plants, and from lightning storms. Air remained true to itself and never merged with any other element. However, the 10th titan acquired a unique element, setting him apart from the others. Some said this new element granted him strength and power that gave him superiority over the other 9. Once again, the shadows of darkness covered the land as before. The clouds no longer allowed the sun to shine through, and dark clouds constantly loomed in the sky, offering no hope of an end. The 10 titans established their court in the ruins of Mortis before founding their empires. Using their power, they expanded Arlemand and named this expanse Titanus. With Arlemand and Titanus under their control, the Titans established their empires, granting each other a position of equality. Peace remained intact for several more years. As had happened hundreds of decades before, tensions between the various Titanic empires began to escalate until war between the powers was inevitable. The lands were scarred once more after centuries of recovery, while the clouds remained stagnant, leaving a trail of darkness. Months of fighting turned into years of carnage, with towns and cities razed to the ground. Nothing escaped the devastation of war. As history repeats itself, from the depths of Makai, something awoke from its centuries-long slumber and, for the second time in millennia, opened the earth to be trodden once more. Just as the elementals had centuries before, the Titanic armies attacked the being, but were easily defeated. It drew its sword, Direnwen, along with Asengard, a tomahawk shaped like a war axe, and they charged into battle as it had centuries before. Demons, giants, elemental spirits, and every creature or warrior summoned by the Titans fell before the weapons. And one by one, the Titans fell. With each fall, it sealed them away, so that they would never be found for all eternity. Years later, the 10th and final Titan was sealed in its prison, but the conflict between them came at a high price. Months after the sealing, the exterminator of elementals and titans fell to his knees before the gates of Makai before closing his eyes. He knew it was the end and pinned Direnwen to the rock before he began to fade away. His body slowly vanished into thin air, leaving the blade embedded in the stone. A red-haired woman closed the book she was holding before glancing down at her swollen belly. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, also known as the Red Death, and now, a mother-to-be. With a smile, she turned her gaze to the dark clouds obscuring the moon before hearing a knock at the door. The door creaked open, and she turned to answer it, a smile spreading across her face. Standing by the door was her secret husband, Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash and the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. With a radiant smile, the blonde man approached the redhead and embraced her tightly. She returned the hug after placing the book on a nearby table. "Shall we read to the baby again, dear?" Minato asked his wife as he hugged her tightly. "Of course," she replied, turning to her blonde husband with a smile. "Someday he'll become an amazing ninja like us, I can feel it." "I'm not going to argue with you about that. But how will you know the baby will be a boy and not a girl?" "Call it maternal intuition." "What were you going to do to him anyway?" the blonde asked, staring at the book that had once been in his wife's hands before she left it. "It's called..." He picked it up from the table where he had left it and placed it on a nearby shelf. "The Legend of the Fallen. He found it while searching in your library and I just started reading it to the baby." "The Legend of the Fallen?" Minato asked, distracted. "I remember now. The book is about the origin of the mythical Titans and how the Fallen One awoke from his slumber to defeat them. But why would you read this to the baby?" "Are you questioning me right now, Sur?" his wife asked in a sweet tone that made him shudder as he slowly backed away. "Oh, of course not, dear," he stammered, causing the woman in front of him to smile. Time jump, 5 months. In a cabin far from the village, cries of agony echoed through the small house as a red-haired woman clenched her fists tightly before letting out another heart-wrenching shriek of pain. Beside her stood the 3rd Hokage's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, while a blurry, Out-of-control blonde figure ran about like a headless chicken. "Okay, dear," Biwako said calmly to the redhead. "When the next contraction comes, you have to push." "Okay," murmured an exhausted Kushina Uzumaki before letting out a groan of pain. "Minato Namikaze. This is all your fault. If you hadn't left me pregnant like this. You're lucky I can't move. By Kemi, I'll make sure you never do this to me again." "But Kushi-chan," the blonde said in a low voice, fearful of the demonic energy that seemed to emanate from the redhead. "No buts, Namikaze. I promise." "Ah, Minato. Come here right now and help maintain the seal," Biwako shouted to the trembling blonde man standing a few feet away. "Aren't you the fourth Hokage? I mean, this is why men don't get pregnant, they're too weak to withstand the pain." The blonde man regained his composure as he approached his wife and watched the red yuki begin to seep from the seal on her belly before gradually disappearing. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina and the sealed being were fighting with all their might to avoid separating, but the pregnancy had greatly weakened them both. It was at that moment that a wave of pain coursed through the red-haired Kunoichi, who let out a cry of agony. "Now, Kushina," Biwako shouted. "Push." With a grunt, the woman pushed forward, wrapping her hand around her husband's and gripping it tightly. Minato, meanwhile, used a shadow clone to maintain the seal. After a few minutes of grunts, pain, and gasps, Biwako approached them, carrying a bundle. She handed it to them, revealing a baby with sky-blue eyes staring intently at them. "Congratulations," the third man's wife said in a low voice. "You have a healthy baby." "I told you it would be a boy," Kushina whispered to her blonde lover before she began coughing violently. Her husband and the elderly Sarutobi exchanged worried glances, which intensified when they saw small splashes of blood staining her white hospital gown. "Kushina," Minato cried out in surprise as he tried to take her hand, but Biwako roughly pulled him away. Sarutobi and the nurses began examining the redhead, who was still coughing up red liquid. The sudden murmur among the doctors made Minato pace rapidly, worry and fear gripping him. Several screams alerted him, and turning toward the door, he saw a man in an orange mask and his Anbu guards lying on the floor in large pools of blood. With astonishing speed, the man in the orange mask threw several kunai at the blonde Hokage, while others struck the group of nurses huddled around Kushina's bed. With speed only he possessed, Minato dodged the barrage of projectiles before he heard more screams. He turned and discovered that the second volley of projectiles had killed the nurses, along with Biwako. Only the Hokage, his wife, his newborn son, and the masked man remained. "I must say," the masked man said aloud, "that you are much faster than I expected, Minato Namikaze, but I must say not fast enough." Minato narrowed his eyes and scrutinized his opponent. From what he'd heard, he was a man wearing an orange mask with a spiral design. He wore a large black cloak that allowed him to conceal his weapons. "What do you want from me?" the fourth Hokage asked seriously. "You? I don't want anything from you. I want your wife. I suggest you stay away from the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Minato," the masked man replied before raising his hand and displaying a bundle of towels and cloths. "Otherwise, your child will die. That would be a real shame." "Naruto," cried the distressed mother before coughing again. "I guess I have no other choice, do I?" the attacker said before scooping the newborn into his arms. Minato's eyes widened before he threw his three-pronged kunai. The projectile embedded itself in the wall just before a yellow flash appeared and caught the falling baby. "Your reputation precedes you, Namikaze," said a voice behind him. The blonde man turned and saw the masked man standing next to his wife. She seemed to be struggling to free herself from his grasp, but her weakness was of no help. "No!" shouted the Hokage as the two disappeared into thin air, clearing several kilometers from Konoha. As quickly as he had vanished, the masked man reappeared with the weakened Kushina at his side in a clearing between towering rocks. Kushina, for her part, faded into the darkness of unconsciousness and the color of reality. She felt nothing when the man placed shackles on her wrists and ankles. "I would very much like you to stay awake, my dear," the masked man said mockingly. "That way you can witness the end of Konoha alongside your beloved Hokage before you die. Though I need you to hand me over. Pet." With that, the red Yuki began to erupt from the redhead's navel as she screamed in pain. The process continued, and more red Yuki sprouted until it took the form of a nine-tailed fox. Several more minutes passed, and the blood-red fox began to grow until it reached the height of a 30-story building. Soon, the Yuki began to fade, revealing the fox's orange-red fur and black eyes. Meanwhile, the redhead's head fell as darkness enveloped her. "Naruto. Minato," she murmured as exhaustion began to take hold of her. "At last. You're mine now," the man shouted as the beast let out a savage roar in the darkness of the night. "It's time for you to return to your rightful owner." "I don't think so," said a voice behind him, causing the hooded figure to turn around. A few feet in front of him stood a man with a shock of spiky blonde hair. That was enough to know who he was. "Looks like you've found me," he mocked. "A shame, really, but it seems it's too late to stop me." "It's never too late to stop you," Namikaze shouted as he threw several of his three-pronged kunai at his opponent. The hooded man jumped back before his hands could pierce several seals. "You've tried to interfere with my plans one last time," he shouted furiously. "Fire element, dragon flame bomb." A massive, glowing orange fired dragon erupted from the masked figure's mouth and lunged at the fourth Hokage. It vanished in a yellow flash, only to reappear several meters away. The fox demon's roars echoed in the background as the two locked eyes. They moved in perfect sync, leaping backward and hurling projectiles like shurikens and kunai. The metallic objects clashed in mid-air, creating a cacophony of sounds before crashing to the ground. "You're only delaying the inevitable, Namikaze," the masked man growled. "No one, not even you, can stop me." "No one is invincible," retorted the blonde Kage. "I'll take care of it." With that, the blonde man began channeling chakra into the palm of his hand. The chakra soon became visible to the naked eye, forming a medium-sized sphere. The energy sphere stabilized above the Kage's hand. Minato then vanished in a yellow flash, causing the masked man to squint. Where could he be? He thought as he moved his feet. "I guess I'll have to use that movement then." Suddenly, a yellow flash appeared beside him and the chakra sphere shot forward, but its target vanished. Instead, the sphere crashed into a tree and split it in two in a matter of seconds. "Attacking Namikaze is foolish," said the Hokage's enemy. "But I don't have time for you." Having said that, the man disappeared along with the nine-tailed fox. The next day, a day had passed since the fox was released from Kushina's body, and the pain was beginning to set in. Minato never left her side when the doctors examined her after their encounter with the man. One of the doctors was Tsunade Senju, a student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, one of the legendary Sannin, and the best medical ninja they knew. The results of the examination brought relief to them both. Kushina had suffered internal damage due to the forced expulsion of the Kyubi, but thanks to the small amount of Yuki she still retained, her body was beginning to recover. Therefore, Kushina was going to live. This left them perplexed, but they accepted that the redhead would survive despite the terrible ordeal. The blonde Sannin had ordered her to have complete rest, so Minato stayed by her side, even carrying most of her paperwork to the hospital with him. The two decided to tell each other what had happened in the cabin. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, Minato's master and a member of the Sannin. The former Kage looked at them in horror when they revealed his wife's death at the hands of the unknown man. It was night in Konoha, though anyone could be forgiven for saying it was as hot as a summer's day. The reason for this heat and brightness was that Konohagakure no Sato, the Hidden Leaf Village, was under attack. The attacker wasn't the army of an enemy village, nor was it even human. It was a fox of monstrous proportions with 9 tails whipping behind it. The fox was, by definition, a demon, and as such, it had a fitting name, Kyubi no Yoko, the demon lord of the 9th circle of Mikai. Its jaws unleashed torrents of flames that engulfed the surrounding trees, and its tails reduced the mountains to dust. The flames spread through parts of the village and burned with such intensity that one might mistake them for dawn. Many buildings were ablaze as civilians fled to bunkers and shelters located throughout the village. On the other hand, all the shinobi and kunoichi headed to the front in the hope of slowing down the beast. The ninja of Konoha were not going to allow the demon to destroy their home. Everything they had painstakingly rebuilt after the war with Iwagakure would be for nothing if the 9-tailed fox managed to breach their defenses. They fought with all their might, trying to subdue the beast, but it wasn't enough. The 9-tailed demon attacked relentlessly, leaving destruction and death in its wake. No attack from the shinobi did anything but enrage it. All they could do was buy time and hope their Hokage would devise a plan to defeat the Demon Lord and put an end to the destruction. With Minato, "Minato-kun, what will you do?" asked a weak and tired Kushina. There was no immediate answer. A long silence followed the question. Kushina simply glanced at her husband and knew instantly that he was lost in thought. She waited patiently, something she was never good at, before noticing the slight frown that appeared on his face. This worried her greatly as she continued to watch him. "I think I'll have to seal it. There doesn't seem to be any other way," the blonde Kage replied. "Seal her?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. "In what exactly?" "We're talking about the 9 tails. You can't just seal her in an iron ball like the 2 tails or a teapot like the 1 tails. The container would be destroyed in a matter of hours, unless it was a person. Besides, Kyubi-chan isn't like that. What reason would she have to attack Konoha and us? It's not in her nature. She was and still is our friend. Besides, what would you seal her in?" As she formulated that question, fear began to grow within her as she considered the possible solutions to her dilemma. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice her beloved lowering his gaze. "I would have Ethan to seal it inside a human being," he concluded. "That could only mean one thing." "Kushina-chan, I must seal it in a newborn," he replied gently. "It's the only way." Kushina looked at the man she loved, and his response only confirmed her fears. His gaze reflected not love, happiness, or anything positive, but pain and suffering. He directed this gaze at the Hokage as he slowly approached the terrified man. "You can't be serious. You'd be condemning that child to a life of misery," she shouted, thinking of her newborn son and the events that would unfold if that fate were imposed upon him. "I have no other choice. Either we endure this, or the entire town will be destroyed." There was no anger in her voice, only sorrow and disappointment at how things had turned out. Her expression softened as she looked at him. "What if you and I?" she asked in a low voice, only to be interrupted by Minato. "No, that wouldn't be possible. You're still weak from the Kyubi extraction that man performed on you. There's nothing we can do, sealing is the only method." "I still disagree. But there haven't been any births." Her voice trailed off as her thoughts wandered, until realization hit her. She turned to see the apologetic look on Namikaze's face before glaring at him. "No, they will not use our son. I will not subject our own flesh and blood to that. I absolutely refuse. I wouldn't entrust such a burden to anyone other than one of my own human beings. No. I absolutely refuse to do this. Nothing means more to me than him. If I can't make the sacrifice, how can I ask someone else to do it? In the last 2 days, there haven't been any births besides Naruto. I must seal Kyubi inside him to save the village, and that would mean Naruto would be left an orphan." "Orphan? What do you mean by orphan?" "The sealing," he said hesitantly before continuing. "The sealing will require my life. I must summon the Shinigami to complete the sealing." She quickly understood what he had just said before grief and sorrow overwhelmed her. She shared a bond with Minato that transcended that of husband and wife. It was so strong that if one of them died, the other would follow soon after to ensure they remained united even in the afterlife. It was too much for her, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She hugged her son, knowing these would be the last moments they would spend together. Minato and Kushina remained silent, savoring these last few minutes with their child. Unfortunately, the monstrous roar of the 9 tails reached their ears, and with sorrowful eyes, the blonde Hokage took the baby from his wife's arms. "Kushina-hime, it's time. I must go and perform the sealing before more lives are lost," Minato said in a low voice. "We'll meet again in the afterlife, Minato-koi," he replied before looking at his son. "Naruto, remember that I will always love you, even though your father and I couldn't be with you in life. Live your life as we lived ours, and know that we will always be watching over you. Don't forget to eat your vegetables and become a great shinobi like your father and I were. Goodbye, my son." Her voice softened as she kissed the baby's forehead before more tears welled in her eyes. She gazed sadly at Minato as he looked at his son before disappearing in a yellow flash. Battlefield. When he arrived on the battlefield like a brilliant yellow flash, a unanimous shout from all the shinobi of Konoha filled the air. The commotion began to intensify as waves of attacks increased. This began to significantly slow the Demon Lord due to the sheer volume of attacks. But Minato heard none of this. He only saw the large-scale destruction that littered the field. All his senses were heightened. He felt the blood-soaked ground as he walked toward the sounds of his dying comrades. The smell of burnt flesh, the taste of the thick smoke in the air from all the fires, and the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of lifeless bodies, torn apart, burned, crushed by the fox's enormous claws, all stained blood red. It was too much. Right next to the blond man was another, rather elderly man in battle armor, and behind them were two more shinobi. "Minato-kun, are you sure this is the best course of action? Could you teach me the hand seals for the jutsu and allow me to take your place?" the old man asked. "No, thank you, Sarutobi-sama. This is my responsibility, and I will not shirk my duties as Hokage," Minato said firmly before looking at the old man. It was then that Sarutobi saw unwavering resolve. He knew that nothing he said would influence the man's decision. "Kakashi, come here," the blonde called as a man with gravity-defying hair approached. "Take care of him and protect him. When the time comes, be with him." "Please." "I will, sensei," Kakashi replied in a low voice. "Jiraiya-sensei." "I know, brat," replied Jiraiya, a man with a long mane of spiky white hair. "Teach him when he's ready, and don't turn him into a pervert unless I want Kushina to come back and kill me for it." This caused chuckles among the three shinobi, while Jiraiya simply sighed in disappointment. Minato then turned to the elder Sarutobi once more. "Sarutobi-sama, please ensure he is treated like a hero. He deserves it." "I'll make sure that's the case." The tranquility Minato needed before biting his thumb was enough. His hands began forming hand seals before striking the ground. Suddenly, a large column of white smoke appeared and dissipated, revealing an enormous toad wearing a blue happy vest and wielding a massive dosu sword at his hip. His famous Kizaru pipe dangled from his mouth as he glared at his opponent. It was Gambunta, the current summoned leader of the Toad summoning clan. "Minato, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Kyubi? Don't tell me you seriously intend to face the most powerful of the Baijuo?" Gamabunta asked the blonde Kage who was riding on his head. "I'm afraid so, Chief. I need you to keep him busy and me out of his reach while I make the final preparations for the sealing," Minato replied. "I will whatever I can," replied Chief Toad before leaping toward the nine-tailed fox. Element Water, shot. Water cannon shot from the mouth of the summon boss and flew toward the red fox before impacting. With a deafening roar, the Demon Lord unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. The flames crashed to the ground, causing blood-curdling screams. "Gamabunta, we have to get the fox away from the village," shouted the blonde Hokage. "I'll try, but I don't know if I can," he grumbled. Chief Toad, before drawing his sword, "Come on, fire breath, let's see what you've got." Water element, shot. Several jets of water shot from the toad's mouth and struck the fox demon. It roared again before one of its tails lunged at him. Gamabunta dodged the attack with a swift movement, spat out more balls of liquid, and charged forward with his sword. He almost reached his target when several tails slammed into the boss summoned side, sending it sliding several meters. It took Gamabunta a few seconds to regain his senses, and during that time, the Kyubi attacked him. The attack didn't hit the giant toad, but rather its pipe, which shattered into several pieces. "Damn itsy," Gamabunta muttered as he spat out the remains of the pipe before gripping his sword more tightly. "It was my favorite pipe." Then he charged at the beast and confronted it. The fox kept Chief Toad at bay and caused even more devastation in the surrounding area. Every time the fox left an opening, Gambunta took advantage of it to attack. The fox defended itself against all attacks with its tails. "It's ready," Minato shouted over the din of battle. "I'm sorry, but this has to be done. Especially with you, Kyubi no Yoko." Inverted exclamation mark Shikifune. A spectral entity appeared above the fourth Hokage. It wore a white cloak and held a dagger between its teeth. Minato knew immediately who it was, the Shinigami. Kyubi tried to back away, but its body remained motionless. The Demon Lord watched as the Shinigami pierced the blonde Hokage with its hand before snatching away his soul. Kyubi struggled to break free, but was sealed once more within another human being. This time, it was sealed within the newborn Naruto, and when the Shinigami released it, an intricate pattern appeared on his abdomen. Minato spent the last moments of his life holding his son in his arms. "I'm so sorry I did this to you, my son," she whispered as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry I kept you from having a family. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there for you when you start your own. I just hope you find someone who loves you just the way you are. Someone like your mother. I'm sorry, my son." With those last words, the blonde Kage breathed his last, his gaze fixed on his crying son. He knew Kushina would soon follow him to the afterlife and hoped his village would receive him as a hero. On the battlefield, the Konoha shinobi could only celebrate as the Kyubi vanished, knowing their Hokage had defeated it. Everyone cheered, except for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. These three shinobi rushed to where the Kyubi had disappeared and found the fourth Hokage's lifeless body cradling his crying son. Above them, Gambunta shed a tear before returning to the realm of summons. Kakashi took the baby in his arms while Jiraiya lifted the Hokage's body. It was then that the Konoha shinobi appeared from among the trees and inquired about the fourth's whereabouts, but Sarutobi stopped them. He quickly took control of the situation and told them that it was neither the time nor the place to answer those questions. Days later, Sarutobi resumed his position as Hokage to prevent the chaos and anarchy that would have ensued after the death of his predecessor. He revealed Naruto's true heritage to the council, explaining that he was an orphan from a civilian family. He also spoke of the burden Naruto carried as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and how the fourth Hokage wished him to be seen as a hero. The civilians and elders clamored for his death, claiming he would become the reincarnation of the demon. Meanwhile, the shinobi, wanting to honor their deceased Kage's last wish, attempted to adopt the child, with the exception of the Uchiha clan. The elders and the civilian council quickly rejected the idea. Sarutobi knew what he had to do and informed them that Naruto would be placed in an orphanage. His status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was made an S-rank secret, punishable by death for anyone who revealed it, before he dismissed the council. Years later, Sarutobi gazed out the window at the proud village of Konoha, thinking of the blonde boy. He was unaware of the destiny that awaited him and the greatness he would soon achieve. He was unaware of the future of Konoha. He was unaware of what would soon happen to the elemental nations. Today is October 10th. Location? A village surrounded by miles of forest in every direction. This village is called the Hidden Leaf Village. It was considered the most powerful of the four main villages thanks to its military and political might, the result of training powerful shinobi. Among them were the Professor, the Copy Ninja Kakashi, the Sannin, the Inoshikacho Trio, and, above all, the Yellow Flash. The Yellow Flash, also known as Minato Namikaze, was remembered by all during the Third Shinobi World War for defeating several Iwa squads, and even more so for defeating the Demon Lord of the Ninth Circle, the Kyubi no Kitsune. 8 years have passed since that battle, and since then, the village has prospered. Many of the citizens celebrate the day commemorating the Kyubi's death, but they also mourn the fourth Hokage's sacrifice. It has also been 8 years since the reinstated Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, enacted the S-rank law punishing anyone who revealed that the Kyubi had been sealed within a child, the late fourth Hokage's son, Naruto. He believed this law would prevent council members from leaking the information, but it only made things more difficult. They managed to spread the information among the villagers, which morphed into a deep hatred for the newly born Jinchuriki. It all began when he was expelled from the orphanage at the age of 3 and suffered an attack by a mob. They chased him and attacked him when they finally caught him. The situation continued until the third Hokage arrived and rescued him before his Anbu executed the attackers. He then gave the boy an apartment to live in, located between the commercial and shinobi areas of the village. Along with the apartment, the Hokage gave him a weekly allowance to shop. Everywhere he went, everyone looked at him with disdain. The shops he frequented hated him and either charged him exorbitant prices, refused to serve him, or threw him out onto the street. This continued until October 10th. During that day, many civilians and shinobi became intoxicated due to the celebrations, forming a mob. This mob would try to find the boy and attack him. Due to the frequency of these events, it became a form of entertainment known as the fox hunt. The mobs that formed were mostly civilians, but sometimes shinobi joined in. No matter how long it took, they always caught the boy and brutally beat him until he was near death, before he was rescued by his protectors. These protectors would kill some members of the mob before dispersing. They would then take him to a hospital for treatment and stay by his side to ensure his safety. That dark October night was no different from the others, as cries of "Kill the demon!" and "Let's finish what the fourth started" echoed through the village alleyways. A young man with abundant blonde hair ran through the streets and alleys, trying to escape. Behind him, a crowd of shinobi and civilians pursued him. Their faces reflected a mixture of glee and malice as they followed their prey. Every time they spotted him, they began throwing anything they could find to slow him down or even stop him. Among the projectiles were glass bottles, knives, and shurikens. They flew at high speed and crashed against walls and buildings at random as the blond man dodged the attacks. Soon, a stray kunai pierced the young man, causing him to fall to the ground. This allowed his pursuers to gain ground, and soon they were only a few meters away from the boy. He tried to escape, but several more projectiles struck him in the back, causing him to fall again in pain. Naruto curled up, resigned to his fate. "Look, boys. The demon is cowering to avoid being killed. We can't allow this," said a man who looked demented. "It's time you paid your debts. You've lived in our village for the past 7 years and taken our food, not to mention the madness you cause with your so-called jokes. You killed my wife. My family died because of you. You destroyed my clan's house. This is for my sister." He even controls the Hokage himself. He lets him roam freely through our village and sow chaos. It's time I stopped him. It's time to finish what the fourth started and kill this beast to protect Konoha from its terror. Confused. "Yes," shouted the mob members as they rushed at the defenseless child to beat him, bringing him to the brink of death. They began pulling out various objects, such as long wooden poles and sharp blades, before using them against the boy. The pieces of wood slammed into his body, leaving large, black bruises all over. Soon, the crowd heard a crack and a scream. They knew a bone had broken, and instead of stopping, they continued with even more ferocity. The kunai and knives were driven into his skin and slowly dragged in random directions. They inflicted deep wounds that spurted a great deal of blood. Soon, the boy began to lose consciousness from the massive blood loss. He didn't see the 2 large pieces of wood his attackers had brought with them, nor did he feel the pain when a kunai was driven into his hands and feet. For the blond boy, it was hours of torture until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. When the mob saw him lose consciousness, they continued to abuse his body before stepping back to examine their handiwork. Their victim was stabbed and nailed to a wooden cross, blood still gushing from the wounds. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. They knew that, due to the severity of the injuries, no one would be able to identify the boy. "It's time to end this. Now you're going to die." "Yes. Burn his body." "Say goodbye, demon." Fire element, Great Fireball. A massive orange fireball shot from the ninja's mouth and hurtled toward the blond boy's deformed body. Around the ninja, the crowd cheered loudly, about to witness the demon's demise. Naruto, for his part, knew what was coming and accepted his fate as he felt the heat intensify. However, luck was on his side. Water release, Water Fang Bullet. Suddenly, a powerful jet of water slammed into the speeding fireball, extinguishing the flames completely. However, the impact created a dense fog that enveloped the area. The crowd squinted, trying to make out something. Soon, the fog dissipated, revealing 5 beings who stood proudly between them and the blond boy. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that 4 of them wore black pants and shirts, with light gray chest armor. Terror was reflected on their faces when they wore animal masks. They were Anbu. The 5th, different from the other 4, stood among them. He was an old man in a white robe and a triangular hat. The most striking detail on the hat was the kanji for fire. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, and he was not pleased. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he asked sharply as his bloodlust emanated from him in great quantities. "Hokage-sama," shouted one of the Anbu. "Perhaps you'd like to see this." The Hokage turned and paled at the scene before him. He saw the blonde hair and knew instantly who it was. Around him, the 4 shinobi gripped their swords, a murderous intent slowly emanating from them. The old man turned swiftly toward the crowd with a withering glare. "We were finishing what the F4th started, Hokage-sama," said a frightened shinobi from the middle of the crowd before feeling another wave of ki. "What you're doing is harming an innocent child," roared the Hokage as he added more ki with each word. "He's not innocent," shouted an ordinary citizen. "He's a demon. He controls you and makes you see him like a child." A deathly silence reigned for a few moments before the man was paralyzed by fear. He tried to turn and flee, but it was too late. He collided with something and fell to the ground. His pupils dilated as he saw what had stopped him. Standing before him was one of the Anbu guarding the Hokage. "You have broken an S-rank law," the shinobi whispered before drawing his sword. "Now you will accept the death penalty." As soon as the word death was uttered, the ninja plunged the blade into the man's heart before withdrawing it. No one else moved or spoke. "Anbu!" Sarutobi shouted as more masked shinobi appeared out of nowhere. "Stop them! All shinobi are dishonorably discharged from service. Take them to Aviki and tell him not to hold back." "Yes, Hokage-sama," replied the masked shinobi before rounding the people and leading them down the alley to another part of the village. "Cat, dog, snake, and bear, come with me. We're taking Naruto to the hospital." The four Anbu nodded before approaching the blonde boy. Carefully, they removed the kunai from his hands and feet and applied bandages to his wounds to try and stop the bleeding. Then, cat and dog picked him up and quickly took him to the nearest hospital. Hospital Konoha. Within minutes, the group arrived at the hospital. The blonde boy was taken to a special room. The chief medical officer arrived just as they discovered that several staff members were flatly refusing to treat him because he was a demon. Those doctors and nurses were immediately dismissed. Only those loyal to the Hokage and who held no grudge against him were allowed to work at the hospital. Two of the doctors who treated him were Megumi and Miho Megumi. They knew that Naruto was Minato and Kushina's son because of the friendship the four of them shared. A group of doctors stopped working before dispersing, while one of them went to see a concerned old man. "Sarutobi-sama, it seems he's alright thanks to the Kyubi. It healed most of his wounds, but I don't know his mental state. I'd say he's on the verge of collapse," Miho stated. "Damn deranged villagers." Hiruzen cursed, but at that moment he was too worried about Naruto's well-being to think about them. Dog and the other three Anbu could only clench their fists in anger and pain for the blonde boy. "It's best to let him rest for now and wait for the result tomorrow morning," Akiko said sadly. "Thank you both for doing everything possible for him," said the third before bowing to them in respect. "As doctors, it's our duty to heal and treat everyone who comes into this hospital. There's no need for you to be so grateful, Sarutobi-sama, when we're doing what we were supposed to do. We swore to it when we took the Hippocratic Oath," Miho said with a slight smile before he and Akiko bowed and left the room. "Kami-sama, please help Naruto," the third Hokage prayed with his eyes closed as he walked toward the exit of the room. "I can't do much in this desperate situation. Help me protect him." "I'm sorry we couldn't protect you," Dog whispered softly as he looked at the blonde boy wrapped in gauze, bandages, and tape. "I promise to protect you, and I will." "Don't worry, Dog," Cat whispered. "You did what you could. Your sensei knows you always tried to be with him and protect him." "Thanks, Cat." With that, the two Anbu left the room, followed by their comrades. The third Hokage glanced at the boy before he left. They didn't know what would happen when the blonde boy awoke. He would be a new person in every way except for his personality. The mindscape of Naruto. Naruto felt himself regaining consciousness and, to his surprise, also noticed something cold and damp on his back. He opened his eyes and saw a dark corridor with a flooded path. The only sound was the dripping of water on the floor. It reminded him of a sewer. What happened? He wondered before getting up. Where am I? It looks like a sewer. He began to wander aimlessly, with no idea how to get out, until he heard a sound. It was soft, but similar to an animal's growl. Curiosity got the better of him, and he headed toward the source of the noise, only to hear it again, even louder. He continued until he found a passageway. At the end of the passageway was a massive prison door with a piece of paper stuck in the center, as if it were a lock. Unbeknownst to him, the paper had the kanji for seal on it. He slowly approached the door as the growl grew louder and louder. Suddenly, two large, ferocious eyes opened from within the door, and a deep voice boomed around him. "Who dares to enter my domain?" And Naruto Uzumaki. "Ah, my dear jailer has decided to pay a visit to his prisoner. Do you know who I am, child?" And no. So the warden doesn't even know his prisoner's name. How inconvenient. Who are you? Who am I? Who am I? The voice growled. "I am the destroyer of mountains and the creator of tsunamis. I am the guardian of Makai and the defender of the fortress. I am the demon lord of the ninth circle. I am Kyubi. Hear my roar and tremble before my power, mortals." The water trembled with each word the demon uttered before dispersing with its roar. Naruto trembled with fear as he stared into the pair of red eyes. It took him a few minutes before he could speak again. "I've been hurt so many times, and they still call me a demon. I hear whispers behind my back, people talk about me as if I were a demon. Am I human or a demon? Did I kill those people like they say, or not? Who am I?" He asked aloud as tears began to fall from his eyes before he looked at the Lord of Demons. "Am I a demon like they say?" "No, you are not a demon," growled the fox. "I am a demon and you are a human." "Then why are you hitting me?" he shouted. "Why are you calling me a demon while you hurt me?" Someone I once knew said that humanity's stupidity is infinite. They're not trying to hurt you, they're trying to hurt me. What those despicable human beings believe is that you are me and I am you. They believe that you are me, but in human form. Wait. Are you saying you're inside me? Yes, but that doesn't make you a demon. So what am I? I carry you inside my body. The blonde shouted. I'm a demon. Be quiet, child, growled the Kyubi. The fact that you contain me doesn't make you a demon. No, it makes you a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki is a human prison for an entity. You are one, as are some others, but that doesn't make you a demon. I suppose you're right. Those villagers are demons. They hurt a child who had no control over what was happening. We of my kind treat our young with care, no matter the circumstances. They are the worst kind of human beings, and I hope to see them in Makai after their deaths. What's happening now? First of all, stop stuttering like an idiot. I won't do anything to you as long as you comply with my requests. What are they? You are weak, and that affects my strength. I will not be weak. You'll become strong, and then we'll see what happens. I don't understand. You are my vessel, and therefore, in a sense, you represent me. Your weakness reflects my own weakness. With my help, you will become strong. And you should be quiet, I could explain it to you, growled the demon, earning a terrified look from the blonde. Since I am a demon with a tail, I can control the elements, which allows me to summon certain spirits that can help you. Why do you want me to be strong? If you grant my requirements, only then will I tell you my story. I guess I have no other choice then. No, you always have a choice. Nobody is forced to make a decision, they choose to make it. I suppose I'll accept your offer. Very good. You need to break a small part of I'll seal the cage so I can do what I must. You'll gain the ability to control the elements with the spirit's help. Furthermore, your senses, stamina, reflexes, and chakra will be enhanced. I'll also gain some benefits from this agreement. Like what? I can hear what you hear, see what you see, taste what you taste, all of that, I guess. Thank you. Nobody has done so much for me apart from the old man and a few others. We'll talk soon, but you need to break part of the seal before I can begin. With that, the large red eyes soon disappeared from the boy's sight. Naruto approached the seal and tugged on it slightly. After a short time, he felt something warm envelop him. Suddenly, wave after wave of power surged from the cage and struck him hard. Around him, the corridor began to transform into a circular room where the Kyubi's cage stood. 5 pillars surrounded it, and without hesitation, the blonde boy's curiosity got the better of him. He lightly grazed the stone tower with his finger before it began to crack. The pillar he touched began to crumble, while the other 4 began to fracture. Suddenly, a light began to emanate from the broken pillars, forcing the boy to cover his eyes. Soon, the light dimmed, revealing 5 figures. At that moment, he didn't know it, but these 5 people would become his teachers. Intrigued, Naruto took the opportunity to examine them as soon as he uncovered their eyes. The first was Ares, the spirit of wind. She was 1.78 meters tall and had ash blonde hair. She wore a pearl-white kimono that accentuated her feminine figure, revealing a discreet neckline. Her face was heart-shaped, and her blonde hair reached her back. For Naruto, the most interesting thing about her were her emerald green eyes. They were unique and conveyed warmth and kindness when she looked at him. Next was Valina, the spirit of water. She was shorter than Ares, standing at 1.73 meters, and wore a dark blue kimono. Her hair reached her upper back, loose and wavy, unlike Ares's ponytail. Her face was heart-shaped, similar to that of the spirit of wind, but with sky-blue eyes that radiated serenity. What caught the blonde man's attention was the woman's blue hair, as he thought it complemented the color of her eyes. Then there was Odin, the spirit of lightning. The boy felt a little afraid when he first saw him, for he looked like some kind of demon with two curved horns on his head. He wore black armor with gold trim, and his skin was bronze. On his left forearm he carried something like a shield, and his amethyst eyes inspired fear as they fixed on the boy's pale blue ones. Then Bahamut, the spirit of fire, appeared. He looked practically like a dragon-human hybrid with a pair of wings on his back. His skin was a dull gray, and he wore a helmet shaped like a dragon's head. His armor was similar to that of a dark paladin, but with wings, like Siegfried's armor from the Soul Calibur series, but in black and gray. His eyes were slanted with a golden background, giving him a savage appearance. Finally, there was Exodus, the spirit of the earth. He looked like a great stone golem. Enough said. As Naruto examined the five spirits, they too observed him before noticing the fear reflected on his face. Velina quickly sensed his fear, stepped forward, and enveloped him with her aura. It acted like a blanket, and the boy calmed down almost immediately. Seeing this, Velina approached him and leaned down to look him in the eyes. "Hello, young man. My name is Velina and these are my friends. They are Ares, Bahamut, Odin, and Exodus," he said in a low voice before looking behind him. "It's an honor to see you again, Mr. Kyubi." "I see. Are you okay, Velina?" growled the beast. "Odin, Bahamut, Ares, Exodus." When the Kyubi pronounced their names, they responded with a nod, except for Ares and Velina, who bowed. "And may I ask, Lord Kyubi, why have you summoned the five of us here?" he asked Odin. "I've summoned the five of you here because I've been sealed again. The pup is weak, and that's why he seems so frail. You must train him in your respective arts. We'll talk soon, but I need to rest. Summoning you all has exhausted me." "By your will, Lord Kyubi," they replied, the five elementals, before turning towards the blond young man. "Hello, young man. Lord Kyubi has told you the requirements to begin our training, correct?" Bahamut asked, receiving a confused look from Naruto. "Very well, in order for us to accept you into our training, you must pass our tests. Odin will test your strength. Exodus will assess your determination. Ares will examine your self-control. Velina will evaluate your patience. I will test your heart. Are you ready to face us?" Naruto nodded, and Bahamut turned to look at the other four elementals before nodding as well. The gigantic stone golem moved heavily forward and stood in front of the boy. "Soy Exodus, spirit of the earth, and I will give you the test of the mind," he affirmed. "Why do you wish to become shinobi? What purpose will our training serve in your future? Do you yearn to taste victory through the death of your opponents or revel in the glory of your accomplishments? Do you seek the thrill of combat against your enemies or to forge a name that inspires fear? Why do you dream of becoming strong?" The blonde began to reflect deeply on the golem's question. "I wanted to become a shinobi because, eventually, I wanted to become Hokage so that people would respect me," he thought. "But why do I want to be strong? Is there a reason?" Flashback. Naruto sat on a stool with a steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. He was at his favorite place, Ichiraku Ramen, and had just started eating when he heard a chuckle behind him. A short while later, the boy turned around and saw the third Hokage standing beside him with a bowl in front of him. "And how was the ramen?" Sarutobi asked with a fake smile on his face. "It was good, as always," Naruto replied. "Thanks for inviting me out today, dude." "No problem. I don't like being stuck in the office all day working, and it's nice to take a walk around town now and then." "Don't worry, old man. I'll soon be the one to take that hat off your head." "Of course, Naruto," he said with a laugh before turning to the young man. "Naruto, do you know why you want to be Hokage?" "Yes. So that everyone would notice me and respect me." "Of course," the third said with a laugh before starting to eat his bowl of ramen. "But did you know that being a Kage involves much more than respect?" "Really? What is it then, old man?" "In Konoha, shinobi of all genders and ranks are what they are today because they desire only one thing: to protect those they care about from harm. Whenever they fight, they do so with a desire to protect, which allows them to wield a strength that those with a desire to destroy or kill do not possess." "So being a Kage has nothing to do with respect?" "Respect comes with the position, kid, but respect is earned, not given freely. If you want to be Hokage, what will you fight for? End of flashback. Gigi said that strength comes from the desire to protect those we care about. The blonde man thought before looking at the golem in front of him. That's why I want to become a shinobi. I want to protect. Have an answer? Exodus asked before receiving a nod. I want to become a shinobi because I want to be able to protect my family, friends, and loved ones from danger. I will protect Konoha. Inverted question mark. So you'll continue to protect them even after the suffering they've caused you? Why? The town is like one big family. There will always be arguments and disagreements among the people, but in the end, they are still family. You chose wisely. Many would say it's for the power or fame that comes with the name, but not you. You remembered the reason some became shinobi. With your determination, you will grow strong enough to protect others and never give up when the going gets tough. I, Exodus, bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the blessing of the earth. May it help him strengthen his resolve to defend those he loves. Thank you, said the young Uzumaki before remembering his manners and giving a small bow to the stone giant, who had been replaced by Ares. I continue. I am Ares, the spirit of the wind, and I will test your self-control. Said. To do this, I must help you relive parts of your memories. I understand you have suffered a great deal, and I am sorry to have to do this. With that, he touched Naruto's forehead with his finger, causing the blonde boy's eyes to slowly close. He heard only whispers before opening them again. Everything around him had vanished, replaced by a crowd. The whispers soon became clear as they reached his ears, stirring memories of his past. There this, I can't believe it. What a beer. Devil. You killed my family. He murdered my wife. I've lost my children. Abandoned by her parents. Let's kill the devil. It's time to rid this town of your nefarious presence. Children, don't go near him. He's a very bad boy. Soon, the white sky began to darken, turning into night, as people appeared wielding blunt objects and moved toward him. The beating began as the objects struck his skin, leaving large bruises and cuts that bled profusely. The beating continued, and blood flowed ceaselessly from his wounds. Naruto felt terrible anguish, but he knew that no matter what he did, they would keep hitting him. He closed his eyes and waited for more, but nothing happened. Instead, he felt something touch him. He opened his eyes and saw Ares's long, dirty blonde hair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she hugged him tightly. Warmth enveloped him, and he felt something unfamiliar. His short arms encircled her waist, and he rested his head on her chest. The sensation made him feel vulnerable, but it was something he longed for. Ares rested his head on the blonde man's and continued to hold him. For several minutes, they didn't exchange words. Despair quickly transformed into comfort and longing. Slowly, the two blondes separated, wiping away their tears. Thank you, Naruto whispered. I've never felt like this before. It was a different feeling, but at the same time, it's something I've been longing for. No, it was nothing, Naruto, he said. Ares looked at the boy with a smile. I will be here for you. You will no longer be alone as before. Your memories moved me to tears, and your emotions were turbulent, but you controlled them. Emotions are important to everyone, as is self-control. Anger is a prime example. When anger is left unchecked, it wreaks havoc. You managed to suppress your emotions to a certain extent. I, Ares, bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the blessing of air. May it guide you on your path to the future. Believe I will test you. I am Bahamut, the spirit of fire, and I will test your strength, he says Bahamut as he approaches the child. What do you believe in? Is there good or evil? Right versus wrong? Flashback. Hello, hey, old man, Naruto said as he entered the Hokage's office and found the third Hokage sitting in his chair. Thanks for teaching me to read. It's helped me with the book I got. No, there's no problem, boy, Sarutobi replied with a slight laugh. Tell me, what was the book about? I'd forgotten. Well, it's about a good buyer who defeats a bad guy and then brings peace to the land. Interesting. Do you remember the chat we had a few weeks ago? Yes, so what? Here's something else to think about. Does good and evil exist in this world? Inverted exclamation mark. Of course, man. Everyone knows that good and evil exist. That's true, but what happens when it's necessary to commit an evil act in order for events to bring about good? Don't know. Naruto, in the shinobi world, we must learn to kill others. But why must the shinobi kill? It's murder. It's true, but the act is necessary, since killing your opponent may be your only hope for survival and that of those you protect. You are right to say that good and evil exist in this world. Greed, lust, bloodlust, and many others are clear examples of this. However, there comes a point where the choice between good and evil is as simple as black and white. A shinobi who kills is an example of this. As sometimes as shinobi, we must kill to protect the innocent. We feel sadness, guilt, and remorse for doing so, but we consider it necessary to protect those we love. There comes a point when killing is wrong. When you begin to enjoy the feeling of having blood on your hands, the blood of innocents and many others, then it becomes an act of evil. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think so. You're saying that, while good and evil exist, there are cases where an evil act turns out to be for good. It all depends on the intention. Yes, remember these little things, Naruto, and one day you'll become a great shinobi. Follow my advice, and one day you'll be the one wearing his hat. End of flashback. In this world there is good and evil, Naruto replied. Some actions are bad, others good. However, sometimes a bad action is necessary for the greater good. It all depends on the intention behind the action. Is that what your heart tells you? Is that what you believe? Bahamut asked before receiving a nod. In existence, good and evil have always existed. You firmly believe that good and evil are simply black and white, but there are also shades of gray. Every action is based on intention. Make wise choices and listen to your heart, for your future depends on it. I, Bahamut, bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the blessing of fire. May it guide him to his future, wherever it may lead. Believe now it's my turn, Bahamut. I am Velina, the spirit of water, Velina said as she walked forward. For my test, you must catch this rabbit and bring it to me. With that, the rabbit appeared several meters away before disappearing into another corridor. Naruto took off running to catch the animal that was now haunting his thoughts. Every few meters, he reached a fork in the path where the corridors branched off in different directions, and he chose one of the paths. After the 11th fork, he stopped. Where is that? He wondered before deciding to wait and examine the place for clues. Suddenly, he heard splashing around him, which soon grew louder, as if the fountain were getting closer. A short while later, he saw a white ball at the end of the corridor and immediately recognized the rabbit in all its glory. He ran toward it, but stopped abruptly a few feet away. Naruto stood there, looking confused, before shrugging and holding out his hands. The rabbit tilted its head, puzzled, and stared into the blond boy's eyes. A hush fell over the place as they stared at each other. After several minutes, the rabbit moved forward and jumped into the blond boy's hands. He was surprised by the action, but decided not to do anything rash. Instead, he began to pet the animal as he walked back to where he had started. It took him several minutes to find the cameras, and once inside, all the spirits looked at him. Here you go, he said as he handed the white animal to Velina. A little bunny, just like you asked for. 1 hour and 19 minutes, said Velina. It was faster than the others I've tried. Most don't manage to catch my rabbit, and those that do take between 2 and 3 hours. I figured I'd found a way to catch him quickly. Actually, she ran towards me and I just waited before she jumped into my arms. What you didn't know was that this was a test of patience, Velina reported. Having the patience to wait will bring unpredictable results. With patience, one can think clearly and find a better solution. I, Velina, bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the blessing of water. May it protect him from rashness and impatience. Now the real test is coming, he said. Odin advanced with a mocking smile that made the blond man shudder. You'll fight me? Give it your all, boy. Go ahead, said Naruto as he adopted a fighting stance. With great pleasure. With that, Odin charged at Naruto with blinding speed and punched him in the stomach. The blow sent him flying several meters backward. As the blond boy tried to get up, the spirit appeared and slammed him to the ground before kicking him. The boy fell to the ground, creating a small furrow. He slowly got up and wiped the blood from his face. Ugh! She groaned before getting up. Is that all you've got? I wish, you brat. An elbow struck the young Uzumaki in the face, sending him flying into Odin's arm, before the other arm slammed him to the ground. The boy's body fell to the ground. No, don't tell me you're giving up so easily. You're weak, and this is a waste of time, he growled. Odin as he walked away. You are weak and will not be able to protect what you hold dear. They will die and you will be powerless to stop it." Behind him, the boy struggled to his feet as blood continued to trickle from his mouth. It took him a few moments to stand, but his head was tilted so that his hair covered his eyes. Odin turned at that moment and saw him standing. "So that you can still stand? What's your next move?" "Personally, I suggest you give up," Odin mocked. "Run away and go back to your hole. Run like the coward you are." "What? Did you just call me a coward?" Suddenly, a surge of energy engulfed the boy as he charged at the lightning spirit, fist raised. Odin swiftly blocked the blow before dodging another. The blonde boy continued throwing punch after punch, not stopping until Odin vanished from sight. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted into the air before crashing to the ground. He knew he had run out of strength before he even tried to push himself up. "It just is Naruto. This test is over," he said. Odin approached the blonde boy. Naruto ignored the warning and, with difficulty, tried to get up, but fell again. He knew he had failed, he wasn't strong enough. Soon, tears began to well up in his eyes. Why am I so weak? I'm useless, weak," Naruto murmured as tears streamed down his face. "I can't protect my people. I'm so weak, so useless." Odin remained motionless, but Ares and Valina rushed to him and knelt beside him. They helped him sit up and hugged him tightly. They whispered words of comfort to him as his sobs echoed through the room. It took the two female spirits a few moments before the boy could look at Odin. The spirit of lightning gazed at the blonde boy, and his eyes, once hard, softened. "Naruto, you have passed my test," he said. Which greatly surprised the young Uzumaki. "You have shown me your strength in many ways. You confronted me head-on. It was a brave act, but reckless. And every time I knocked you down, you always found a way to get back up." "I couldn't get up," Naruto interrupted, his eyes beginning to fill with tears. "I wasn't strong enough." "No, don't get discouraged," said Odin. "Your strength will come with time. You found it when I spoke to you of your determination, and when the time comes, that will be your priority. That is what will make you a shinobi. I, Odin, bestow upon Naruto Uzumaki the blessing of lightning. May it grant him the strength to protect his people and keep his resolve unwavering." Suddenly, the five elemental spirits glowed with intense colors, growing even brighter. Naruto covered his eyes to avoid being blinded. Unbeknownst to him, the light moved toward the blonde boy before passing through his body. It only lasted a few minutes before the light finally faded. Blinking, Naruto felt his vision slowly returning. "It is done," he said. "Bahamut, what happened?" asked the young Uzumaki. "We have provided the energy to begin our training," he replied. "Shaft around this chamber contains 5 kanji that represent our sacred elements," he added. Odin pointing the shining symbols to the boy. "Its dim glow represents the control you have over them, mediocre at best. But as you progress through our training, it will shine brighter until you complete it." "What happens then?" "That you have to figure it out yourself," he said. Ares before seeing Naruto's pout. "Train tough, young," Exodus growled. "And you will become strong enough to protect. You'll become a shield for your loved ones." "Us full of pride," she said. Ares, while hugging the child. "We will guide you down the right path, but you must be able to make your own decisions." "Always will be here for you," he said. Valina, while hugging the young Uzumaki behind Ares. "We'll always be here for you, don't forget that." "Thank you for everything," Naruto said with a smile. "No, there's a problem," Bahamut replied before perceiving anything. "I feel like there's someone near your body outside, an old man, I think." "It's Grandpa. He must be really worried," said young Uzumaki before frantically looking around. "Do you know how I can get out of here?" "That's how your mind works. I guess you just have to force yourself to wake up." "I'll try. I guess we'll see each other next time." "We'll be here for you, so don't worry." Having said that, the blonde vanished from the mental landscape, leaving the 5 spirits behind. "It will become strong, there is no doubt about it," said Odin. "I'm okay," Exodus growled. "It's a diamond in the rough, but given enough time it can be polished into something truly magnificent." "Is that why you have summoned us here, Lord Kyubi?" Valina asked, without getting an answer. "Yes, we'll ask later. It must have taken a lot of effort to get us all together here," he said. "Bahamut, Let's step back and plan your training." The 5 spectral beings emerged from the circular chambers. They did not see the pair of slanted eyes that had observed everything that had happened. If only they knew reality. Several days had passed since Naruto had been admitted to the hospital with the injuries he suffered in the brutal beating that had nearly left him mutilated. The third Hokage sat beside the boy, who lay in bed. He visited him often, hoping to see him awaken, but this day was different. It had all started a few minutes earlier when the boy began to sweat and gasp for breath before a bright light enveloped him. It lasted only a few moments before being absorbed by his body. The old man began to ponder what had happened when he heard a soft yawn. He looked toward the source of the sound and found the boy sitting with his arms outstretched. Naruto clicked his lips, as if he had awakened from a deep sleep. "Hello, Naruto," greeted the third Hokage. "Hee," Naruto exclaimed as he hugged the Kage. "I'm glad to see you're well. I've been worried about you." "Thanks hee. Thanks for saving me." "No problem." Can I ask you a serious question?" "Of course. I'll answer as best I can." "What really happened to the Kyubi that night?" "Why are you asking?" the Hokage asked, surprised, before looking at the boy. "The fourth killed him that night." "Why are you asking?" I came across something while I was sleeping," Naruto replied. Unbeknownst to the boy, the old man Sarutobi's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "That said its name was Kyubi and that we were inside me." "It was a dream, Naruto-kun. Nothing more." "Please, Gigi. Please don't lie to me anymore." "Very well," said the Hokage with a sigh before turning away. "Leave us alone." 3 Onbu emerged from the shadows, bowed, and left the room. The third tier tore off a piece of paper covered in kanji and slammed it against the wall, turning the room blue. "And what did the Kyubi tell you now?" the old man asked nervously. "It's a long story, Gigi, and I'm not sure you'll believe me when I tell you." "Try me." Previously on One's Destiny, the elements, I came across something while I was sleeping," Naruto replied. Unbeknownst to the boy, the old man Sarutobi's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "That she said her name was Kyubi and that we were inside me." "It was a dream, Naruto-kun. Nothing more." "Please, Gigi. Please don't lie to me anymore." "Very fine," the Hokage said with a sigh before turning away. "Leave us alone." 3 Onbu emerged from the shadows, bowed, and left the room. The third tier tore off a piece of paper covered in kanji and slammed it against the wall, turning the room blue. "And so what did the Kyubi tell you?" the old man asked nervously. "It's a long story, Gigi, and I'm not sure you'll believe me when I tell you." "Try me." Beginning of Chapter 3. Where should I begin? The third wondered, lost in thought. The beginning would be a good place to start, but before we begin, please understand why I had to refrain from telling you earlier. You're young and alone, I didn't know how you would react. Naruto remained silent. "I spent many nights in the office thinking about how to talk to you about your burden when you were older without you reacting negatively. But it seems that it doesn't matter anymore." "I always knew there was something different about me," the blonde whispered. "The constant stares and the horrible things they did to me. I never knew why they hated me so much, but they knew what was inside me. I always wondered what I'd done to deserve the beatings. They've always treated me like this for as long as I can remember. You were there to help me, hee. You tried your best to help me, along with Doggy-san and Kitty-san. You didn't deserve this treatment. The fourth Hokage wanted you to be treated like a hero," said the elder Sarutobi. "But the civilians wanted you killed for what you stood for. Somehow, I knew what they were going to do, and that led me to enact a law." "What law, hee?" "It's an S-ranked law that I personally enacted. Its purpose was to prevent the council from passing on the information they had gathered to the town's citizens. The punishment was death. But somehow, people found out about my burden." "Yes. It wasn't until after a week of constant attacks that I discovered what had happened. So I extended the law I myself had created to them. Its purpose was to prevent future generations from learning of your burden without my consent or yours. They always found a way to influence future generations' opinions of you, and over time, they learned to hate you. The civilian council always finds a way to make your life miserable, and there's nothing the Shinobi Council or I can do about it because of your civilian status. It wasn't supposed to be this way." "Thanks hee." "No, Naruto, I don't deserve any thanks from you." "Yes, you do. You tried to help me in every way you could. You're there when I need you." "I must apologize, Naruto. I should have taken better care of you. I should have done so much more to improve your life. The civilian council and the elders have become more influential, Hiruzen said with venom and hatred. They took advantage of the transition period between the 4th Hokage's death and my investiture to pass more laws that made them even more powerful. I know you'll find something eventually, Naruto said with a small smile. You always do. Thank you, young man, Sarutobi replied with a smile. Enough of this, let's talk about your furry friend. I'm very curious to know what you two had to say. Well, I ran into the Kyubi while I was out, Naruto explained. He sees me as a jailer and some kind of representative. What makes you a representative? It was something related to my weakness, reflecting the weakness of a demon lord. So that's what led to the deal. Very well. Am I interested in this deal? I had to tear off part of the seal. What? Why would you do that? Well, Kyubi said it was to allow him to change my body and make it stronger. What do these changes consist of? And what does the Kyubi gain from all this? The furball said something about its senses being connected to mine. I have better senses, greater stamina, better reflexes, and larger chakra reserves. Also, I can use the elements. The elements? You mean elemental chakra manipulations, right? I guess so. I mean, all they told me was that I could control the elements, Naruto said thoughtfully. I think they said earth, lightning, fire, air, and water. They're going to be my teachers, exclaimed an excited boy. They said they'll help me become strong. Who are these people who told you this? They are my new friends, Gigi. They are Ares-san, Bahamut-san, Odin-san, Exodus-san and Valina-san. Those are very unusual names for anyone around here. Do you know where they're from? The Hokage asked. I don't know much, the blonde replied. Kyubi summoned them, so. Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Naruto? The old man asked the boy who was listening, before receiving a negative response. Well, it seems the Kyubi might be telling the truth, but may I examine the seal? I just want to make sure everything is in order. I suppose so, replied the boy. But where is the seal and how could I show it to you? Well, the seal is on your stomach, and to answer your second question, let me take care of that part. I need you to lift your shirt. Okay then. Naruto grabbed the hem of his shirt before pulling it up. This revealed his bandaged body and sent a wave of pain through him. With his navel now exposed, the third Hokage bent down and placed his hand on it. He channeled chakra into his hand, which then traveled to the boy's body, revealing an intricate seal. Black lines wound around the boy's navel, forming curves, spirals, lines, and kanji. Everything seems to be in order with a stamp. The old man thought. He seems to have a great amount of chakra for a child his age. I'm not sure if it's due to his heritage or the Kyubi, but I know he has a great future ahead of him. The seal appears to be fine, the Hokage said. Nothing has changed despite you removing part of it. However, if you notice any changes to the seal, come see me immediately. I will, replied Uzumaki. What's wrong, Naruto? I want to become stronger. I want to become a shinobi like you and be able to protect my people. Can you help me become strong? I don't know, Naruto. I mean, I want to help you in any way I can, but that would bring more problems for both of us. Grandpa, you said a long time ago that every shinobi has a purpose. You said that's why they constantly strive to become stronger. That they would gladly sacrifice themselves so that their purpose would endure. I know what my purpose is. I will become strong and be the shield that protects the innocent and those I care about, the boy said with conviction. Please, Grandpa, help me become that shield. Are you sure about this, young man? The old man asked. If you embark on this path, chances are you won't be able to stray. Are you truly committed to your ideals and will you follow them to the end, no matter where the road leads? Yeah. I suppose I'll allow it. But several measures will be taken to ensure you keep your promise. What could they be? First, this will be a long-term mission with some of my Anbu. It will serve as cover for your training. Then, the Anbu will periodically report on your progress, and at the end of each year, you will undergo a series of tests to assess your current skill level. This will be compiled into a report that only I will be able to see, the third stated gravely. Thank you, Grandpa, Naruto said, his eyes welling with tears. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." The boy lunged at the old man and trapped him in a tight embrace, ignoring the cry of pain his injuries caused by the sudden exertion. The old man, Sarutobi, reached out to support the boy and gently wrapped his arms around him. He felt his clothes begin to dampen with the tears that welled in the blond boy's eyes. A faint smile touched his lips as he gazed out the window at the clear sky. "I wish your parents could see you now. They would be so proud of the person you are becoming." The will of fire burned within them, and now you have inherited their flame. "I think you need to rest," Sarutobi said to the boy, who winced in pain. "You've overdone it. We'll talk tomorrow when you're feeling better." "I guess so," said Naruto, wincing. "See you tomorrow, hee." With that, the young Uzumaki lay back on his bed as the elderly Hokage rose from his chair. The blond boy closed his eyes with a faint smile, and the older man, Sarutobi, silently deactivated the barrier surrounding the room before leaving the building. A few days later, the young Uzumaki would take a few days to fully recover from the injuries he'd sustained in his last beating. He remained trapped in the hospital's white room, bored out of his mind by the utter monotony. A nurse checked on him frequently, every few hours, until today. She had left him alone until she heard the door open. Peering into the opening, she found herself face to face with two shinobi. They were virtually identical, save for details like the decoration on their masks and their hair. The first shinobi wore a mask resembling a dog, with gravity-defying gray hair. Most of the features she saw led her to conclude that this was a man. The other shinobi wore a mask that looked like a cat, with long purple hair that reached halfway down her back. She knew instantly that this was a ninja. She was abruptly pulled from her thoughts when the man began to speak to her. "Hello, Naruto," he greeted. "It's good to see you again." "Huh?" the blonde asked, looking confused. "Don't you remember us?" the woman asked, feigning a sob. "I thought you'd remember me." It took the boy several seconds to organize his thoughts and be able to identify the two beings in front of him. "Doggy-san, Kitty-san," he shouted as he rushed towards the two of them and wrapped them in a hug. "Now you remember us," said Pero with a loud laugh as he returned the hug to the child. "It's been so long since I've seen you two. What are you doing here?" "So we can't visit our favorite blonde, that ray of sunshine?" Kat asked as she returned the hug. "Good." "Forget it," Dog interrupted. "The Hokage asked us to escort you to his office. Take all the time you need. We don't want you to get hurt again." "I'll be careful," Naruto replied as he slowly sat up in bed. "You'd better be careful, sir," Kat said gruffly. "If you hurt yourself by not being careful." He trailed off as the blond boy on the bed trembled slowly with fear. He nodded quickly before grabbing his clothes. The two shinobi left the room and let the boy get dressed. Several minutes passed before the blond boy emerged from the room wearing a bright orange jumpsuit. "Ready to go, Naruto?" asked Pero. "I'm more than ready." "Okay. Let's go." It took them several minutes to reach the Kage Tower. It was midday, and the streets were crowded. As Naruto walked, the two Anbu noticed the hateful stares directed at him. Subconsciously, their hands went to their weapon pouches, seeing how people hated another being because of a series of unfortunate events that had turned him into a Jinchuriki. The group took only a few minutes to reach the entrance of the Kage Tower. Upon entering the large, cylindrical building, the stares lessened somewhat, as many of those inside were shinobi. The group continued on toward the Hokage's office. From time to time, they passed civilians who glared at the boy with disdain until they finally reached a set of doors. Right next to them sat a woman with a desk in front of her. She was engrossed in her papers, but she could still sense if someone was standing in front of her. "Good afternoon, do you have a reservation with the Hokage-sama?" he asked without looking up from his work. Anbu members Kat and Dog are escorting Naruto Uzumaki to his 1 o'clock meeting with the Hokage-sama, Kat replied. Upon hearing this, the secretary looked up from her work, saw the three figures, and shrugged. She pressed the button on her desk, and the whir of small gears echoed through the room before the door opened. "Well, here we are. The Hokage's office." Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a very busy man. He worked almost non-stop due to the ever-increasing amount of paperwork. The excessive workload left him less and less time for what he most desired, such as spending time with his family and reading his favorite novels. However, amidst so many hours of work, he always found a moment to sit down and read his orange novel. Although he deeply loved literature, His mind kept wandering back to the young Uzumaki and the conversation they had had a few days before. I told him I would help him, the old man thought. But how? I suppose starting with the basics would be a good place to begin, so a book on accessing his chakra and something on chakra control, considering the size of his current reserves. Then there are the 3 jutsu required for the academy. Aside from that, I don't know what else he might need. I can't teach him a style of taijutsu because I don't know if his body would be suited for it. And accuracy with projectile weapons only comes with practice, and I don't know if he'd want to learn how to use melee weapons. He didn't notice a group of 3 beings opening his office door and let out another chuckle. Dog was snickering behind his mask, while Cat seethed with rage at the sight of the book the Hokage was holding. Naruto simply observed the old man before him. Stacks of papers lay on his desk, and the Hokage, seated in the chair, smoked a pipe and held an orange book. After a few seconds, Cat coughed slightly. Unfortunately, this caused the stacks of papers to collapse, burying the old Kage. He crawled out of the mountain of documents and glared at the 2 Anbu, who seemed embarrassed. His expression softened when he spotted a blonde boy among them. "Hello, Naruto. I'm in a bit of a bind, but that won't stop us from talking," the old Hokage greeted, glaring at the 2 Anbu members. "How are you today?" "I feel much better than before," Naruto replied. "Especially since I left the hospital. Do you need any help, Grandpa?" No. I'm fine, but thank you for the offer," the third one said with a laugh before looking at the other 2 beings who were with the boy. "Dog, Cat, you can leave. We'll talk about certain matters later." They nodded before disappearing in a cloud of white smoke. "First, let's make sure no one overhears us," the Hokage said as he activated the privacy seal. "Naruto, I've been thinking a lot about our conversation and I have several ideas about what I can offer you, but I'm not sure what else. Do you have anything specific in mind? Anything you'd like to learn?" "Let me think for a second, hee. Inverted question mark Naruto? Huh? Who said that?" "What's wrong, my son?" "Naruto, I am Bahamut," said the spirit. "We've been working the last few nights to establish this connection with you so we can communicate." "How cool." Sarutobi simply stared at the boy in confusion as he watched the blonde speak. He was unaware that he was conversing with the beings inhabiting his body. "Think carefully about what you want to say, my son." "Ah, okay. What do you need, Bahamut-sensei?" "We were able to finish planning our curriculum." Inverted question mark What does that word mean, sensei? "What we're going to teach you. Anyway, ask the Hokage what he was going to give you." "Okay, sensei." "Naruto, are you awake?" the third Hokage asked, waving his hand in front of the blonde boy, who began blinking several times. "Have you returned to the world of the living with us?" "Yes, I'm back, hee, replied the boy. Hee, the sensei wanted to know what you were going to give me." "The only thing I could think of was an instruction manual on how to access chakra, basic control, and academy jutsus. I couldn't think of anything else due to certain variables." He turned and saw the confused expression on the boy's face. The old man began to review what he had said and mentally slapped his forehead. "Variables are things that cannot be determined immediately. For example, I couldn't give you a taijutsu style because I don't know which one would suit you best." "Ah, okay. I guess I understand." "What does your sensei need me to give you?" These are acceptable materials, but you will also need." "Hey," he said, "I need some things on the fundamentals of genjutsu, forging, anatomy, cooking, and chakra perception." He also said the scroll for. What was it called? "Shadow Clone Jutsu." A scroll about the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Old Kage wrote down everything that was said, but when the last word reached his ears, he abruptly raised his head to look at the boy. "Are you sure that's the name of the jutsu?" "Yes, that's what the sensei said." "Is there a problem with that?" "That jutsu is classified as a B-rank kinjutsu because it requires a large amount of chakra to create a clone. When solid clones are created, each one has an equal fraction of chakra. Its counterpart is classified as an A-rank kinjutsu precisely for that reason. Some people have even died due to the chakra required to use these jutsus." The sensei said there wouldn't be a problem because of something in my chakra. He said it's not the Kyubi's chakra and that you'd understand what I'm talking about. "You know?" Hiruzen's face hardened at the mention of the boy. He knew what a sensei meant because the Uzumaki girl had mentioned it when she married the fourth Hokage. "I'll get the items you need." With that, the Hokage quickly left the room. His thoughts swirled in his head as he began to piece together the information. He soon reached the Kage library. His hand swiftly flipped through the scrolls. He picked up a few and stacked them. "I can't believe Naruto has already activated that part," Sarutobi thought as he looked at the scrolls in front of him. They both said there was a small chance it would activate due to their differing origins, but somehow, at least one of them is active in him. Knowing how unpredictable the kid is, I'm willing to bet the other one is active or nearly so. I guess I'd better give him those scrolls too, just in case. With that thought, he took out several more scrolls and placed them on top of the growing pile. Until now, have how to channel your chakra for beginners, controlling your chakra, forging for beginners, basic cooking guide, the human body, the fundamentals of genjutsu, Minato's guide to sealing, and his parents' 4 scrolls. Somehow, I have a feeling he'll follow in their footsteps and become as great as they are. What's more, he has the potential to surpass them. I hope they're both watching this. The Kage took the stack of scrolls and books and placed them in a basket. He carried it back to the office, where he found the boy sitting in his chair, gazing at the Hokage monument. His eyes reflected an expression he had seen several times before on Minato's face. He let out a muffled chuckle, but it was loud enough for Naruto to notice his arrival. "Hello, Grandpa," Naruto greeted before realizing that the container was full of objects. "How are the views?" the old man asked as he placed the wastebasket on the desk. "It's great. But the views from the top of the monument are better." "I couldn't agree more. I've been there several times with my team in the past. I know Asuma loved the view when I took him there as a child." "One day you'll become Kage, Naruto. You have the potential, and I have a feeling your achievements will be unparalleled. I just hope I'm here to see it." "Same here." "Well, here are the things you asked for. I've added a few more scrolls," the Hokage said, pointing to the 2 pale blue and 2 dark crimson scrolls. "These 4 scrolls are very important, and all I ask is that you allow me to keep them until I deem you ready to learn their secrets." "Of course, yes, Gigi." "All right, come back tomorrow and I'll give you everything." "Pack your things, Naruto," the Kage said, earning him a confused look from the boy. "Tomorrow I'll show you your second home, and I promise it will be safer than the one you have now. Also, your training will begin. We'll talk about it tomorrow." "Thanks." "Hee. No problem, Naruto." The elderly Kage lifted the privacy seal and allowed the boy to leave the office. The next day arrived faster than the boy could have ever imagined. He spent the night immersed in his own thoughts, where he learned more about his senseis. Apparently, Ares was a maiden during the ancient era of Earth. She had a pure heart and a gentle soul, like a soft breeze on a windy day, but when angered, she was as dangerous as a hurricane. This fact frightened the blonde boy, but the female spirit assured him that she would do nothing of the sort to him. In life, she inhabited the land of wind, where forests and wildlife thrived until the arrival of Shukaku. Shukaku, also known as Ichibi no Shukaku, was the demon lord of the first circle and was lethal in the arts of wind and sand. It was because of his power that the forests of the land of wind became the deserts of today. Next was Valina. She was a princess of the ancient era, nicknamed the Princess of the Eternal Blue for 2 reasons. The first was that her hair and eyes constantly reminded her of the ocean. The second was that she always tried to be near the water, as if drawn to it. During her life, she was respected for her justice toward all her subjects and for the care she provided them in her kingdom. One day, her kingdom was attacked, and the tower where she resided collapsed, plunging her into the endless sea. Exodus was a man who lived generations after the ancient era, known as the Era of the Forgotten due to the scarcity of information about it. He served as a paladin, traversing the lands to defend the innocent from danger. This earned him the nickname Guardian of the Angel, which eventually evolved into Guardian of Stone for his resilience in the face of any adversity. He was highly respected throughout the region for his judgment against the wicked, until he encountered Bahamut on his journey. After several encounters, the two became friends and decided to travel together. They fought side by side for years until they were attacked by an army of 2,000 men. After several days of combat, they achieved a decisive victory. The army was massacred, but the wounds suffered by both warriors proved fatal. Bahamut also belonged to the Age of the Forgotten. He served as a knight in the Order of the 13 Dragons, holding the rank of 5th. He was renowned for his bravery in battle, his unwavering determination, and his bloodlust. This earned him the nickname Bloody Jaw due to the blood that covered him in battle. His enemies only caught a glimpse of the red glow of his dragon-shaped armor before they perished. Years later, he met Exodus in a tavern. They discovered they had much in common and became friends. After several encounters, they became inseparable. His last act was to massacre an army with Exodus at his side before succumbing to his wounds, unaware that his friends would soon follow. Finally, there was Odin. He was different from the others because he arrived several centuries after the Age of the Forgotten, in a period called the Age of Retribution. He was a samurai with unparalleled skill, wielding his katana, or double-edged, S-shaped sword. He often used it with one hand, supported by a shield, but it could be split in two to form two blades. Throughout his life, he followed his code until he encountered a demon. The beast appeared out of nowhere and attacked a city. Odin attacked the demon and wounded it, forcing it to halt its attack. This transformed him into a demon hunter. He slew many demons, entire armies fell in a matter of hours. It was said that he killed many with a single move called Xantex's Week. Finally, he was banished to Makai after killing a greater demon. He wandered the plains until a devil cursed him, transforming him into a demon. When the blonde boy asked if it was possible for him to learn such a technique, Odin replied that he would only teach it to those he deemed worthy. The boy began his morning routine after mentally sorting through his thoughts from the previous night. His routine started with a workout consisting of push-ups, sit-ups, and mountain climbers. Afterward, he ate toast with milk, a dish that hadn't been eaten for several days. Shortly after, he washed the dishes before washing up and putting on clean clothes. Heading for the door, he grabbed his backpack, where he kept some valuables that his constant attackers hadn't been able to find. He soon arrived at the Kage Tower. He ran up the stairs and greeted the secretary, Mika Unomi, before entering the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, he saw the old man working diligently on the large pile of paperwork, with no intention of stopping anytime soon. The old Hokage worked so fast it seemed as if smoke was coming from his pen. Inside the child's mind, the 5 spirits broke out in a cold sweat as they watched the scene unfolding before him. "Anyway, are you reading those newspapers?" Exodus asked. "I would be. I'm sure he's read some of them, but he's skipped the rest," he replied. "The spirit of the lightning. Do you think should we help him?" Bahamut asked. "I mean, he wanted Naruto here for some reason." "I guess yes," Valina replied before connecting with the blonde boy. "Oi, Naruto." "Yeah, sensei?" replied the Uzumaki. "I think you should help the Hokage with his problem." What? I don't even know how to handle all this paper. I'm almost certain they're copying themselves every second. First, get their attention and tell them you know how to solve their problem. It's worth it. Hello, Grandpa Naruto greeted with a wave of his hand. "Hello Naruto, I'd love to chat with you, but as you can see," the Hokage replied, gesturing to the stack of papers around him, "I have a lot of work to finish." "But, give me a few minutes, Naruto." "But the city, can we talk later?" "Hee. I know how to solve your paper problem." The Hokage blinked a few times as he stared at the panting boy in front of him. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. What? You know how to defeat the Kage's downfall?" "The downfall of the Kage?" "Yes. These damned papers," exclaimed the third Hokage. "I swear they're duplicating themselves by the dozens just to make sure I don't finish. I know for a fact the other Kages have to deal with this problem too. They're demons." "Wow. I didn't know it was so bad, Naruto. I know for a fact that even gods and goddesses have to deal with paperwork, only on a larger scale than the Kage," he said. "Ares, that must be horrible." "Well, how do I defeat my mortal enemy? This had better not be a joke, or I want to be rid of this demon." "Well, why don't you use the Shadow Clone Jutsu?" Naruto replied. "Shadow Clone Jutsu?" murmured the old man. "Of course. Thank you, boy. You've saved me from a terrible fate." What are you talking about?" "Hee. I suppose you haven't read the scroll about this jutsu. Well, the Shadow Clone Jutsu is a special cloning jutsu. It was called Kinjutsu for 2 reasons. The first is the chakra required to create a clone, and the second is the mental feedback. That everything this clone learns is automatically sent to you, the original. It's very useful during missions. I suggest you read it when you can, as it will be vital for your training," said the old Hokage, receiving a nod from the blonde boy. "Now, since you helped me defeat this monstrosity, I'll gladly reward you. Do you need anything, young man?" "I don't know, hee. I need things to train with, but other than that, I can't think of anything else." "Well, if you think of anything, don't hesitate to ask, as long as it's reasonable." "Okay, thanks, hee. Is that all?" "I think so," replied the old man Sarutobi with a slight smile. "Are you going to begin your training, Naruto?" "Yes. I don't want to disappoint you." "As part of our agreement, you'll have an Anbu with you to monitor your progress. He'll be the one to report back to me on your advancements. As for the exams, let's just say they'll be annual. Your file will remain hidden from everyone except me until it's time for you to reveal yourself. The Anbu I assign to you will meet you in the market district so you can purchase your supplies." "By the way, which of the training grounds will you be using for your preparation?" "Snake-chan's playground. I really like going there because I've always felt safe." The word echoed throughout the room. Sarutobi remained motionless, in shock, staring at the blonde boy who had just informed him of his constant presence in Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, one of the most dangerous places in the Land of Fire to date. The Anbu stationed around the room couldn't help but stare at the young Uzumaki when he made such a statement. It was considered impossible to enter the area alone and return alive. The only person who had managed it was Anko Mitarashi, alias Snake. Not even the famous Itachi Uchiha, alias Weasel, ventured into the forest unaccompanied. "Are you sure, Naruto?" asked a very timid Hokage. "That area is very dangerous for many reasons. There's a reason why very few people go there alone." "Hey. Snake-chan is almost always with me. She tricked me a couple of times, but since I have your amazing ninja with me, they won't hurt me." "All right," the third said with a sigh. "Just promise me you'll be safe. I don't want anything to happen to you because I let you train there." "I promise, hee. I'll be careful what I do." "Very well. Go now. That Anbu member will see you soon," he said before turning to face the stack of papers as the boy left the office. "Now to defeat you, vile scum." Multiple copies of the third Hokage pounced on the large piles of paper with malicious looks, as he daydreamed about standing atop a mountain of signed documents, with great flames roaring in the background. His dream self then plunged into a nearby mountain of orange Icha books before beginning to read. Streets of Konoha. Amidst the bustling streets of Konoha, Anbu Agent Bear walked through the merchant district, but something about him felt different. He felt exposed to the world for several reasons. The first was that he wore the standard Jonin uniform, a dark green bulletproof vest over a long-sleeved black shirt, black shinobi pants with a white sash around his right thigh, and shinobi sandals. He looked like an ordinary shinobi, with short black hair and an oval face. He was lost in thought, reminiscing about all his exploits. During his career as a shinobi, he had completed a wide variety of missions, from simple C rank to difficult S rank, but none compared to this one. His last mission had been a simple C rank: eliminate a bandit camp on the border. Upon arriving at their destination, they found the camp, but instead of bandits, they encountered strange creatures. These vanished into the shadows a minute later, leaving the Anbu team alone. So when the Hokage called him for his next mission, he was sure he wouldn't be surprised. Flashback. Bear entered the Hokage's office and found several copies of himself scattered around the room, working on stacks of paper. The towers of paper were rapidly shrinking as the copies read and signed the documents. The Anbu agent coughed softly, catching the busy Kage's attention and forcing him to stop his work. Actually, the original stopped while the clones resumed their tasks. "Ah, Bear. I know it's very short notice, but I need you to carry out this mission," the Hokage said, taking a nearby scroll. "It's a high-rank A mission, perhaps even S rank, with a long-term impact if you accept. I have several reasons why I've chosen you for this mission." "By of course, Hokage-sama," the Anbu replied before taking the scroll and opening it to read its contents. "Hokage-sama, are you?" "I'm absolutely certain of my decision, Bear. I believe that by doing this, I'll help him survive in the future. I may be depriving him of the childhood he deserves, but no child deserves to live the life he was forced to live." "Of course, Hokage-sama. Do you know how long this mission will last? It will depend on how it evolves. But do you understand your mission? Of course, Hokage-sama. My mission is to serve as a messenger between you and Naruto-san, but also as his mentor. I cannot use my Anbu gear or anything that links me to my Anbu identity of bear. Furthermore, I will receive an A-rank salary weekly to cover my needs until I can resume my own missions. Good, there's also a good chance Naruto will know you're bear even without the mask, so don't be surprised if he finds out. Do you understand what you have to do? Yes, Hokage-sama. Good. You should meet him in the market district. Here's some money. Get him some equipment and better clothes, preferably proper shinobi attire. The Kage handed a wad of banknotes to the Anbu before leaving the room to give the answer. End of flashback. Kat got furious when I told her she had to take care of all my work while I was on leave, in addition to her own. The Anbu member thought as the image of his masked partner, Kat, came to mind. Thank goodness Dog Senpai was there. Otherwise, his thoughts were drawn out by the sight of a shock of blonde hair next to a shop he knew very well. He wasn't the only one. Every Anbu, most Jonin, and some Chunin knew that this shop was the place to find all sorts of shinobi gear, from basic kunai and shuriken to Anbu combat armor. He approached the boy and found him deep in thought, staring at a particular item on display. Upon closer inspection, Bear realized it wasn't a single item, but several. The first was a red belt around the waist, with 5 weapon holsters on each side. The second was a shoulder pad with 5 holsters on the back. Finally, the last item consisted of similarly shaped knives, a little longer than a kunai, but not as long as a 30-centimeter dagger. They were also slightly thinner than the average kunai, giving the impression of a quieter flight as they swung toward their target. The Anbu looked away from his weapon and saw that Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the objects. He let out a soft cough, loud enough to make the blonde turn toward him. Oso examined him and noticed that his eyes were scrutinizing him with a calculating gaze, while his body language denoted tension, ready to act at any moment. "Hello, Naruto," greeted the unmasked Anbu, eliciting a discreet but surprised expression from the blonde boy. "Don't be alarmed, young man. The Hokage sent me as agreed." "Ah, okay," Naruto replied, his expression one of relief that quickly turned into happiness. Can you tell me your name?" "His name is Yamato." "Okay, thank you, Yamato-san. Let's go then. I was just looking at what you had." "Wait, first I want you to tell me what you think of those knives you're looking at." Well, I found them interesting because of their appearance. Very different from ordinary kunai. Perhaps it flies better than a kunai." "Why do you ask?" "The Hokage-sama gave me some money so you could get some tools and supplies to help you." "Really? Thank you." Yamato let out a giggle as she followed the blonde boy into the store. "Hello, welcome to the Dragon's Lair," greeted a clerk. "How can I help you today?" "We're here to buy supplies for a future shinobi," Yamato replied, receiving a nod from the shopkeeper before looking at Naruto. "I think it would be best if you went and bought whatever you think you might need or want. Remember, you need training clothes and travel clothes. And don't forget the basic tools of a shinobi, like kunai, shuriken, and anything else you might need." With that, Naruto slowly made his way into the store. His first stop was the clothing section, and after browsing, he selected his items. These consisted of several mesh shirts, some dark shirts, a few pairs of shorts, numerous dark green combat pants with multiple pockets, and a large number of long-sleeve shirts in various colors. Alongside these items were several pairs of steel-toed military boots, a large quantity of socks, and some gloves, both regular and fingerless. During his shopping spree, he stared intently at the displayed items before sighing and leaving. Unbeknownst to him, an old man had seen him there before he left. On the other side of the shop, Yamato went through the store and collected Naruto's shinobi tools. Among them were several sets of kunai, shuriken, senbon, and weights for wrists, ankles, and torso. 7 moss green bulletproof vests also joined the pile, along with various instruction manuals and weapon holsters, from circular waist holsters to rectangular thigh holsters. Yamato had seen Naruto looking at the display case while taking the weights before he left. Unbeknownst to Yamato, Naruto had returned to the display case just as an old man began to approach him. "Hello, kid," he said, scaring the blonde boy a lot. "Oh, hello," he replied with some fear. "You have no reason to be afraid of me, boy. However, I've noticed you were quite interested in those throwing knives over there." "Of course, sir. They look very different from the other weapons here. I wonder why no one else is interested in them." "They're special weapons, young man. They're specifically designed for throwing, but they can also be used in close combat if necessary. It's just that other shinobi seem to prefer a more versatile weapon like the kunai. Besides, they believe shurikens are more effective and better balanced compared to these weapons." "I don't think I agree with them on that." "And why do you say that?" the old man asked curiously. "I don't know. It's just that those knives seem better balanced to me than that kunai over there," the blond man replied, pointing to the kunai a few meters away. "Ha, you have a good eye, kid. My name is Kenshin, proud blacksmith and creator of that magnificent set of weapons on display." "Oh. It's a great honor to meet you, sir," said Naruto before bowing. "Now that you know my name, can I know yours?" Kenshin asked in a voice that reminded Naruto of the third Hokage's. "Naruto Uzumaki." "Naruto, huh? An imposing name. Maelstrom, if I'm not mistaken," the man said aloud. "Anyway, since you're the first to show interest in my belongings, I propose a deal, lad. Do you want to be their first owner?" "I'd love to," replied the blond boy enthusiastically. "Ha, you remind me a lot of someone I knew a long time ago," Kenshin laughed. "Anyway, tell your friend to gather all your purchases and follow me." Naruto ran through the shop before running into Yamato. The boy relayed the message and dashed off before Yamato could say a word. Yamato sighed and created a clone to help him carry the numerous items. He met the blond boy at a doorway, next to an old man. The old man opened the door and let them in. "Now, let's talk about our deal," Kenshin began before being interrupted by Yamato. "What deal?" he asked, his eyes squinting. "It's nothing serious, boy," Kenshin said, twirling one of his hands. "It's just to display the items. I believe your young pupil could have the ability to use them to their full potential. You see, I think the new generation of shinobi cares more about how impressive a jutsu is than its usefulness. No offense intended." "It doesn't offend me," Yamato replied, shrugging. "I agree with that statement to a certain extent." "Naruto, killing can be accomplished with a weapon, be it a sword, your fists, or a jutsu. What I want in return is for you to use the weapons you have effectively. Don't try to be cool or impress people. You'll be a shinobi, a trained assassin, and assassins strike swiftly and efficiently at the precise moment. If you promise to use my weapons to their fullest potential, I will give you a discount on any item you buy here." "Of course. It would be an honor." Having said this, the old man went further into the room before returning with several boxes of varying sizes. He placed them on a nearby table and opened them one by one. "Well, here it is," Kenshin said happily. "A full suit of armor and several sheaths of throwing knives. Why don't you try it on?" Naruto shrugged and approached the first case. He saw a fairly large metal shoulder pad with several straps. He picked it up and placed it over his right shoulder while Kenshin adjusted the straps that ran from the shoulder pad down to the left side of his waist, then up his back. It would take a minute or two to fully adjust it. Naruto moved to the next case and took a belt about 5 or 6 centimeters wide. He placed it around his waist and adjusted it. Once satisfied with the fit, he stepped back about a meter and examined himself in a nearby mirror. "There," Kenshin exclaimed before taking a step back to examine his handiwork. "Look at you now, boy. Now we have a true shinobi among us. How's he?" "Pretty good, actually," Naruto replied as he continued looking at his reflection. "Great. There are knife sheaths on the back of the shoulder guard and on the sides of the belt. Practice using them. They're different from kunai sheaths. Also, I sometimes create new things. If you come back every year, I might have something for you if you prove to me that you've mastered the items I gave you first. Now, why don't we take them from you and pay for all this so you can continue on your path?" Yamato, Naruto, and Yamato's clone agreed before untying the blonde's equipment and putting it back in its respective cases. "Well, the total is 264,374 ryo for everything, including the discount," the old man said before Yamato took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Ah, a Hokage coupon? Good, let me seal all of this so you can be on your way." There were only a few minutes left before all the purchased items were sealed, and Naruto took the opportunity to change. He grabbed an outfit and went into a fitting room. He came out clutching his hideous orange jumpsuit. Now he was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, black shinobi pants, and steel-toed boots. The orange jumpsuit, on the other hand, was tossed into the nearest trash can after they both left the building with a storage scroll containing their purchases. They walked through the streets, getting to know each other better as the minutes passed. One interesting detail Yamato discovered was that Naruto used to go to the Forest of Death to play with Snake, whom he knew to be Anko. He concluded that the frequent visits to the forest must mean the boy knew it like the back of his hand. The shinobi's suspicions were confirmed when the blonde boy led them through the barbed wire gates of the training grounds before venturing deeper into the thick jungle. The sounds of nature echoed around them as they walked through the forest until they reached a fairly large clearing after about an hour. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage. Yamato gazed at the empty space before noticing the smile on the boy's face, who had begun to walk. Naruto suddenly disappeared from sight, completely surprising Yamato. Unsure what was going to happen, he gripped the scroll tightly as his other hand slid to his pouch, where he pulled out a kunai. He walked a few meters before sensing something strange. He ignored it as he observed his surroundings. A large wooden house stood before him. "What is this place?" he asked with a surprised expression as he examined the surroundings. "How is it possible that nobody sees this place?" "This is Snake-chan's house," Naruto said with a grin. "I helped her build it whenever I had time. Though I wasn't alone. She had help from other people too. Then she told me she hired someone to write on the wall, so no one can see it unless they go through that invisible wall. This place is quite interesting. Even so, I better let Snake-san know that we'll be using his house indefinitely," Yamato informed him. "Also, I have a meeting with my colleagues and I need to report to the Hokage-sama." Naruto said with a confused look at his ace. "I'm sorry, why don't you try learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu so you can begin your training?" the shinobi suggested before disappearing using the Sunshine training montage with the song Eye of the Tiger by Survivor playing in the background. Naruto reads the book How to Access Your Chakra for Beginners before attempting to do it after finishing the book. 1 hour completed. He performs the cross-hand seal for the jutsu before looking at the scroll lying on a tree stump in the middle of the clearing. Chakra flows into the seal before a cloud appears, revealing a pale, sickly clone, its color faded across most of its body and some parts missing. Ready in 3 hours. Panting with exhaustion, Naruto surveys his final attempt and discovers that some parts are still missing, but the color is almost complete. Repeating the hand seal, he uses Shadow Clone once more. 5 hours completed. The blonde man leans against one of the large trees, panting heavily. He tries to perform the jutsu again, but loses consciousness and falls back unconscious for the 3rd time during the training session. 7 hours completed. Training setup complete. After training, Naruto thought as he struggled to sit up. That was intense. I don't think I can go to bed now. With that thought, the blonde boy collapsed against the tree he had been leaning against before entering the world of dreams. An hour would pass before Yamato appeared amidst a swirl of leaves. "Cat, he scolded me a lot," Yamato sighed. "Perhaps I shouldn't have given him so much trouble." Earlier that day, Cat had been nagging him for over an hour about the enormous amount of work his special mission for the Hokage had generated. She complained that he had to do double, or even triple, the paperwork because of her. Fortunately, the Hokage called him, allowing him to escape the furious Anbu agent. During his meeting with the Hokage, he practically recounted every event that had occurred from the start of the mission until he left Naruto at the house. The Hokage simply nodded before dismissing him. Finally, before returning to the forest, he managed to find Anko and explained how he would use her house. He told her all the details of the mission. Where could Naruto be? He thought before spotting the blonde boy leaning against a tree, with his eyes closed. I should have known. He's exhausted from so much training. The Anbu agent approached the child, picked him up, and carried him inside the house. He laid him on a bed and covered him with a blanket. 6 a.m. the next day. Naruto felt something soft covering his body, a stark contrast to the hard surface of the tree against which he had fallen asleep. He opened his eyes with a start as he sat up. He had expected to wake up in the forest, but to his surprise, he found himself inside a house. He got up from the soft covering and went to the nearby table. On the wooden table was a large package with a scroll attached. He picked up the scroll and held it up to his eyes. "Dear Naruto, if you're reading this, it means you woke up and I'm not here. I was called back to headquarters for a major emergency. If you're wondering how you got into the house, I brought you in yesterday when I found you leaning against a tree. You need to be careful next time you train. You suffered severe chakra depletion, which means you wasted a huge amount of chakra and your body barely had any energy left. This is a problem because, if you're not careful, it will eventually lead to your death, so please be careful next time. I know you have a lot of stamina, but you haven't trained your chakra system enough, so take it easy. Therefore, I recommend that you don't exhaust yourself and read some of the scrolls you obtained. You can use some of your chakra to create clones, which will help you train. Read the scroll if you don't understand what I mean. By the way, when we were at the shop, I had a feeling you'd need them later. There are a couple of wooden bokens in the package. Don't do anything silly, and I'll be back tonight. Yamato." Naruto put down the letter and opened the package, revealing the 2 wooden swords. The blonde boy picked one up and brandished it for a test run. His gaze fell on the small stack of scrolls in the center of the table. With a sigh, he set down the bouquet and headed to the kitchen. There he saw a plate piled high with bacon, eggs, and potatoes, accompanied by a large cup of milk. The food disappeared 10 minutes later, while the blonde boy, satisfied, patted his stomach. With his stomach full, he picked up the scroll on top of the stack and opened it. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Classification: B. Tipo: Kinjutsu. Description: this jutsu allows the user to create solid copies of themselves. The clones consume the same amount of chakra and divide it between them, allowing them to perform several C-rank jutsu or some B-rank jutsu before having to resort to attacks that don't consume chakra. These clones dissipate after a single hit. Warning: the user must have at least mid-Chunin level chakra reserves before attempting this jutsu or they will suffer severe chakra depletion which may result in death. Caution: this cloning technique allows the original to retrieve the information collected by the clones once they have dissipated. It is recommended to dissipate the clones in groups, with intervals of several minutes. Dissipating them all at once could cause brain damage ranging from severe headaches and trauma to death. So that's what Yamato-san meant when she said my clones would be useful. Naruto thought as he put down the scroll. It's best not to overexert my chakra, but I should be able to create some clones. His fingers crossed before several puffs of smoke appeared and quickly dissipated, revealing a group of 10 Naruto clones. Before the original could say a word, each clone grabbed a scroll from the pile and headed to a different part of the house. The original, meanwhile, could only watch as the group dispersed without giving them a single verbal command. "Believe you wanted them to read the scrolls carefully, right?" Exodus asked, receiving a mental nod from the blonde boy. "Well, as you were thinking about their order, it was passed on to them and therefore the clones knew what to do." "That's why," the blonde boy thought enthusiastically. "In effect, they will be even more useful later on, when you have a more developed chakra system. More clones mean more opportunities to learn new skills that could be useful on the battlefield. Also, once we consider that you have a basic understanding of chakras, we will begin teaching you what we know, starting from the very basics." By of course, Exodus-sensei. Time skip. Several days later, Naruto spent the last few days reading scrolls containing basic knowledge of human anatomy, cooking, and other subjects. Each day, he summoned his group of clones, unaware that their number was constantly increasing, and they would take their respective scrolls to read and reread the information they had learned. Yamato returned home each night to find the blonde-haired boy's clones working on various tasks, from memorizing taijutsu stances to learning basic chakra control. One detail the original noticed about the clones was that each one had an imperfection, but this didn't prevent them from learning from the scrolls. It took him a week to create flawless clones, and because his clones were constantly practicing chakra control, the number of clones increased by 1 or 2 each day. This increase constantly confused the blonde-haired boy until the 3rd day. While reviewing the readings, he discovered that improved chakra control would result in lower chakra consumption for jutsu. Following this discovery, Naruto had more clones learn and master chakra control to accelerate his progress. Unfortunately, his chakra control only improved slightly each day, despite nearly half of the clones he summoned working on it, due to his extensive and ever-expanding chakra circulatory system. Some clones hunted and trapped wild animals in the forest, while others cleaned, seasoned, and cooked food. The original Naruto spent his time strengthening his body. He would start with stretching, then take a few laps around the clearing and complete several sets of sit-ups, push-ups, mountain climbers, and pull-ups. This training exhausted the blonde-haired boy, but it gradually became easier after several days of following this routine. Yamato, on the other hand, usually left before dawn and returned before sunset to find the clones finishing their training. The clones would disperse in small groups at 15-minute intervals, and once everyone had left, Yamato would enter the house. The adult and the child spent time together eating, talking about trivial matters, and getting to know each other better. This became a routine for the blonde boy. Several days later, the blonde boy stood in a clearing near the house, drenched in sweat. He could barely lift his arms, but upon closer inspection, it was clear he was wearing wrist weights. He walked slowly toward the house, dragging his feet as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Once inside, he slumped into a nearby chair and removed his workout shirt, revealing his muscles. Consistent training, along with a healthy diet, had allowed him to lose some of his childhood fat. His arms were remarkably muscular for his age thanks to his workouts. With a weary sigh, the blonde boy unfastened the various objects covering his arms, legs, and torso, letting them fall to the ground. He felt a slight headache as some of his clones vanished, transferring to him the memories of certain skills, such as wielding and throwing one of his throwing knives, crafting traps, cooking, and other similar tasks. Naruto. Yes, sensei, thought the tired blonde shinobi. We've spoken with the others. We believe you're ready for our training. Are you sure, sensei? I mean, I still have a lot to learn. You learned to access your chakra a few days ago and are currently focusing on it. With your fairly large reserves, we should be able to begin training you even with your chakra control still insufficient. Of course, sensei. Time jumped to the end of the year. From that day forward, Naruto formed 6 new groups for his new subjects. 5 were dedicated to each of his senseis and their respective elements, while the last was for a single, independent subject. Each of his senseis spent several months teaching him the fundamentals of elemental manipulation for their respective elements, along with other skills. Bahamut was teaching him the basics of Kenjutsu, Valina began introducing him to medical jutsu, Exodus instructed him in forging, Ares proceeded to train him in the art of free running and parkour, while Odin began instructing him in the use of the spirit's unique weapon, a double-edged, S-shaped sword. During his lessons with Bahamut, he discovered that his swordsmanship skills were, at best, rudimentary, until he began learning from the fire spirit. Exodus and Valina had to start from scratch, as the boy knew absolutely nothing about medical jutsu or forging, forcing them to begin with the very basics. Parkour and freerunning were among the few things the blonde boy mastered, thanks to his almost limitless stamina. Ares began teaching him basic movements like wall running and some jumps. During his time with Odin, he soon realized that almost everything he had learned from Bahamut was useful because of the weapon's unique nature. In addition to all this training, the boy increased the weight he carried to further improve his muscular strength. After his training, Naruto looked slimmer, almost without any of his baby fat, which allowed his muscles, however small, to begin to define themselves. His spiky blonde hair had become more unruly, now reaching his shoulder blades, and his bangs sometimes covered his face. Occasionally, he had to tie it back to keep it under control during training. He was currently 1.30 meters tall, compared to 1.20 meters at the beginning of the year. Because of his growth, he had to return to Kenshin to get more clothes. Luckily, the old man had a solution: seals. He placed several seals on the garments, allowing them to expand to fit the boy until he reached 1.52 meters. Once he reached this height, the blonde boy would have to return to the shop for more clothes. Back in his studies, the blonde aspiring shinobi chose to have his clone study the art of sealing. To his surprise, he became very interested in the subject, which led to a significant leap forward in his learning. This was largely due to the fine calligraphy the Hokage had taught him when he was young. With his growing interest, he almost mastered the fundamentals of the art and was able to begin the intermediate levels. Before leaving each morning, Naruto would give Yamato a stack of seals he had created. The purpose was for the old man to go to Kenshin's shop and sell them. The money Yamato earned would be used to pay the Hokage. Soon, the price of his seals began to rise due to demand and increased use, which eventually allowed him to pay off his debt to the Hokage, much to the old man's chagrin, as he saw the blonde boy as a way to get the money. The money obtained was subsequently deposited into a bank account in the name of NN. It wouldn't be long before the blonde was able to create more advanced seals, such as suppression seals. Nothing compared to the progress he made with the sealing. His chakra control increased thanks to the numerous elemental manipulation exercises he had to perform, but it was still insufficient due to his Jonin-level chakra reserves. He managed to perfect his old chakra control techniques, such as tree walking and levitating on leaves, but he struggled to walk on water. His reflexes and marksmanship improved remarkably. This was due to his constant use of throwing knives and other projectile weapons during his hunts in the forest. He frequently trained with his clones, which further enhanced his reflexes. He also asked his clones to throw blunt projectiles at him to continue improving, although this usually resulted in a few scratches and bruises. He progressed with projectiles to the point where he could hit a target about 6 meters away. His knowledge of human anatomy improved to the point where he generally knew the location of each of the vital organs: liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, and heart. Before meeting Velina, Naruto rarely considered medicine because of his healing abilities, but when Velina showed him the benefits of knowing them, he quickly changed his mind. However, he was disappointed when she mentioned that he needed better chakra control. Over time, he learned that he didn't have to rely on chakra to heal someone. Herbs opened a new path to healing for him, leading him to create a garden where he cultivated various plants to make his own ointments and creams. This, in turn, spurred him to develop his own types of poison. His interest led him to delve deeper into herbalism. With the help of Anko, whom the blonde boy called Snake-chan, he was able to begin creating more advanced poisons and antidotes, some of which he created himself through experimentation. In addition to all his training, the Hokage began to notice the blonde boy's exceptional infiltration and stealth skills after recalling several of his escapades. He started assigning him special missions to utilize and refine these abilities, as well as to improve the village's security. These missions generally involved Naruto attempting to infiltrate a strategically important complex or building. There, he would set traps and assess the building's security before submitting a report to the Hokage. Subsequently, improvements were made to reinforce security and, consequently, enhance the overall safety of the village. For the Hokage's eyes only, annual skills assessment. Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 8. Gender, masculine. Birthday, October 10th. Blood type, O. Skills, sealing equals apprentice. He is learning at his own pace in this field. If he manages to meet Jiraiya of the Sannin and learn from him, his sealing skills will improve considerably. Stealth equals low to medium Jonin level. Before starting his intensive training, he was able to make jokes without being seen in broad daylight. He improved thanks to the infiltration missions assigned by the Hokage. Reflexes equals middle Chunin. Speed equals from high Chunin to low Jonin. After his jokes, he was able to outspeed any ninja, with the exception of a few people. His speed increased slightly due to infiltration missions. Strength equals high Chunin. Chakra control equals high Jinan. He is at this level due to his large chakra reserves and the fact that these continue to increase, resulting in low chakra control compared to his reserves. Chakra perception equals NA. Kenjutsu equals apprentice. Ninjutsu equals low Chunin. Began learning elemental manipulation from his senseis. Genjutsu equals average Jinan. All are capable of detecting and dispelling genjutsu but lack the control to use them. Taijutsu equals from high Jinan to low Chunin. It is mainly based on strength, speed and reflexes, as he only fights like a street fighter. Chakra capacity equals approximately mid-Jonin level. Intelligence, strategic and tactical, E equals NA. Medical jutsu / antidotes and ointments equals high-level Jinan. Starts with the basics of medical jutsu, but knows how to prepare antidotes and ointments with herbs. Creation / preparation of poisons equals high Jinan level. Increased correlation of antidotes and ointments through the use of herbs and snake venoms. The Onbu agent snake assists in the field of poisons due to her use of snakes. Weapon forging / repair equals apprentice, has begun to use the basics. Is able to repair some damage to common projectiles such as kunai and shuriken. Missions, Classification S, 0. Classification A, 12. Infiltration missions at Onbu headquarters. Rank B, 5. Infiltration missions in clan complexes. Classification C, 0. Classification D, 36. In the Hokage's office, the morning after the assessments. The blonde boy simply waited while watching the old Hokage read the results of his first evaluation under Yamato's tutelage. "Well, this is quite a surprise, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen said. "Your training has paid off, and the missions I've assigned you have further benefited this village. At this rate, you could become Hokage, and if I'm lucky, I'll be the one to present you with this hat." "I won't let you down, Ji-san," Naruto exclaimed, earning a smile from the third Hokage. "I think I should give them to him. They said I should give them to him when I see he's ready or when he reaches Jonan level. From what I just read, he easily meets both requirements." Sarutobi thought as he stood up, leaving a blonde boy confused. "Please forgive me, Naruto." "Jigi? Is something wrong?" asked a curious blonde boy, his brow slightly furrowed. "I think it's time I told you about your parents," said the old man Sarutobi in a low voice, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. "I think I should give them to him. They said I should give them to him when I see him ready or when he reaches Jonan level. From what I just read, he easily meets both requirements," Sarutobi thought as he stood up, leaving a blonde boy confused. "Please forgive me, Naruto." "Jigi? Is something wrong?" asked a curious blonde boy, his brow slightly furrowed. "I think it's time I told you about your parents," said the old man Sarutobi in a low voice, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Beginning of Chapter 4. What do you mean? About my parents? Naruto stammered as tears began to well up in the corners of his eyes. Did you know about them?" "I'm sorry to say yes," said the Hokage, kneeling beside the crying blonde boy. "I'm sorry I lied to you, but I believe that keeping this information from you would contribute to your safety." "Safe?" he shouted. "They beat me every day of my life. They kicked me out of what could have been my home. What would be the point of lying about my parents if Konoha is a safe place for me? I had to endure whispers and rumors that my mother was a one-night stand with a drunk. I heard them say they hated me and abandoned me." "No," Hiruzen replied with conviction. "Your parents loved you. Those bastards don't know what they're talking about. I knew your parents before you were born, and they were so happy, so eager to be with you. They had so much to show you as a family and as a shinobi. But unfortunate circumstances arose. The fourth Hokage knew them very well, which is why you were chosen for sealing." "So why? Why all the lies? Why hide them from me?" "Because it was your parents' wish," the Hokage replied sternly. "If I were to tell you what I'm about to tell you, not only would the villagers hunt you down, but other villages would too. Many shinobi from other villages feared your parents, and when they learned you were their son, they would exploit that and try to kill you with all their might. You must understand this, young man, even though it hurt you that I kept this information from you. You must know that it would have hurt your parents even more to learn that you died so young because you were their son. They told me to tell you when I deemed you ready or when you reached the Jonan level, and since you have met both requirements, you deserve to know." He stood and looked around before gesturing with his hand. From the shadows emerged four masked figures who bowed before the old man. With a slight nod from the Hokage, the four vanished in a furious cloud of leaves, leaving them alone. The Hokage sighed and placed his hand on an engraved seal on his desk. With a tiny surge of chakra, he felt a wave envelop him as his room filled with a faint blue glow. "If you were going to ask, I just wanted to give you more privacy to talk about this," Hiruzen said. "Your parents were some of the best people I've ever known. But you should know that lying to you hurt me more than you can imagine." After saying that, the old man walked over to a portrait of a man Naruto recognized instantly. He had a shock of spiky blonde hair and piercing eyes that somehow reflected happiness and joy with a hint of mischief. It was a portrait of the fourth Hokage, the blonde boy's idol. Hiruzen removed the portrait to reveal a medium-sized safe with a seal in the center. Naruto recognized it immediately. It was a blood seal overlaid on a chakra recognition seal, just as briefly mentioned in the books he had read. Letting a little blood trickle from a fresh cut, the old man placed his hand on the seal and infused some of his chakra into it. Suddenly, a loud, audible clang echoed through the room as the drum spun rapidly counterclockwise before the metal door of the safe swung open on its own. Sarutobi opened the door a little wider and reached inside to pull out a couple of scrolls. He placed both scrolls on his desk before slamming the door shut with a loud bang, the locks clicking back into place. The third Hokage replaced the fourth Hokage's portrait in its original position, covering the safe. With both scrolls in front of him, Naruto could appreciate the contrast in their colors, even though they were the same size. According to your parents' wishes, they wanted you to receive these scrolls when you fulfilled the requirements they set, the Hokage explained. These are your family scrolls. 2 of them are letters your parents wrote in case they passed away and left you alone. I advise you to read your parents' letters first, especially your father's, before opening any of the scrolls, as they will clarify many things I couldn't. Each of these scrolls has an advanced blood seal, meaning only you can open it and see its contents. Others might force you to open it, but they wouldn't be able to see what's inside. It's a rather complex seal that your father created long before he died. He was as fascinated by the subject as you are now. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly when the Hokage said that about him. His gaze flicked across the 2 scrolls before settling on a light blue one bearing the kanji for father. The blonde boy bit his thumb, letting the red liquid ooze out a little before dabbing it onto the seal. Almost immediately, the end detached, allowing him to unroll it. He began to read, unaware that what he was about to learn would drastically change his life. Dear Naruto, first and foremost, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you and be the father you always wanted. In an ideal world, I would have been there for you, teaching you how to be a man and embarrassing you in front of your girlfriend. Naruto smiled sadly as he read this, but a slight blush appeared as he read the last part. Sarutobi-sama should have tried to protect you along with my sensei, Jiraiya, or my student, Kakashi. By now, you're probably wondering who I am, but first and foremost, I want you to know that I'm sorry for the burden I placed on you. My name is Minato Namikaze. You may have heard of me as the Yellow Flash of Konoha and the 4th Hokage, but the title I'm most proud of is Father, your father. I suppose you have mixed feelings toward me right now, with anger and confusion predominating. Son, you should know that I tried everything I could to prevent the Nine Tails from reaching the village and causing even more destruction. However, I had no choice but to resort to my last option, sealing the tailed beast. If there had been another alternative, I would have taken it, but unfortunately, there wasn't. Normally, the Nine Tails is a fairly peaceful creature that doesn't care about the human race, but something happened. You're not the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but the third. The second was your mother, and one night someone took her from me. Whoever it was, released the Nine Tails from your mother and took it with them, which ultimately led to its sudden appearance near Konoha. Break. The 4th Hokage knew your parents because he was your father, Sarutobi whispered as he held the now crying child in his arms. I tried to be there for you as he wished, but certain things kept preventing me from doing so. I don't know what to do, Naruto said hoarsely, addressing the Hokage, whose eyes were teary. Why? Why did you have to seal it inside me? He told me a human host was necessary, since the Kyubi is too powerful. The host had to have been born between 1 and 3 days before the sealing so the spirals wouldn't have fully developed, Sarutobi explained to the sobbing blonde. Your parents also told me you were the only person they could trust to bear the burden. They knew people would try to abuse the power if entrusted to them. Did they trust me? A child asked, sobbing and with tears in his eyes. Did they love me? They both did it with all their heart and soul. I should have a picture of them. I'll go find one while you finish up. Continue. But enough about me, I should tell you about your mother. Her name was Kushina Senju Uzumaki. She was the heir to the Whirlpool Kingdom, and her father was the Yozukage, the leader of the ninja village, while her uncle was the daimyo. In other words, you are the heir to the Whirlpool Kingdom. She also carried the surname Senju because she was the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. Naruto gasped at this information, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor as he continued reading. His eyes widened in shock. I don't recommend you adopt the names Namikaze and Senju until you're stronger. Anyway, speaking of your mother. She had majestic red hair, which she seemed to hate for some reason until I convinced her it was beautiful. She also had an unhealthy obsession with ramen, just like me. Especially since ramen is the food of the gods. Also, she always wore orange and red or vice versa. Naruto couldn't help but smile and chuckle a little as he discovered that his obsession with ramen came from both his parents, while his obsession with orange came from his mother. Angering her was dangerous for anyone, because if you did, you were lucky to get out alive. It almost happened to my sensei, Jiraiya. Don't blame yourself for his death, because he died because of the bond that united us. Our bond was so strong that we were more than husband and wife. It made us indispensable. One couldn't live without the other. Furthermore, before you get angry at that perverted old man Sarutobi for being reluctant to give you this letter, you should know this: Kumo and Iwa hate with a burning passion that could last for decades. It's possible their hatred stems from hating Minato Namikaze. I've heard their hatred is so intense that if anyone were to utter my name, they would be executed immediately by any shinobi in the area. If you were to adopt the Namikaze surname, Iwa and Kumo would descend upon you faster than my flying thunder god technique. However, belonging to a family also has its advantages. My clan possessed a lineage with mythical powers, which ultimately led to its extermination. But I'll discuss that further in another scroll. I'm sorry, my son Tear Stains, I wish I could be with you when you grow up and become a legendary ninja. As I write this letter, I can hear our village's cries against the Kyubi heading toward our gates. Inside this letter are 4 other scrolls. One contains the clan's bank accounts and account statements, as well as my other identity, Arashi Kazama. The next scroll contains our clan's secret, including information on how to activate your bloodline, its abilities, and our special jutsu, which only you can perform. The third scroll contains my notes on the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. These 2 jutsu helped me decimate an Iwa battalion during the war, earning me the name Yellow Flash. Finally, the last scroll contains our clan's sword, Soul Calibur, and the keys to our home on Hokage Mountain, with directions. A word of warning: Soul Calibur is a sentient sword and will judge you to see if you are worthy of wielding its power. I am so sorry, my son. Remember that your mother and I loved you. We will be watching over you from the gates of Kami's realm. Your father, Minato Namikaze. P.S. Your mother and I will be waiting to hear about your legacy when you come to join us at the gates of the afterlife. So make us proud and carry on our legacy for future generations. Tears rolled down Naruto's cheeks as he finished reading the scroll before slowly placing it back on the desk. They loved me. I had parents and they loved me. They didn't abandon me like everyone said. She thought happily as tears streamed down her face. Here we go, said a voice behind them. Naruto easily recognized the voice and turned to see the third Hokage taking something out of a filing cabinet near his desk. This is the photo I told you about, he said, handing the boy the object he was holding. It was taken a few hours after your mother gave birth to you. Your parents only told me there were some complications. There she is in bed with your father beside her. You, on the other hand, are in the bundle of cloths she's holding. Naruto stared at the photograph the old man had given him. He easily recognized his mother's red hair and couldn't help but agree with his father about its beauty. The woman lay in a hospital bed wearing a white gown that Naruto knew very well. Beside her was a man with spiky blonde hair. He was holding her possessively. His arms were covered by long black sleeves, which were in turn covered by the sleeves of his white trench coat. The blonde boy noticed that neither of them was looking at the camera, but rather their gaze was fixed on the bundle of fabric the redhead was holding. From within the fabric, a pair of chubby arms reached toward the faces of the man and woman. The blonde boy could see the blonde hair on the baby's head, whose blue eyes stared right at him. Its face was clean, without a trace of the whisker marks it now had. This photo was taken the day before the sealing, Sarutobi commented, answering the blonde's unspoken question. That's why you don't have whisker marks yet. As if a dam had burst inside him, Naruto began to cry, finally understanding the truth about his parents. He finally knew they had loved him until their untimely deaths. The third Hokage rushed to the weeping boy and hugged him tightly, stroking his back occasionally to soothe the child's distress. What comforted the old Kage was that the boy held no grudge against his father for what he had done. On the contrary, he felt relief, solace, and pride in knowing his parents had loved him. A few minutes later, the boy pulled away from the old man and wiped his tears with his sleeve. With gentle, loving eyes, the third Hokage looked at Naruto, who simply smiled at him. I'll make them proud, the blonde man declared, looking at the Hokage before him. I'll make them proud of me. I'll grow stronger and inherit their legacy. I'll become a legend like them, but I'll do it my way, in my own name. That way, everyone will remember me the way they remember them. Yes, you've made your parents proud, Naruto. You have no idea how much you resemble them, he thought the Hokage, as he hugged the child once more. I know that one day you'll become a legend. I know it. Grandfather, I think it's time to read my mother's parchments. Are you sure? Don't you want to wait? I want to know about her. The fourth. I mean, Dad told me about her, but I suppose I wouldn't recognize her until I read her letter. She probably had something to tell me before she died with Dad. The young Uzumaki replied, before his words reached him and brought tears to his eyes once more. Hiruzen nodded before approaching his desk and taking another scroll. Unlike his father's, this one was red and bore the kanji for mother. The Kage handed it to the blonde boy, who proceeded to open it with his blood. As soon as he opened it, he began to read his mother's last words. My dear Naru-chan, it's you, my dear mother. Your father probably told you my name, but just in case, my name is Kushina Senju Uzumaki Namikaze. Like your father, I had an alias, or nickname, during my time as a shinobi. Mine was the Red Death of Konoha, but I'm more proud to bear your mother's title. I am the last survivor of Ozoshiogakur, the hidden village among the whirlpool tides, and the last descendant of the Uzumaki royal family. I'm sorry I can't be there to help you grow into a man, or to see your father embarrass you in front of your girlfriend. I wish I could be there when you became a shinobi, like your father and I were. I wish I could be there when you reach your full potential to proudly celebrate your achievements and comfort you in difficult times, but I must accept that I can't be there. Though that doesn't mean I like it. Okay, enough with the sad stuff. Let me tell you more about myself. I'm the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki Senju and the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I share the same bloodline as your father, and it's likely you'll inherit ours as well. If I remember correctly, your father has a body and chakra bloodline called Paladin's Light, while mine has an eye and chakra bloodline called Demon's Night. In this letter, I've kept our clan's scrolls, which detail our lineage and our special jutsu, which only an Uzumaki can perform due to our extraordinarily large reserves. I've also sealed my sword here, which gives me the alias Red Death. The sword is Edge of Force, and it's a sentient blade, so you'll have to prove yourself if you wish to wield it. I wish you a happy life. Make me proud, my child. Live many years and know that I will always love you. Kushina Senju Uzumaki Namikaze. P.S. Since I'm dead, that means you're the last Uzumaki. You carry royal blood in your veins, and now it's your duty to restore the land of whirlpools to its former glory. That also means rebuilding Ozoshiogakur. I know you can do it, and I have faith in you. P.S. And if you're addicted to orange or red, it's my fault. He he he. For the second time that day, Naruto let himself cry as the scroll slipped from his hands. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and for the second time that day, Sarutobi approached him and led him to the sofa in his office. A few minutes later, the third Hokage found the blonde boy fast asleep, sound asleep after his tears. The old man slowly pulled away from the boy's embrace and took some blankets to wrap him in. Then, he created a few shadow clones before leaving to face the plague of his Reina's cage. Mental landscape. As soon as the blonde boy fell into a deep sleep, overcome by his sorrows, he was immediately transported back to his mental landscape. There, his senseis greeted him quickly, their faces reflecting concern. Naruto-kun? Are you alright? Velina asked as she wrapped her arms around the blonde man with teary eyes. I'll be fine, the young Uzumaki replied, wiping his tears with his sleeves, which made Velina hug him tighter. I'm glad to know my parents really did love me, son. I bet your parents would already be proud of you, said Bahamut. They didn't know the difficulties you were going to face. And if there's one thing they're proud of, it's what you've overcome and who you'll become. Thank you, Bahamut-sensei, Naruto said with a slight smile. Likewise, Velina-sensei. It was nothing, Naruto, Velina replied as she let go of the child. When I was still alive, my mother used to sing this song to me when I was sad. A soft hum flowed through her mind like water. Velina began to hum a part of a song before Ares joined in, humming another part that formed the harmony. Slowly, Velina approached the child and hugged him. She drew him close and began to rock gently. Will you dance with me, Naruto-kun? She said. For now, Forget that I'm your sensei and you're my student. It's just a dance between two friends. But I don't know how to dance," exclaimed the boy as his cheeks reddened from the close contact with the female spirit, who simply laughed at him. "Don't worry. Just follow me. We'll go slowly." Meanwhile, Ares continued humming the song instead of Velina. Bahamut, standing beside her, began humming as well, much to her surprise. Soon after, Velina and Naruto were dancing slowly, making the blonde boy blush even more. Once they found a steady rhythm, Velina began whispering their lyrics into the ear of the boy dancing with her. Her gentle voice dispelled all the sadness that gripped him as he began to understand the words she sang to him. He realized that sadness would do him no good. They danced in a small circle as Velina's song echoed in their ears. During the song, Bahamut managed to draw Ares to her before joining her in the dance, much to her surprise. Just as the song drew to a close, Naruto rested his head on the female spirit's shoulder as she sang the final words. The last notes echoed through the chamber, fading into silence. Velina looked at the blonde boy, and a smile lit up her face, mirroring his. Soon, her eyelids began to slowly close, a sign of her lack of energy to continue. She walked to a nearby wall and sat down against it. Exhaustion finally overcame her, and the elementals couldn't help but smile at the sight of that smile on her face. "I'm glad we were able to help him through that," she said. Ares sighed. It helped him to know that his parents loved him. This cemented his destiny, Odin growled as he appeared behind Bahamut and Ares. He will become someone remembered with his parents' legacy by his side. We will have to gradually expand our plans for him. "Why Odin?" Bahamut asked, his eyes squinting. "He's still a child. Let him enjoy some of his childhood before he becomes a murderer." "What childhood, Bahamut? Answer me that. This child has had to grow up faster to survive." "It just is," roared Exodus, emerging from the shadows and interrupting the argument that was about to erupt between the two elementals. "I'll have to agree with Odin on this, Bahamut." "Exodus, why?" asked a shocked fire elemental. "He said it himself. What kind of childhood does that boy have left?" replied the earth elemental. "He has had to endure and adapt to survive, becoming a man in a child's body. While his emotions remain those of a child, he possesses the will, tenacity, and determination of an adult. You can't deny it, my friend." "Exodus, if we make it stronger than we originally planned, could become corrupted. We've seen that happen several times before. What will we do then?" "Are you saying you fear that he will be corrupted by the power you will soon entrust to him?" a voice growled behind him. The five spirits turned around and found themselves staring at large, slanted eyes, which made them kneel. "Lord Kyubi, forgive us for disturbing your sleep with such trivial matters," he said. Shaft. "And to answer your question, my lord, I fear that you will be corrupted by power," Bahamut replied. "You have nothing to fear," replied the fox demon. "He will not be corrupted by such power, for he is destined for great things. He will have to endure things no mortal could even imagine. That is why I called you here a year ago." "What do you mean, my lord?" asked a lightning elemental in surprise, which provoked similar looks from the other four elementals. "I've had a vision," Kyubi stated, provoking looks of astonishment. "I hadn't had visions for centuries, not since the time of the Sage of Six Paths. I saw destruction of a magnitude I couldn't have caused. Chaos everywhere, flames erupting from the mountains, and waves that brought down cliffs at will. Yet, amidst all this, I saw him, wielding swords I didn't even recognize, battling these unknown creatures. He will need this power in the future." The description of the vision couldn't help but frighten the five spirits. Somehow, they knew what they had to do. "Then we have to do it. Do we agree?" he asked. Odin looked at the other spirits, receiving nods of agreement from all of them, including a reluctant Bahamut. "It continues to grow faster than we expected, much faster than we were going to expect, but now we must plan what we can and should teach it." The five elementals exchanged a nod of agreement before bowing to the Kyubi and dispersing into the shadows of the mental landscape. This left the Kyubi deep in thought. "I sense a change in the wind. Something I haven't felt since my creation. Soon I'll be able to tell you the truth. Soon. Naruto-kun." The next morning, slowly, Naruto awoke from his slumber and let out a yawn so loud it seemed to echo around him as he rubbed his eyes. His sight returning, He began to observe his surroundings and realized he was in the Hokage's office. After examining it briefly, he found 5 copies of the Hokage reviewing a large stack of papers, while a 6th sat on his desk. He thought he saw something orange, but dismissed it as his imagination before yawning again. One of the Hokage, whom he assumed was the real one, began to approach him. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. I hope you slept well and rested completely after yesterday," Hiruzen greeted cheerfully. "I told Yamato you stayed here with me. He made sure to check on you last night. I don't think I've seen him so worried in a long time." "Yes, Gigi," replied the young Uzumaki Namikaze. "Thank you for letting Yamato-san know. I was almost certain he'd send an Anbu squad after me if neither of us told him." "Knowing him, he probably would have," said the third with a chuckle. "And how's the paperwork?" "Great. Now that I know the secret to defeating him, I finally understand how Minato managed to defeat that monstrosity every day and still spend time with Kushina. By the way, how are you?" "I know I should be angry with him, even furious. I know a part of me is, but the other part is glad to know that my parents loved me until the very end. I should blame him for how things ended up for me because he sealed the Kyubi inside me, but I know I had no other choice." "If it's any consolation, he would have wanted you to be treated like a hero. So why wasn't it?" "You know human nature, Naruto. I taught it to you when you were little. They look for someone to blame, a scapegoat to vent their anger and hatred on. When I told the council about your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Hokage's wish for you to be seen as a hero, I expected them to trust the seal and keep it hidden, but I was naive." "The council's shinobi obeyed the 4th Hokage's wishes, while the elders wanted to turn you into a weapon for our army. However, the council's civilians wanted you dead and compared you to a demon. This leaked out to the villagers, and that's why they treat you this way." "So why did you trust them? What did you do to help me?" "I understand why you're asking," the third said with a sigh. "I know I lost almost all of your trust by withholding information about your parents. As for how I helped you, I formed a special Anbu unit to protect you and enacted a law forbidding the younger generations from ever mentioning your condition, hoping you could have a normal childhood, since the penalty for breaking it was death. However, I now know it wasn't enough." "You know your Anbu don't arrive on time." "I know. They tell me how people deliberately delayed them with trivial tasks, hoping to prevent them from arriving on time. I tried to help, but the same thing happened to me. The town hall called meetings, and I couldn't go out and help you, no matter how much I wanted to. I'm sorry." "I guess I should thank you," the blonde boy said. "I know you did everything you could to protect me, but I don't know if I should trust you again so soon. Maybe you can earn my trust back, and in time, things will go back to the way they were." "No, I should be thanking you for giving this old man a chance at redemption," the third Hokage said, embracing the boy tightly before releasing him a few minutes later. "Speaking of which, when you placed your blood on your parents' letters, some of the scrolls opened on their own, freeing themselves from the seals that covered them. I believe they are your inheritance." "Thank you again." Naruto merely observed the scrolls before sensing something strange emanating from one of them. It drew him in, as if calling to him. His hand slowly rose and picked up a dark red scroll, indicating it was a letter from his mother. This gesture caused the Hokage to look at him with confusion and concern due to the blonde's instinctive movements. With a swift prick of a nearby sharp object, Naruto let his blood spurt onto the seal. To his surprise, a dense cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared, followed by a loud crash that reverberated through the office, attracting the attention of the Hokage's clones, who were still working on the paperwork. On the floor lay a large, menacing blade, resembling a butcher's axe. The blade was approximately 1.5 meters long, while the handle was 30 centimeters. The hilt was shaped like a sinister W. Feeling a strong pull toward the blade, Naruto instinctively grabbed it, and as soon as he held it, the blade began to glow with an evil red that reminded the Hokage of blood. Seconds later, the sword began to emanate an aura of death that soon enveloped the boy. "Naruto!" shouted the startled Hokage as he pulled out a kunai to defend himself just in case. "For centuries I have waited. It has been too long." A voice in his mind said. "Can you use my power? Can you summon the power of the berserkers?" Without answering the voice's question, the blonde boy brandished the enormous butcher knife before resting it on the shoulder guard of his right shoulder. Soon, The aura of death began to intensify as the young Uzumaki radiated the same aura as the sword he wielded. Naruto! The third Hokage shouted as he lunged at the blonde boy, but a massive wave of energy struck him, forcing him back. The Hokage could only watch helplessly as the blonde boy's eyes began to change from a soft blue to a dark, menacing red. "Your blood demands it." The voice shouted with overflowing joy. "Summon my power. Claim your right as a berserker." The aura soon began to grow before violently swirling around him, causing all of the Hokage's shadow clones to dissipate into a white cloud. Various objects began flying everywhere as the Hokage's personal Anbu emerged from the shadows and surrounded the old man with their weapons drawn. "Whatever you do, do nothing," the third ordered. "Cat, what do you think of all this?" "Honestly, I don't know, Hokage-sama," Cat replied, her tone filled with concern as she watched the blonde. "I suppose all we can do is wait and have faith." "I suppose you're right," the Hokage said with a sigh. A few seconds later, the aura began to recede toward the young Uzumaki as he suddenly raised the greatsword from his shoulder. With astonishing speed, he swung it forward before spinning, creating a circle of death that sliced a piece of paper floating in midair in half. He then halted and delivered a vertical slash before turning 180 degrees and striking again. Suddenly, the sword began to glow with the same aura as before the blade shot out. The hilt extended to a length of 2 meters, while the blade shrank to 30 centimeters, transforming into a spear. Naruto began to spin the spear before combining it with a series of thrusts. Suddenly, he stopped the spear at a 90-degree angle to the ground before striking it with the point, causing the weapon to glow with the same red as before. The spear's tip tilted to one side before growing longer, thus becoming a scythe. The blonde boy began wielding the weapon with such skill that it left everyone speechless. After a few minutes, the demonic scythe reverted to its original form, a large butcher knife. With a few more twists, Naruto finally plunged the blade into the office floor, his red eyes regaining the familiar blue. Suddenly, the boy collapsed forward, but the Hokage caught him. The Anbu squad also advanced wearily, watching as their Kage held the boy firmly. Hello, Gigi, the boy whispered to the old man holding him. What just happened? I feel so tired right now. I don't know, kid, the Hokage replied before looking at the mess that covered his office. I was hoping you would know. I don't remember anything. All I know is that I grabbed the sword. What happened? The boy asked, worried. Did I do something wrong? No. You didn't do anything wrong, boy, the Kage replied. But what happened frightened me a little, as I feared you were possessed by the Kyubi. On the other hand, what you just did was, to say the least, astonishing, and I'm sure Cat would agree with me. Is Kitty-chan here? Asked the blonde boy, to which the Anbu responded by cheerfully greeting him while his squad mates secretly laughed at his nickname. That was the first time you've held that sword, wasn't it, Naruto-kun? Asked the purple-haired Anbu member, to which he nodded. It was amazing. I hope you become a great swordsman, and maybe we can train together. What did I do? You did incredible things with that sword. What you accomplished with it was truly amazing, the old man replied. Your blood cried out for my power, said a voice from nowhere. He cried out for the power of the berserkers, and you have been deemed worthy to wield it. Who are you? Where are you? Asked the blonde girl. What are you talking about, Naruto? The confused Hokage asked. Is something wrong? Can't you hear the voice? What voice, Naruto? You are my bearer and only you can hear my voice, said the voice. As for where I am, look behind you. The blonde boy broke free from the old Hokage's grasp and slowly faced the large sword he had stuck in the office floor. It emitted a faint red aura, causing confused looks among the Anbu members present in the room. As you can see, I am the sword. I am Force Edge, the legendary blade of the Berserkers and Demon Slayer, said the voice in his mind. First wielded by the first Berserker, Sparta, only those I deem worthy may wield me, and as I have said, you have proven your worth. This means you are capable of wielding my power. So you're Force Edge? Naruto, what are you talking about? Asked a completely confused Kage. Think, my bearer, and I will hear you. I thought swords couldn't talk. You must have forgotten, but your mother must have mentioned that I was a sentient sword. That's why I can speak to you now, and that's also why I can choose who wields me. She did mention it in her letter. Sensei's, What do you think about this? As soon as Naruto asked his question, he received a silence in response that lasted for several minutes, which caused him to panic. Sensei? Are you there? Naruto asked worriedly. Bahamut-sensei? Exodus-sensei? Aries-sensei? Are you referring to those presences within your mind? Yes. Why can't I talk to them? Forgive me, but I didn't know what they were doing inside you, so I blocked your connection to them the moment you touched me. Give me a moment and I'll be able to restore it. Thank you. Naruto? Can you hear us? Aries asked, very distressed. Aries-sensei? Naruto asked as he felt relief flood his body. Finally. We've been trying to reach you for half an hour. What happened, Naruto? What's going on? Naruto, can you hear me? So he's here too, Forsage said as he entered the conversation. Who are you? Aries asked suspiciously, which attracted the attention of the other spirits. I am Forsage, the blade of the berserkers and weapon of chaos. I'll explain what I mean later, or rather, I'll let him explain. Who are you talking about? Another one like me. Outside of his mental landscape, the Hokage and Cat had spent the last half hour trying to get the attention of the blonde boy, who was staring intently at the enormous knife stuck in the floor. Suddenly, he turned to look at them, which brought them some relief. But his silence in response to their questions led them to conclude that something was wrong. The blonde boy went to the Kage's desk, where another of his scrolls lay. This one was blue, indicating that it came from a letter from his father. Naruto bit his thumb, making a cut that drew blood. With the fresh blood, the young Uzumaki let it drip onto the seal, causing a large white cloud to erupt before a loud crash echoed through the room. Once the smoke cleared, it revealed another large blade lying on the floor. However, this sword was completely different from the first. It was a light silver and a very pale blue, and it had a very unique shape, more like a large crystal. The blade of the weapon was similar in length to Forsage, as was its hilt. However, at the junction of the two was a bright blue orb. Naruto took the large blade, a move that did not go unnoticed by the others present. Suddenly, a sky blue aura emanated from the blade, much like the one that had occurred when Naruto first wielded Forsage. Sensing the aura, Forsage also began to glow, causing a fusion of red and blue that illuminated the room with such intensity that everyone had to cover their eyes. The light was so bright that it managed to penetrate the privacy seal that the Kage had placed minutes before the blonde boy awoke that morning. It blinded many of those in the vicinity for a brief moment, until the light faded a few seconds later. One of those affected was Counselor Izumi Haruno, who concluded that the event that had just occurred was due to the demon that was trying to kill the Hokage. It must have been the demon brat who made that light. He's finally shown his true colors and tried to kill the Hokage. Izumi thought with delight. I will gather the others and perhaps we can rid our people of that demon for trying to kill the Hokage. With that thought, she hurried to her family's house to contact the other members of the civil council once she had fully recovered from the blinding light. Mental landscape. Naruto could only blink to focus his vision on the field where he stood. All around him, long blades of grass swayed in the breeze. He felt the warmth of the sun on his skin as the breeze tickled his face. But, noticing two figures approaching, he stood up immediately. "Hello, young man," said the first figure. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "I'm sorry," apologized a very confused blonde girl. "But I don't think I've ever met either of you." The man who had spoken first stepped forward. He wore full armor, without a helmet, in a silver and blue hue with a yellow sheen along the edges. His shoulder guards and breastplate bore dragon heads, and a dark blue cape draped down his back. He had blonde hair that reached just below his neck and fluttered in the wind, as did his bangs. The second being, standing behind the first, was more of a demonic knight than a man. His armor was practically a demonic and more malevolent version of the first man's, but painted blood red with black trim. A helmet covered his face, obscuring his features except for the blood-red eyes that made Naruto swallow hard. "Little girl, I am Soul Calibur, sword of the paladins and weapon of peace." Soul Calibur replied before seeing the surprised expression on the blonde's face. "This is my spiritual representation, which is my first bearer, Siegfried, the first paladin. However, I was very surprised to feel berserker blood running through your veins along with the paladin's blood." "I thought so too, paladin," he said. The demonic knight before turning to the blonde youth. "You probably won't recognize me, but I am Forsage, the blade of the berserkers and weapon of chaos." This is my representation, Sparta, the first berserker, nicknamed Nightmare. To give you a better understanding, a paladin's abilities are completely opposite to those of a berserker, so it was quite a surprise to see them working in harmony within your body. I have a feeling that you will be able to master those powers and many more in time, young man, declared Soul Calibur. But that moment is still some time away. For now, we will begin to teach you what we know. We will coordinate this with the other presences in your mind that you call sensais. Go ahead, bearer, and use us well. We will be there whenever you need us. Now, you must awaken, for several beings have become concerned. Unable to say or ask anything, Naruto lowered his gaze, and when he looked up again, he realized he was beginning to fade away. To his surprise, neither of the two spirits was there, as if they didn't exist or had vanished in a matter of seconds. A few seconds later, he too disappeared. Real world. Jijigi? Naruto called weakly as he tried to stabilize himself. Naruto. The Hokage called out, worried. What happened? I thought I'd caught up with you when you released the first sword, but it happened again when you unwound the other one from the scroll. Cat and I tried to get your attention, but you were out of it. What happened? At that moment, the door opened and two Anbu agents appeared. They both saw the blonde boy and the Hokage before rushing towards them. Naruto. How are you? Are you okay? Cat asked, looking at him worriedly. Has something happened? Calm down, Cat, said the other Anbu agent with a slight chuckle. Let the boy breathe. You weren't here before, dog, the Anbu replied. He was acting very strangely. I'm sure it won't happen again for a long time, dog said before turning to the blonde girl. Right? I think so, replied Naruto, who began to shift uncomfortably under the Anbu's gaze. But Gigi, I think I was able to talk to both of them. Both, the Hokage repeated. Both of whose? What? You mean the swords? What are you talking about, Hokage-sama? Asked a curious Cat. Naruto believes that these two swords left to him by his parents have a mind of their own. I don't think it's Gigi. I know it is. I spoke with them. This statement left the two Anbu members stunned. There were hardly any sentient swords in the world, and even those that existed were only semi-sentient, allowing them to choose who wielded them. Examples of such swords were the weapons of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but to hear that Naruto Uzumaki had inherited 2 fully sentient swords from his parents was simply shocking. I suggest you hide those swords, Naruto-kun, Cat said in a serious tone. Many people would like to have a sword like the ones you possess. I agree with Cat, said Dog. You should learn how to use them or find a way to hide them, because carrying 6-foot blades strapped to your back is pretty obvious. Furthermore, the city council might try to take them away from you. But they are my swords. I know, but the civil council and the elders would do anything to ensure they gain more power, money, or influence in these lands. Besides, they don't want you to become more powerful. The Uchiha might attack you because they'd think you don't deserve such power. I'll keep the information on a scroll that you can take with you home. Dog and Cat will escort you to make sure nothing happens. Yamato should be home by now. Wait. Yamato's with Naruto? Cat asked, surprised. The third Hokage nodded. So he passed all his work on to me because he kept Naruto? I'll get him. The two men had no choice but to back down before the furious Anbu member, while Naruto, confused, stared at her with a bewildered expression. Shrugging, he approached and tugged at her pants, thus getting her attention. Is Kitty-chan angry with Yamato-san? Asked a confused blonde boy, tilting his head, which made Cat completely forget her anger. No, nothing will happen to Yamato-san. I promise, he said softly as he crouched down to look intently into the blonde's eyes. Okay. Thank you, Kitty-chan, said the blonde Uzumaki before letting out a yawn that Cat found very cute. Naruto felt himself drifting into a dream and let gravity pull him down. His head landed on the shoulder of the purple-haired Anbu, whose arms caught him. Her arms somehow enveloped him and wouldn't let go, much to his annoyance. Hiruzen and Dog could only chuckle at the scene before the shinobi silenced them with a glare. With a sigh, the third Hokage pulled out a scroll, quickly took the large white sheet of paper, and placed it on the scroll, doing the same with the large butcher knife. To his surprise, his hand felt cold when he touched the white sheet, while his hand felt warm when he touched the knife. He shook his head at this discovery and channeled his chakra into the scroll's seal. With a loud click and the appearance of a large white cloud, the two sheets were sealed inside the storage seal. The Hokage rolled up the sealed scroll and handed it to Dog. "I want you to take him home. Yamato will meet you at the entrance to Training Ground 44 and guide you the rest of the way," the Hokage ordered. "Both of you deserve to know what's going on. Now, go." "Yes, Hokage-sama." They both replied. As soon as the pair disappeared with Naruto and the scroll, the Hokage sighed before lifting the privacy seal he was wearing. A few seconds later, that man burst into his office. "Hokage-sama, the council called a meeting about half an hour ago. They indicated it was an urgent matter," he said before turning and leaving. "Damn council," Hiruzen muttered irritably before creating 5 shadow clones to take care of his work while he went to the meeting. Boardroom. Inside the council chamber, the civilian members discussed various ways to eliminate the demon brat for attempting to assassinate the Hokage as soon as they could prove their accusation with half-truths and half-lies. The elders could only wait, hoping to finally obtain the weapon they desired, while the members of the Shinobi Council and the Clan Council sighed in discontent. These 4 groups comprised the Konoha Council. First was the Civilian Council, representing the villagers. It consisted of men and women who had become local celebrities thanks to the large sums of money they had amassed over time. This council had 13 members, all of whom detested the blonde boy. The next section of the council was made up of the 3 elders, Koharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura. Koharu and Homura had been Hiruzen's comrades under the second Hokage, while Danzo directed the Root program during the Second Shinobi World War. They believed Naruto should be handed over to Danzo to be turned into a weapon for Konoha. The third section consisted of the commanders of all the ninja forces, including the Chunin commander, the Jonin commander, the Anbu commander, and the War Council. Finally, the last section was made up of the ninja clans, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Senju, Hyuga, Nara, and Yakama. The leader of each clan represented their entire clan at the meetings, and most supported Naruto, with the exception of the Uchiha leader. Minutes later, the double doors of the council chamber opened, revealing the third Hokage, which brought all discussions to an end. "Now then, could someone please tell me why this meeting was called and why I was practically ordered to come here?" asked the elderly Sarutobi, irritation in his voice. "Hokage-sama. We demand the banishment or execution of the demon," shouted one of the civilian council members, a burly man. "We know he attacked you. The lights emanating from his office are irrefutable proof." From the shadows emerged an Anbu member with his katana drawn. "You have broken the Hokage law," he stated. "In doing so, you have lost your life." With that, the shinobi slashed the man's throat, causing the councilman to clutch his neck in an attempt to close the wound and stem the bleeding. However, he was unaware that the shinobi had severed his jugular vein with a single blow, and within seconds, the man died in a pool of blood beneath his body. The Anbu member barely had time to observe the scene before sheathing his sword behind his back. Meanwhile, the members of the civil council watched in horror at the immense amount of blood. "Does anyone else want to break my law?" Sarutobi asked angrily. "Surely it wasn't necessary to kill Daiki, Hiruzen," Homura said, but stopped as she sensed the murderous intent emanating from her former teammate in waves. "He broke my law and knew the consequences. So why did Naruto attack me?" "He attacked you. We all saw that light from your office," said one of the other civilian members who managed to muster enough courage to do so. "Now then, how do you know? You claimed to have seen the light coming from my office, but were any of you with me and witnessed what was happening?" the Hokage asked with a hint of feigned curiosity, before noticing the civilian council members beginning to sweat. "You see? No one here can testify to having been with me in my office and witnessing what was going on. If I remember correctly, there were only 6 people with me at the time, and none of them are in this room. Besides, your accusation that Naruto attacked me is utter nonsense. How could you possibly know if he was with me if none of you were? It seems this entire argument is based on baseless assumptions." His secretary said Tut entered in his room, but he never came out, shouted another councilman. "That means he never left his room." "So he used an entry method to gain access, but I had my Anbu take him home because he was tired," the third said, knowing it contained a half-truth due to the time difference between the events. At that moment, The civil council knew they had no arguments and began to seethe with rage at the thought of losing yet another opportunity to rid themselves of the demon brat who was haunting their village. The members of the Shinobi Council and the Clan Council could only sigh in disappointment at the time wasted in a pointless meeting. Before any of the council members could leave, the third Hokage stood up. "Furthermore, let it be clear that only the Hokage can convene the council, and as far as I know, I am the Hokage, not any of you. If you have a problem with that, speak to me. Otherwise, this meeting is over." Mental landscape. The blonde boy stirred as he felt something tickle his back while something else ran across his skin. Slowly opening his eyes, he heard a soft melody floating in the air of the room before trying to sit up. A few seconds later, his vision cleared, and he discovered emerald green eyes, shining like tears, staring at him. "Naruto? Can you hear me?" he asked. A soft voice that I knew very well. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Naruto replied as his eyes regained their normal clarity, revealing his long blonde hair. "Is that you, Aries-sensei?" "Yes, it's me. We were very worried about you," he said. The feminine spirit as she enveloped him in a tight embrace, her eyes filled with tears about to spill. "We thought something bad had happened when the connection between us broke again. We couldn't communicate through the link." "I'll be fine, Sensei," the blonde boy said as he struggled to breathe due to the woman's incredibly strong grip. "Aries, maybe you should let it go now," he said. Bahamut Consorna. "Although, I've never seen anyone turn so blue. Is it normal?" "No, I believe it, my friend," he grunted. Exodus watched the scene with amusement. "Oh, no. Naruto!" Aries shouted as he pulled the blonde man out of his grasp after seeing his unnaturally blue skin and his eyes rolling around. "Will you be okay?" "What sweet hair!" the blonde exclaimed, panting heavily, which made Aries blush with embarrassment. "I'll be fine in a little while, Sensei." As fun as that was, I think it's time we talked. A demonic voice spoke from the shadows, causing the other elemental spirits to appear as the shadows took the form of a demonic knight. "No, I could agree more," a calm but cold voice stated, as the light entering the chambers seemed to refract to form large ice crystals in the silhouette of a silver swordsman in heavy armor. "I guess you are the beings I perceived before," he said. The demonic knight, upon seeing the 5 spirits surrounding the blonde boy, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Force Edge, the blade of the Berserkers." "And I am Soul Calibur, the sword of the Paladins," said the silver swordsman from the glass. I've heard of you before," Odin said, narrowing his eyes. "I can't recall the history of the Berserkers or the Paladins, but I do remember the names of the swords they wielded. Your name was the most popular in the stories that mentioned them." "Unfortunately, we can't talk about our origins until he's ready," he explained. Soul Calibur, while looking at Naruto. "And when he knows, he will truly know who he is." "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, confused. "I know who I am. It's me." "I supposed," Force Edge said. "But enough of that, you'll learn about that later. Now, we need to talk about your training." "Training?" Valina asked fearfully. "The 5 of us agreed that we would teach him little by little over time." "There isn't enough time for that." "What do you mean?" Exodus asked cautiously. At that moment, Soul Calibur couldn't help but let out a sigh as he glared at the Demon Knight for revealing vital information. "We were told that one day we would train someone who would need it to defeat an ancient evil, as old as the land itself," he said. The Silver Knight, causing the 5 elementals to look at each other in amazement. "We didn't know who it would be or when, but they assured us that we would know when the time came, although I didn't think it would be so obvious. It seems the vision wasn't false," said Odin, capturing the attention of the 2 knights and the blonde boy. "Lord Kyubi told us he summoned us because he had a vision of something that would bring chaos to the land. We were planning to accelerate the boys' training to the point where we'd have to adjust our schedule. What you just told us confirms the vision, and I'm not sure Naruto can handle it." This caused a deathly silence throughout the room, before the blonde pulled on Valina's kimono. "Sensei's?" he asked, drawing attention to himself. "You told me I should follow my heart and my beliefs." "Of course," replied a confused Bahamut, who had no idea what the blonde was getting at with that. "Well, you're telling me I should do it. If it helps me protect the people I care about, then let me do it." "Are you sure about this? Once we start, there's no turning back." "I'm sure that." "Very well, We'll start tomorrow. Later that day, Naruto woke with a start. He felt something soft beneath him, which he somehow recognized as a bed from the countless times he'd been in one. He let his vision return to normal before slowly sitting up, only to feel a pair of hands on his shoulder. "Be careful," said a melodious voice from in front of him. "We wouldn't want you to get hurt, would we?" The young Uzumaki's blue eyes fixed ahead as his vision cleared, revealing a person with a familiar mask, long purple hair, and gray armor. His eyes widened for a moment, and a broad smile spread across his face before he embraced the person. "Kitty-chan. You're here," exclaimed the boy as he hugged her tightly, oblivious to the giggles in the background. "So you remember Kitty-chan but not me?" asked another voice, trying to stifle laughter in the hope of avoiding the woman's anger. "Doggy-san. You're both here," exclaimed the boy as he pulled away from the woman before rushing towards the silver-haired man and wrapping him in a hug. "How are you?" asked Pero. "We were worried when you fainted." "I'm fine," Naruto replied. "I have to go now." "Why?" asked the female Anbu, squinting. "Well, Gigi said I can start training now," Naruto replied nervously. "Yamato-san has been helping me with the basics along with Snake-chan for the past year, and I've been doing missions for Gigi. And since I haven't trained in a few days, I'm going to get back into it." "No. You're not training right now. Seriously, you just woke up." But, no buts." "I agree with her, Naruto," Dog said with a chuckle. "It's the same at headquarters. There's no point arguing with her. Rest for a few days, then start training when she gives you the go-ahead." "Are you implying something, Dog?" asked Cat, venom in her voice. "And no. Oh, of course not." "You'd better not," she growled before turning to the boy, who was cowering in fear, in a loving and attentive tone. "Don't worry, Naru-chan. Kitty-chan won't hurt you. She's just worried about you. I'll visit you every day to make sure you're okay, since Yamato-san showed us how to get here." "If you say so, Kitty-chan. I'll rest for a few more days so you don't worry about me." "Thank you, Naruto." Yamato said he'd be back in a few minutes. He had an errand to run, he said quietly, watching the boy wrap himself in his blankets before turning to his colleague. "Let's go." With a nod, the two Anbu members left the room and headed to the kitchen. When Yamato showed them the house, they were amazed that such a place existed in the middle of the forest, untouched and without any animals. Taking advantage of their surprise, Yamato left them alone to run an errand and escape Cat's wrath. Now, they both looked at each other expectantly. "So, not a word, Dog?" Cat growled, punching him in the head. "Not a word, Vikemi." "Okay," she replied weakly as she touched the new bruise. A few days later. Over the past few days, the two Anbu members had been constantly returning to check on Naruto, until the blonde boy finally managed to convince Cat to let him train. However, Cat insisted on accompanying him on his first training session. They watched as the boy jumped for joy at finally being able to train. With great speed, he ran off, closely followed by the two older shinobi. Naruto, scrolls in hand, stopped a few meters from the house. He unrolled the scroll the Hokage had given Dog several days ago and, with a deep breath, channeled chakra into his hands. He slammed them against the scroll, generating a dense cloud of white smoke that quickly dissipated, revealing two large swords. The two weapons began to glow with their respective colors, red and blue, as Naruto wielded them. "Our list?" Force Edge asked. "I'm more than ready," Naruto replied through the mental link. "Since we have accepted you as our bearers, this will allow you to access the chakra network of your lineages," he explained. "Soul Calibur. To do this, Force Edge and I will need to control your body for a short period of time. It may take your body anywhere from several hours to a day to be able to access them." "I've already opened his Chaos Chakra." When? "The moment the boy touched me in the office, his blood activated and began forming the spirals without my assistance. At this moment, his Chaos Chakra is approximately the same size as it is now." Could you explain the purpose of these two types of chakras? My parents told me about the new chakra networks, but I don't understand how they could be useful. Well, Sacred Chakra and Chaos Chakra are the energy used by paladins and berserkers, granting them access to a set of special abilities. These special abilities include a unique arsenal of jutsu. However, our chakra can also be used for normal jutsu employed by shinobi, but the results will vary due to its high density. What do you mean by that? Asked the boy, completely confused, having only understood part of the explanation. Let's say that you can create 10 clones using your normal chakra. If you use the same amount of chaos chakra or holy chakra, you would create more clones. So, instead of 10 clones, you would create between 25 and 30 with low density chakra, or up to 40 if it were very dense. Do you understand now? I suppose so. Since Force Edge has already created the coils for the Chaos Chakra, I'll also make the ones for the Holy Chakra. I recommend emptying both coils by creating clones, as this will speed up the process. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto suddenly shouted, startling those watching him. Multiple clouds appeared instantly. They dispersed as quickly as they had been created, revealing a small battalion of clones with identical smiles. Naruto gasped slightly, feeling his reserves depleted, before forming the cross-hand seal again and executing the jutsu once more. Another wave of clouds appeared and dispersed, revealing roughly twice as many clones as the first group. However, these had a wilder, more malicious look. "Alright, guys," Naruto shouted as soon as he caught his breath. "I want you to split up into your usual groups. Chakra control, basic elemental groups, precision, cooking, hunting, seals, and all that. Remember, each group will have a sensei to train you. Team captains, take your groups and spread out." As soon as the word disperse left the original's mouth, all the clones vanished in random directions, scattering into the thick undergrowth of the forest. The original, meanwhile, planted both blades in the ground before leaning against a nearby tree. The Anbu members watching him were astonished by the sheer number of clones the boy had created. "Since when can you make so many clones?" Kat asked in surprise, to which Naruto responded by shrugging his shoulders. "At first, I could make about 10, but consistent training for a year eventually increased my control and ability to the point where I can make about 300 when using everything I have. I was able to create another set of clones because I have another set of coils." "Really?" asked a bewildered dog. "Yes. It's thanks to my 2 swords. Speaking of which, I have to do something." With that, Naruto grabbed the large crystal blade and pulled it from the ground. He twirled it once before placing it on his metal shoulder guard. A light blue aura began to glow, instantly expanding to completely envelop the young Uzumaki. Suddenly, a pulse emanated from his body, quickly dissipating before it could reach anyone or anything. The blonde's blue eyes turned icy white as he raised the sword from his shoulder and wielded it with skill. Finally, he plunged it into the ground in front of him, sending a wave of icy blue energy a meter forward before a wall of ice 10 meters high and 7 meters wide erupted from the ground. The radiant Naruto withdrew the sword and made a horizontal slash that cleanly split the wall in two. He then released the sword, which crashed to the ground, scattering the ice. "It's done," said Soul Calibur. "You'll feel tired for a while, so I suggest you rest. Your body began forming the spirals when you kept me in the office, but they were still underdeveloped because the Chaos Chakra spiral was already formed. I only helped your 3 spirals reach a similar size. Even so, it will be some time before you can do anything." Naruto could only nod mentally as he sat on the ground with his back against the large crystal sword. Cat and Dog took the opportunity to approach the exhausted boy. "Did you see that dog?" Gattai asked, receiving a nod. "How many secrets do you have, Naruto-kun?" "Come on, Cat. Let Naruto keep his secrets," Dog said to the Anbu, before taking the opportunity to tease his partner about her slip-up. "So, Naruto-kun, huh?" "Hey! Shut up," he yelled before punching him in the head. "You'd better shut up or you could be in trouble." Accident. However, Naruto took the opportunity to observe the older shinobi and noticed that one had a rather large bump on his head, while the other seemed to have steam coming from her head. Cat automatically noticed the boy and approached him, completely consumed by rage. "Hey, Naruto," he said. "I have a question for you." "What's wrong, Kitty-chan?" "You'll become really strong and powerful, but what will you use that power for?" "I'm going to become a powerful ninja to protect my people and then take the old man's hat off to him," the blonde exclaimed. "He said that only when I have people to protect will I be truly strong." As soon as he spoke those words, both Cat and Dog offered faint smiles from behind their masks. They glanced at each other before nodding. They began removing their masks, allowing the boy to see their faces. The Anbu was the first to remove her mask, revealing a beautiful face with long purple hair. Dog removed his next, showing his face marked by scars, while a mask covered his mouth and nose. He also wore a bandana covering his right eye, where the scar was located. "Why don't we introduce ourselves then? My name is Kakashi Hitake and I'm an Anbu captain," Kakashi said as he leaned down to look the boy directly in the eyes. "And I'm Yugao Uzuki. I'm also an Anbu captain, although Kakashi has been in the position longer than I have," Yugao said, giving the boy a warm smile. "Your name sounds familiar," Naruto said, looking at the man with gravity-defying hair. "But I can't remember where." "The Hokage asked us to keep an eye on you, but I think it would be a good idea for us to stay here and watch you like Yamato does," Kakashi suggested with a smile. "That means you'll have 3 shinobi here to help you whenever you need it. Plus, we can make sure you don't get hurt while we're doing it." "Are you sure this is a good idea, Kakashi?" Yugao asked her teammate. "It would mean 3 of the 6 Anbu captains would be here instead of working in the field. It would also mean we'd have to make up a lot of work." "Don't worry," Kakashi replied, waving her goodbye. "If what I have in mind comes to pass, then we'll have a good reason to do it. You'll have to tell me what you plan to do next, but I suppose I'll help you train him," he said before turning to the blonde boy. "And how are you able to do those things with your swords?" "Yugao, let him keep his secrets," Kakashi told the girl, who simply pouted. "As long as the Hokage-sama knows, there's no problem. He'll tell you when he's ready. By the way, how's your training going, Naruto?" "Well, I can do some chakra control exercises, like balancing on leaves and walking on trees, but I can barely walk on water," Naruto began. "I've recently started making poisons, healing, and forging weapons with the help of my teachers. As for taijutsu, I'm learning 5 different styles and am about to reach the intermediate level in 2 of them, while I'm at the beginner level in the other 3. For Kenjutsu, 2 of my teachers will start teaching me as soon as I'm ready. I'm terrible at Genjutsu, but I can dispel some mid-level ones, though I can't break the strongest ones. My clones are working with ninjutsu, so I've learned quite a bit of C and D rank jutsu. I also have a few independent projects. Finally, I'm close to the intermediate level in sealing, and I've been giving my leftover seals to Yamato-san to sell at shops." "So one would assume you're stronger than an academy student," Yugao stated. "You're probably at an intermediate Chunin level right now." "And what about his speed, stamina, and stealth?" Kakashi asked. "He could leave anyone behind for quite a while. Besides, no one could see him when he was cracking jokes, even in that garish orange jumpsuit. I'd probably promote him to high-ranking Chunin, or even low-ranking Jonin, considering that." "Oh!" Naruto interrupted. "I forgot to mention that Gigi's making me go into buildings as missions. He said I should play pranks and then leave before anyone sees me." "What kind of buildings?" Kakashi asked cautiously. The buildings seemed to be connected and there were always a lot of people dressed the same. "Clan houses? You've been infiltrating clan houses?" "I've also been in the building where many people wear the same type of masks as you." At that moment, they both stared, speechless, mulling over the boy's words. He had just claimed to have infiltrated Anbu headquarters, played pranks, and left without anyone noticing. They remembered that Anbu couldn't operate on certain days because of the sheer number of pranks that had taken place. And now, they discovered that the cause of it all was right in front of them, because the Hokage had ordered it. "I agree with you, Kakashi. He's definitely a low-level Jonin if he was able to infiltrate that building. Well, how about we go check on my clones?" Naruto asked the two, who only responded with a nod before turning to face their 2 swords. "How am I supposed to carry both of them?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Force Edge replied. "You just have to carry us on your back, first with me and then with Soul Calibur." With that, Naruto grabbed the large red blade and pulled it from the ground before placing it against his back at an angle. He released the sword as soon as he felt something, and to his surprise, the blade pierced his back. Overcoming his initial shock, Naruto positioned the large crystal blade at an angle so that both blades intersected at a point. Once he released it, the blade remained in place. With a smile, he looked at Kakashi and Yugao, who were watching him with mild curiosity. The trio began to venture deeper into the forest in silence, uninterrupted only by the sounds of the local animals. The minutes flew by until they heard a small explosion a few meters away. They followed the sound of the explosions, and as they got close enough, they could also hear the sound of metal clashing against metal or being embedded in wood. A minute later, the trio burst through the thicket, only to find themselves facing a small army of blonde clones training in various branches of the shinobi arts. One of the clones spotted them quickly and approached to greet them. "Hello boss," he said, waving his hand. "How are things going so far?" The original asked. "Well, the elemental groups have started learning new jutsu. Nothing above high C or low B rank, but they're almost mastering some D rank jutsu," the clone explained. "The taijutsu team has been working with some members of the elemental group to refine their taijutsu styles." "What are these styles called?" Kage asked curiously. "It's a style of taijutsu that differs with each of the 5 elements. Mastering one element means you can learn one of the stages, while mastering 2 elements means you can learn 2 of the stages," the clone replied. "As I mentioned, it's divided into 5 stages. The fire stage of the kata is called Coiled Dragon. In this sequence, the user manipulates fire to unleash flames at the opponent, combining it with aggressive punches and kicks. The next is Hydra Strike, which utilizes water manipulation. This style seeks a balance between attack and defense, as it requires quick strikes, flexibility, and precise control of water to deliver blows, defend, and, at times, redirect the opponent's attacks. Golem Wall is the Earth Taijutsu style. It's a defensive style that demands great physical stamina from the user and the ability to block or withstand all kinds of attacks in order to launch powerful counterattacks. Wolf Attack is the lightning stage and is even more aggressive than the fire stage, as it allows the user to unleash lightning for mid-range attacks and concentrate energy in specific body parts to enhance their attacks on the opponent. Finally, the Air Taijutsu stage is Falcon Flight. It focuses primarily on redirection. The opponent counterattacks and uses their own strengths against them. "Wow! I didn't know that," exclaimed the original, causing a drop of sweat to fall from the 2 veteran ninjas as they looked at him. "Of course not, boss. The sensei told us right after we left," the clone explained with a chuckle. Apparently, the 5 of them created this style where it's possible to use 2, maybe even 3, of the phases at once, hence the name, Elemental Storm. That's what all these groups have been working on. Some have started with the intermediate set, but you already know that. Everything else is new, the information I just gave you and the progress we've made. What are the other groups working on?" Naruto asked the clone. "There are about 30 in each group here, making a total of about 180, but what about the others?" "Well, the others are doing different things," the clone replied. "I could erase the memory and you could gain the memories of what the other clones are doing, since I've been hovering around to make sure everything is alright, but I still have a lot of training to do. I could simply create another clone to take your place in training." "That's true, but where would the humor be in that?" Naruto could only shake his head before instructing the clone to continue his training. The blonde boy walked to the center of the large clearing, which allowed him to observe everything that was happening. He spotted one of the groups he wanted to talk to and headed toward them. "Ceiling group?" he asked the leader, who nodded. "I want everyone to disperse." The 30 clones glanced at each other before shrugging and vanishing in a large puff of white smoke. Suddenly, Naruto clutched his head as a sharp pain shot through his brain, just before the black spots came into view. He quickly reached out and grabbed the first thing he could find, a tree, to keep from falling. Yugao and Kakashi saw him almost immediately and rushed to his side. "What happened?" Yugao asked, her voice filled with concern. "You dispersed one of my groups in one fell swoop," the blonde boy grunted. "My head hurts." "It's just the psychological side effect of dispelling so many clones at once," Kakashi informed him. "Let me guess, it wasn't so bad before?" "Yes. Probably because I have more clones than normal in each group." "Give it a few minutes. It'll disappear soon, since you only dispelled a group of 30. Your brain won't take long to process all the information. But be careful, don't dispel a large number of clones at once, or you'll end up in a coma or dead. I believe this is mentioned in the Jutsu Scroll." Naruto nodded and remained still, processing the information while Yugao stared at him intently. A few minutes later, he felt the pain dissipate rapidly and looked up at the shinobi. He gave her a reassuring smile, only to receive a slap across the head. "What's that all about?" he asked, rubbing his head. "That was for making me worry," he said, causing the silver-haired shinobi beside him to raise an eyebrow. "And for forgetting vital information." As she continued to scold him like a mother scolding her son, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh before placing his hand on her shoulder. "Although I'd love to keep scolding him, I think we should see what we can teach him," Kakashi said before turning to the blonde boy. "How are you?" "I'm fine now. Let's start training then." Time skip. 10 months of training. 10 months of intensive and rigorous training drastically transformed the blonde boy. He progressed rapidly in the field of ninjutsu with the help of his senseis, to the point of possessing an astonishing repertoire of elemental jutsu ranging from D rank to high B rank, with some low A rank techniques. However, even with this enormous arsenal of jutsu, he still needed hand seals for almost all jutsu above high C rank, and had to pronounce the name if the jutsu was above mid B rank. Nevertheless, he also learned a variety of non-elemental jutsu, such as Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, to diversify their repertoire. In taijutsu, the blonde boy had progressed to an intermediate level in all 5 stages, thanks to his training with Yugao and Kakashi. They observed him train and helped him increase his strength, speed, and stamina through a series of increasingly demanding exercises. Adding weight to his torso, arms, and ankles also helped due to his growth, though without limiting him. Every few weeks, Kakashi trained with the young Uzumaki while Yugao observed. After the training, she would pass on any useful observations, such as weaknesses or errors in his stances. She also did this when the boy began training with various groups of clones so he could experience fighting multiple opponents. At that point, his taijutsu began to merge with his elemental manipulation, allowing him to summon the elements and making his styles more lethal. His aim and reflexes improved remarkably thanks to constant training with Kakashi and the clones. Sometimes, he would have some of his clones throw blunted weapons at him, much to Yugao's annoyance. The original spent time with his clones practicing with their throwing knives, hoping to master that peculiar weapon. His chakra levels skyrocketed with the addition of the 2 new coils, reaching levels close to those of a high-ranking jonin. However, this meant he had to dedicate more clones to chakra control, as the large increase resulted in a decrease in his control capacity. He had to relearn all his chakra exercises, but it didn't take as long as the first time. Due to his growing chakra reserves, Yugao decided to teach him some of the more complex chakra control exercises, such as senbo and balancing. He also had to learn to run on water, which was almost the same as walking, but more difficult due to the speed. Kenjutsu was a true ordeal for young Uzumaki, as Bahamut, Force Edge, and Soul Calibur forced him to practice stances and katas with the wooden buken he had received from Yamato. He considered himself a low or mid-level chunin, but the 3 masters claimed he was at the level of a high-level genin. After 10 months of constant practice, his 3 masters finally determined his level to be mid-chunin. They were convinced by the fact that the blonde boy had created his own style that allowed him to fight with a single sword or wield both simultaneously. However, this style was based on buken, and when he attempted to use both swords, he barely managed to complete the 3rd dance. It took him 8 of the 10 months to acquire enough strength to use both swords at the same time. It also helped that Yugao was an expert in kenjutsu and trained with him frequently, providing him with experience and advice to refine his style. What encouraged the boy was that both Soul Calibur and Force Edge possessed their own arsenal of special jutsus. His clones began learning some of the C-ranked sword-related jutsus as soon as he mastered all the sequences of his style with both games. His progress in various subjects began at different paces. For example, sealing was slowing down, as he needed a sealing master to improve, meaning he had stagnated at an advanced apprentice level. In medicine, he could quickly prepare cures and antidotes with different herbs, but lacked the necessary control to use jutsu on the battlefield. He also learned more about the human body. His progress in medicine correlated with his advancements in poisons. This field improved greatly with Snake/Anko's help. The blonde boy had some of his clones experimenting and creating new poisons with a mixture of different substances, such as snake venom and herbs. Meanwhile, his progress with the Blade of Odin was anything but rapid. Everything Naruto learned with it was through direct experience, and it didn't help that the sword was completely different, meaning it had its own style and nothing his kenjutsu masters had taught him was applicable. However, Something that helped the blonde man immensely was that the hilt between the blades was long enough for him to adopt the basic stances of Bojutsu. He had to modify it to suit his needs, but it was a start. He persisted in learning to use it, even though he doubted he would ever have to. During his free time, he began to read some of the scrolls that came from his parents' letters, two of which dealt with his lineage. Flashback. Naruto awoke from a long nap after a grueling training session. He surveyed his surroundings and found them utterly devastated, devoid of any sign of life. Yawning, he stretched his arms and glanced beside him. Two scrolls lay next to him. Shrugging, he opened the first, hoping to discover something about his parents. Dear Naruto, this scroll contains all the information about our lineage and the family techniques we possessed. It covers everything from ninjutsu to hybrid jutsus of kenjutsu and ninjutsu. Our clan was famous for its prowess with weapons. I wielded a two-handed sword called Soul Calibur. I rarely used it, but it was powerful when I did. Our lineage is called Light of the Paladin. This lineage is special because the Namikaze clan is descended from Kami's royal guard, the Paladins. Our lineage allows us to use a special chakra called Sacred Chakra. This chakra empowers special jutsus such as our family's famous Light Release, Judgment Release, and Sacred Release techniques. The best part is that no other lineage can copy them, as the user needs a vast amount of Sacred Chakra to use these techniques. And if you're wondering, you should have awakened your Sacred Chakra the moment you touch Soul Calibur. Our lineage has 3 levels. The first grants you access to the full power of Soul Calibur and the Sacred Chakra that surrounds the world. In other words, it gives you access to a nearly limitless source of chakra, but only for a limited time. The second level grants you access to Soul Calibur's secondary form. That is, Soul Calibur has a second, more powerful form than its current one. Right now, it's sealed, but unlocking it will grant you the power it contains. Furthermore, the Sacred Chakra solidifies around your body, forming armor. Once you receive it, Kami considers you one of his guardians. Only after you prove your worth will he use his powers to unlock the final stage of our lineage. It is said that the final stage of our lineage grants us angel wings. Stories tell that it is a gift from Kami to our clan for our loyalty, and that the use of our wings led to the creation of a new range of jutsu. Little is known about this level, as no one has reached it except the first Namikaze, Siegfried. I only managed to reach the second stage of our lineage, but I know that you will surpass me and reach the third. At the end of this letter are several seals containing scrolls that will help you become a stronger shinobi. The first contains my notes on the Flying Thunder God technique. The second, Namikaze's remaining scrolls. And the third, my notes on sealing in general. I sensed you would follow in my footsteps in this art, so I sealed it just in case. Be strong, my son. Your father, Minato Namikaze. Naruto couldn't help but be awestruck by the power emanating from his father's lineage. In his mind, the spirits felt the same way, observing Soul Calibur's spiritual form, which glared at them in exasperation. They couldn't believe that a clan could wield the power of Kami's royal guard, and that Naruto was a descendant of that clan. It took him a few minutes to get over his initial shock. He shook his head, picked up the other scroll, and headed to Training Ground 44. He hoped to find someone to talk to, but was disappointed to find no one. With a sigh, he began to unseal the scrolls, releasing them from the seals at the bottom of the card. 3 different scrolls emerged in a puff of white smoke, and Naruto could only gaze at them before placing them on the nearby table. He picked up the other scroll, unfolded it, and began to read. Hello again, Naru-chan. If you're reading this, you've probably already read your father's and my apology letters. Like your father's clan, the Uzumaki clan possesses a bloodline called Demon Knight, a combination of chakra and ocular bloodlines. Our ocular bloodline allows us Uzumaki to create quite complex genjutsu on our enemies, while our chakra bloodline allows us to use chaos chakra, enabling our clan to use special jutsu like Dark Release, Void Release, and Chaos Release. The Uzumaki bloodline is special, as is the Namikaze bloodline, because we are descended from the Shinigami's honor guard, the Berserkers. You should have seen our faces when we told each other about our bloodlines. It was priceless. In short, our bloodline has 3 levels. The first allows us to use Force Edge at its full power in its sealed form, while our eyes begin to use some basic genjutsu, even with poor chakra control. The second level unlocks Force Edge's second form. The Genjutsu becomes so powerful that breaking free from it requires a massive amount of chakra. Beginner Sharingan users with only 1 or 2 tomes will struggle. Furthermore, you will obtain the Berserker armor and serve as Hinigami. After proving your loyalty, the God of Death will unlock the final stage of the Bloodline. The legendary final stage of the Bloodline allows the user to summon the full power of the strongest Berserker, the Death Knight. However, only Sparta managed to reach this stage, and only he was able to unlock this power. Legends claim that this power granted him a new arsenal of jutsu and that the user could cast genjutsu that would cause problems even for shinobi with a mature Sharingan. Beyond that, little else is known about this final stage. Finally, my son, I want you to know that I will always love you with all my heart and with great joy. In this scroll, I have included some of our family's jutsu and notes on sealing techniques. I have also sealed my wedding rings and Minato's, along with a necklace your father made for me. This is so you know that we will always be with you, no matter what. With much love, Kushina Senju Uzumaki Namikaze. After reading the scroll, the young Uzumaki couldn't hold back his tears upon learning that his parents had left him a keepsake. Knowing that they had loved him from birth to death filled him with tears. Somehow, he knew he would be able to forgive his father for sealing the 9 tails inside him. Letting the tears stream down his cheeks, he took the scroll and opened the items. The first was a simple chain necklace with a pendant. The pendant contained a unique gem, green at the base and fading to a sky blue as it rose to the top. In the center of the gem was an engraving of a spiral, one he had often seen on the bulletproof vests and headbands worn by Konoha shinobi. Beside the necklace were a pair of simple rings, each with a gem at the top. One was gold with a ruby and the kanji for love engraved on it. The other was silver with a garnet and the kanji for truth engraved on it. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the words engraved on his parents' rings. He unfastened his necklace and placed it around his neck before putting the rings away along with the family scrolls. Then, he walked to a nearby window and gazed up at the sky. I wonder, he thought to himself. Would you be proud of me? Do I live up to your expectations? What he didn't know was that his parents were watching him from heaven with a smile on their faces. End of flashback. Real world. Naruto blinked as he came to. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that the sun was already setting. His clones were still training, but they were beginning to dissipate in groups of 10 every 30 seconds to prevent his brain from becoming overwhelmed with information. The blonde boy stood up, dusted himself off, and picked up his 2 swords. He strapped them to his back before going back inside the house. However, if we had paused to look at a nearby puddle, we would have seen his eyes shift from their usual blue to a dark crimson before returning to their original color. The next morning, it was another peaceful day in Konoha. The wind blew gently through the village, swaying the trees around it. High above, white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky, while the sun shone brightly on the inhabitants. Animals of all kinds scampered about in search of food for breakfast. Ah! The scream echoed throughout the village, startling those already awake and waking those still asleep. Flocks of birds fled swiftly from the treetops, while panicked animals retreated to their burrows. The scream came from a blond boy in a house in the Forest of Death. He was in the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He had showered, and as he dried himself, he saw something that shocked him. His eyes were completely different. Instead of the unusual blue, his eyes were now blood red, with the pupil outlined in black. In the center, 2 slits formed a cross that extended the length of the pupil, while the space between the cross and the outline was shaded the same blood red. Inverted question mark Q. What is this? He asked while staring intently into his eyes. Believe that you have activated the other part of the lineage, Valina replied. You should ask Force Edge about it. He's the one who knows. Inverted question mark Sensei off the Force? Do you know what happened to my eyes? Has the Devil's Eye has been activated, Force Edge replied. If I remember correctly, it is based on illusion techniques. But I'm not good at illusion techniques. By assuming not, replied the Demon Knight. None of the Berserkers were skilled at it due to their immense chakra capabilities. It was thanks to this eye that they were even able to attempt to create illusions. The same applies to the Paladins, young man. Added Soul Calibur. You might have worse luck because you have 3 spirals containing a large amount of chakra. And don't forget to train. Just having those eyes doesn't mean you'll become powerful or a master of genjutsu. Soul Calibur is right, Forsage said. I have seen several berserkers fall due to overconfidence and arrogance, believing that their eyes made them invincible. No, I'll forget it, sensei. Naruto replies. What's on today's agenda? Good. First, create your clones to train before entering the mindscape. We want to talk to you, he said. Bahamut. Yes, sensei. The young Uzumaki emerged from the bathroom fully dressed in his usual training attire, a long-sleeved black shirt, black on-boot combat pants, and steel-toed boots. He also wore his knife belt strapped to his waist, at shoulder pads. The blond man entered the living room and found no one else there. He noticed a small stack of scrolls with a piece of paper on top. He approached the table and read the paper. Dear Naruto, I'm sorry Yugao, Yamato, and I can't be with you on your birthday. Something unexpected came up at headquarters, and we were called away on a mission. Yugao said you shouldn't go out tonight and to take care of yourself. We left our gifts with you. Some friends also wanted to give you presents. And don't worry, we made sure they were safe. With much love, Yamato, Kakashi, and Yugao. P.S. If something happens, use what you've learned. P.S. Tell me what you think of the clothes, Kakashi. With a smile, Naruto placed the note down before examining the scrolls. The gifts included scrolls on poisons and antidotes from Anko, a book on ointments and basic first aid from Yugao, and coupons for Ijiraku ramen from the Ijiraku family. The most interesting items were 2 large pieces of cloth. He took the first and unfolded it, revealing a long-sleeved, dark blue shirt with a collar attached to a mask similar to the one Kakashi wore daily. The second piece of cloth was a large, dark blue hooded jacket. He placed both garments on top of the stack of scrolls before leaving the building. Once outside, he created 7 small platoons of clones using his 3 coils before they dispersed to train. The original took a few minutes to catch his breath before sitting with his back against a nearby tree and entering his mindscape. When he opened his eyes, Naruto found himself in a familiar chamber with symbols glowing brightly from the ceiling. Standing in the center of the chamber, his 7 senseis smiled at him as soon as they saw him and beckoned him closer. What do you need, senseis? He asked them. As I have progressed a lot throughout the training, said Bahamut. You still have a lot to learn, but you have learned a lot thanks to our teachings. I am honored that you think so, he replied to the fire elemental before bowing to him. We believe it's time for you to begin the next phase of your training. Odin affirmed. What do you need me to do? It will be difficult to do it, said Valina. You will have to take a life. That you'll have to kill someone. I don't understand. Why do I have to kill someone now? No, we ask you to do it now, Ares replied. It would be traumatic for you to do it right now, but we need you to do it so you get used to doing it. No, don't misunderstand his intentions, child. Forsage growled upon seeing the expression on Naruto's face. They want you to kill your first victim because there's a chance you might freeze up afterward. That's the trauma of killing someone, and by doing so, someone else might kill you or those with you. I suppose I understand. No, we ask you to kill your first victim now, he said. Exodus in a low voice. But sooner or later you'll have to do it so you don't freeze up. Many good people have died from freezing up after killing their first victim, and we don't want that to happen to you. We'll talk with you after you've done it, said Valina. The following is very important. What is it? Naruto asked them patiently. How today is your birthday, we decided to give you something, he said. Bahamut smiled as he stroked the child's head and held a large scroll in his other hand. Your chakra capacity is sufficient, so we decided to give you this. What is this? It is a summoning contract, Odin explained. It allows you to summon the animal for which the contract is made. Normally, you would summon the clan leader, but since we have taken this form, our summoning has made us the clan leaders. I have granted the right to summon the Dragon Clan, while my friend, Exodus, grants you the right to summon the golems, he explained. Bahamut to the boy, who was still staring at the parchment. Furthermore, you can summon me, Odin, or Exodus. Thank you so much, Naruto said, letting tears stream down his cheeks before giving the 3 of them a tight hug. Thank you. Thank you. No, there's a problem, little one. Odin said with a chuckle. I guess it's my turn. Valina said before taking a step forward. I grant you this, Naruto. I grant you the power of intelligence and invention. You will have the ability to become more intelligent through constant effort and study. Furthermore, You will be able to invent new toys to play with." With that, she gently kissed Naruto's forehead before pulling away and giving him a small smile, which made him blush. Naruto hugged her, letting happiness wash over him. Velina wrapped her arms around him before stepping back and gesturing toward Ares. "Well, it's my turn," she said happily. "My gift to you is the ability to use instruments and make music." At that moment, the other spirits were stunned by the statement. Naruto looked at her, confused. "What is an instrument?" he asked. "They use it to make music and it's very relaxing when you have nothing to do," Ares replied. "They'll be useful to you. Believe me." With that, Naruto gave her a big smile before hugging her too. Ares smiled and gently kissed the boy's forehead. A faint glow began to envelop him before slowly fading away. "Unfortunately, we won't be able to give them anything," he said. Soul Calibur with sadness. "All right, Sensei," Naruto replied dismissively with a gesture. "They're here. That's all that matters. Although if we can't give you any presents, we can still wish you a happy birthday, child," he said. Force Edge while stroking his head. "You have learned our teachings quickly and you will soon be ready." "Thank you for everything," said the blonde. "You've done so much for me." The seven spirits smiled at him, and with that, Naruto began to fade away. The hours flew by for Namikaze as he finished his training. As night fell, Naruto surveyed the clearing and nodded to the nearest clone. The clones dispersed, and soon after, small groups began to do the same. Determined to celebrate his birthday, the blonde boy headed toward the village. Elsewhere in Konoha, the villagers gathered during the festivities with a plan. The crowd grew as more and more people joined. Soon, pitchforks and other weapons began to circulate. "The demon dies tonight," a villager shouted above the crowd, receiving a huge ovation. "We won't have to deal with this demon in our village anymore. Let's go." With that, the large group marched toward the boy's apartment, convinced they would finally kill him. Naruto, meanwhile, continued walking through the unusually empty streets toward Ichiraku's house, unaware of what was about to happen. "There are usually a lot of people here tonight," Naruto thought. "Normally I should run away from them. Something's wrong." "Careful with your back, young man," Exodus warned. "Of course, Sensei." "Something is coming." Naruto squinted at the sound of the crowd's cheers and the clatter of shoes on the ground. He stood motionless, tensing his muscles, bracing himself for whatever was about to happen. The villagers impatiently made their way to their target's apartment to kill him. Their excitement reached new heights when they spotted the blonde boy standing in the middle of the street just around the corner. "There he is," shouted a villager as members of the crowd smiled sadistically. "Kill him." Naruto expected the noises he'd heard to be from a mob making their annual attempt to kill him. Because of this, he'd already planned a route out of the street using a nearby alley. As soon as the mob turned the corner and the chase began, he took off running down the alley. The young man fled quickly upon hearing the mob's shouts. He spotted the wall in front of him and, after a few seconds of observation, could see the imperfections, protruding bricks, cracks, and window frame overhangs. He also saw a brick that jutted out about 2 meters from the ground. "There's a point," think to himself. "And there's another one. And another. That's my way up." The sensei said that running uphill would give me the momentum I need to grab onto something to help me climb. Reassuring himself with his plan, the blonde man ran forward until he was less than a meter from the wall. He placed his foot against it and used the momentum to climb. When he began to feel himself losing speed, he stretched out his arms and grabbed the frame of a nearby window. As the adrenaline subsided, he heard the shouts of the crowd intensify, which spurred him on to climb even higher. It took him a minute to reach the rooftop. From there, he took off running as the shouts of his pursuers grew louder. Then, he jumped from the rooftop, landing with a thud before continuing his run. Unbeknownst to the Uzumaki, a group of shinobi had broken away from the main group, intending to reach their target and slow it down enough for the others to catch up. They raced across the rooftops, knowing the demon was at least a mile away. Later, Naruto had climbed a stack of crates that served as a ladder. He leapt between the buildings. Unfortunately, as he tried to grab the ledge on his last jump, he felt gravity pull him down. He tried to reach the roof with his arms, but couldn't. However, he did manage to grab onto the building's wooden structure. Propelled by the wind, he crashed through a window before hitting the wooden floor. Luckily, He had anticipated that the force of the impact would propel him upward for a split second, and he managed to recover a little. From that moment, he continued running along the building until he stopped on the balcony. There was no clear route, and any other building was too far away. Silence fell, but soon he heard the faint sound of footsteps on the roof tiles. Where am I going to hide? He thought the shinobi are coming and there's nowhere to go. Below there is a cart full of hay. Ares suggested. Anything else? I really don't want to jump in if I can help it. No, I can't see anything. I guess I have to jump. You know what's going to happen if things go wrong. I hope it doesn't come to that, sensei. With that, Naruto climbed onto the railing before leaping toward the hay wagon. He spread his arms like wings as he felt gravity envelop him as he plummeted 2 stories below onto the hay. During his fall, he somersaulted and landed on his buttocks on the bale. Hay flew up as he hit it before falling, completely covering him. Bury yourself a little more hay just in case, said Bahamut. Following his sensei's instructions, he ventured deeper into the substance, taking deep breaths to avoid suffocating. Silence returned as soon as he stopped moving and lasted for a few minutes until he heard people approaching. Where did he go? Someone asked. I don't know, another replied. It probably went that way. And what about this bale of hay? A third person asked. It's too obvious that we can't hide there. We won't find him there, one of the 4 reasoned. What if that's what he wants you to think? Another argued. Aren't you overthinking this? Aren't you underestimating the situation? How about we reach an agreement then? Suggested one of the shinobi. We don't have time for this. One person shouted to another. The devil's getting away while we're stuck here arguing. You know what? I'm going to try and make up for lost time by talking to the 3 of you. And now, there are 3 left. Naruto thought as he heard one of his 4 pursuers disappear before continuing to listen to the conversation. So what should we do now? You 2 go with him. If he's right, then the demon could have gone in any direction. What about you? I'll look in the hay. If it's not here, I'll be with you in a few minutes. Having said this, the other 2 shinobi left using Sunshine hoping to find the blonde boy, leaving the last one alone. So I have to deal with him. At least it's better than dealing with all 4 of them. Have that you get rid of it quickly, said Bahamut. The crowd is surrounding the area, and if you don't leave, the situation will get worse. Of course, sensei. Outside the hay-filled cart, the shinobi turned to look at the motionless substance before letting out a sigh. What was I thinking? He said aloud. I mean, what are the odds that the demon is actually in there? With that, he walked over to the hay and began searching it. His hands started at the top of the pile and worked their way down. At the foot of the hay, Naruto got ready and silently drew one of his throwing knives. He slowly twisted it until he was holding it with the hilt reversed and waited expectantly. Minutes passed as the search for the shinobi slowed and the noise of people walking increased. Suddenly, everything around them fell silent, and the blonde boy held his breath, gripping his knife tightly. He felt relief when he heard the shinobi's voice. He's not there. Damn it, I was hoping for some luck. Now everyone else will get the credit for catching that demon. The shinobi jumped from the train car, intending to reach his companions. Naruto remained lying at the back of the car for a few more minutes before slowly peeking out. Seeing nothing, he got out, sheathed his knife, and brushed the hay off his body. He looked up and saw the moon shining brightly. Where should I go now? I can't go to my apartment, as that's probably the first place the mob will head for. And the Hokage? Shouldn't he be at home right now? Evelina asked. Depends whether or not he has a meeting. Well, take advantage of the opportunity and go see it. It's better than staying out here. Naruto nodded mentally before taking off running through the clear streets toward the Hokage mansion. It took him a few minutes to reach a dimly lit area of the village. He cautiously advanced down the street, listening only to the soft murmur of the breeze. Suddenly, someone appeared before him, but in the poor light, he could only make out the person's silhouette, which was of no use. Tensing his muscles, Naruto prepared himself. One hand slid to his belt and slowly drew the upper knife, while with the other he pulled a kunai from his back pouch. Naruto slowly backed away as the figure continued advancing. Soon, the boy found himself in bright light and mentally cursed his carelessness. However, luck seemed to be on his side. Naruto? Confusion was reflected on the blonde boy's face as he watched the figure enter the light. The figure transformed into a man wearing a long-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and a jacket with a fur collar. Both sleeves of the shirt and one trouser leg were bandaged, and a sash bore a symbol the boy had never seen before. He had brown eyes and short, spiky black hair. Who are you?" Naruto asked cautiously as he gripped his weapons tightly. "I am Asuma Sarutobi," the man said. "The son of the third Hokage." "Gigi's son?" Naruto repeated, staring incredulously at the man in front of him. "He never mentioned you to me. And how do you know my name?" "Jigi?" Asuma asked, raising an eyebrow. "You mean my father?" "Yeah. It's strange that you call him that, but I don't mind. I know your name because Dad's always complaining that the civil council wants you dead or that the elders want to turn you into a weapon. He does his best not to let it get to him, but I think he'll reach his breaking point soon." "Ah, okay. Is he home?" "He was there before I left." "Why do you ask?" "I need to see it." I guess so. Just follow me." With that, the confused shinobi led the blonde youth toward the mansion where his family lived. It only took a few minutes, as it was a short distance away, and the first thing the boy saw was the large metal fence surrounding the building. It had only one entrance, a large metal gate with a kanji that the blonde boy hadn't seen before. Asuma pressed his hand against the kanji, which glowed with a faint blue hue before quickly fading. A loud creak suddenly filled the air, followed by a loud slam that caused the kanji to rotate 90 degrees clockwise. The gates opened, and they both stepped inside, slamming shut behind them. Naruto glanced around the grounds, easily spotting the large trees that lined the path leading to the entrance of the grand, two-story building. Above the main entrance was a balcony with a few chairs and a glass door that opened into the house. Orange tiles covered the roof, while lush green grass covered the ground. Several paths branched off in different directions, one of them leading to the entrance. Suddenly, the mansion's massive double wooden doors swung open, revealing a man Naruto knew very well, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Asuma, you're back early," said the old man, unaware of the small child behind his son. "What happened?" "You don't miss a thing, Dad," Asuma said with a slight smile, eliciting a chuckle from her father. "Well, I'm here because I wanted to talk to you." "Who?" asked the eldest Sarutobi before spotting the shock of spiky blonde hair. "Naruto." "What do you need, kid?" "There was another one today, Gigi," Naruto replied cryptically. "I managed to escape, but only just." "Another one," Hiruzen said, narrowing his eyes. "Where were Yamato, dog, and cat?" "They were sent on a mission." "That's what their note said." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Asuma asked curiously, for he rarely saw that expression on his father's face. "Another what? And who are Yamato, dog, and cat?" The boy and the old man looked at each other before the latter sighed. He turned to his son after receiving a nod from the young Uzumaki. "Listen, what I'm about to tell you is a mid to high class secret," he said seriously. "In fact, with the information I have, it could be class S." "What?" Asuma asked, shocked. "What does this have to do with him?" "Everything," the old man said. "Let me activate the privacy seal before we continue." "I'll take care of it, Gigi," Naruto said, interrupting the Hokage before taking out a sticker and sticking it on the nearby pillar, unleashing a burst of blue chakra in all directions. "The privacy seal is activated." "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen said before noticing Asuma's gaze. "Before you ask anything, let Naruto and I tell you everything first. I trust you because you're my son." "I'm here because another mob, made up of both shinobi and civilians, tried to kill me again," Naruto said before he even saw the man's expression. "And when I say again, I mean again. They've tried to kill me many times, and even more times they've beaten me to a pulp. It all started to slow down when I began my studies with my senseis." "They must be dog and cat," Asuma says, interrupting the boy. "Anbu, right?" "That's right," replied the old man Sarutobi, deciding to tell him only part of the truth. Since his training, he has managed to avoid most of the attempts on his life, and in those cases where he can, his senseis are there to stop them before the situation gets worse. "So how is it that this Class A secret borders on a Class S secret?" Asuma asked, confused. "The reason it's so tall is because I'm the Kyubi's jailer," the blonde replied bluntly. "So that's what the law you enacted years ago is for," stuttered the Hokage's son as he looked at his father. "Indeed," Hiruzen replied. "Asuma, I enacted that law with the intention of protecting Naruto as best I could. You left the village a few days later due to your duties as guardian. Now I understand. Another reason it's a top secret is so that only a small group knows he's training to become a ninja. We both know that the prejudice against him will lead to his failure in his studies." Asuma could only nod as he turned his head to look at the blonde boy beside him. Naruto glanced at the third Hokage before meeting Asuma's gaze. As if they had just finished an unspoken conversation, they nodded to each other. Suddenly, the blonde boy began to sway. "Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" "I'm just tired, Gigi," the boy replied with a yawn. "You'll sleep here tonight. There's a room upstairs you can take. Just go up the stairs and turn right. It's the first door on the left." Naruto nodded at the instructions before heading to the dormitory, only to be called back by the Hokage. "Rest, Naruto. You have an exam tomorrow, remember that. This one will be different from the last one." The boy understood the situation and went to sleep, leaving the two Sarutobi alone. The older one removed the privacy seal, causing the chakra wave to dissipate completely. "What should I do, Dad? I want to help him too." "Just protect him when he needs it." "I promise you, Dad, I promise I'll be there for him." The morning sun peeked through the shadows, warming all things, living and inanimate. Birdsong echoed through the busy village streets, while animals darted among the bushes. The clash of metal resonated in the training field. Outside the bustling area, a small group stood in a clearing. The first was an old man in full ninja attire, a solid black suit with an armored helmet. The second was an 11-year-old boy, two large swords slung across his back. He wore shoulder pads and a belt with knife sheaths. The lower half of his face was covered by the same dark blue mask as Kakashi, and a dark hood concealed his spiky blonde hair. They stood at opposite ends of the field, while a smaller group, consisting of 4 masked shinobi and another with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, watched from the center. A small flower stood poised against the rushing wind. One by one, the petals scattered into the distance until only one remained, clinging to the stem with all its might. With another gust of wind, the petal finally broke free, and the old Hokage attacked first, throwing a kunai at the blonde boy. "Shadow clone kunai jutsu!" exclaimed the Hokage as his single kunai multiplied 100-fold. Naruto watched him before drawing his white crystal sword from his back. He swiftly raised it above his head and plunged it into the ground. A wave of snow-white energy spread a meter forward. "Soul Calibur release, Raging Tundra!" shouted the blonde boy. From the ground, several stakes of light blue ice emerged, bristling with white energy. They stood imposingly above the entire field, offering the blonde boy a shield as the kunai crashed against the icy wall. Naruto drew his greatsword from the ground, spun around, and unleashed a vertical slash. This sent another wave of white energy hurtling toward the elderly shinobi, who gracefully dodged it as his hands moved swiftly between hand seals. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb! A torrent of flames erupted from the Hokage's mouth and struck the exact spot where the blonde boy had been standing. A dense cloud of smoke and dust filled the air, distorting his vision. The Hokage could only squint at the cloud until he spotted several flashes of light within it. His eyes widened, and he stepped back. At that moment, several projectiles embedded themselves in the tree behind him. Hiruzen's hands moved swiftly between various hand seals as he saw more flashes of light aimed at him from the dust cloud. Wind release, Breakthrough! The old man inhaled deeply before exhaling a powerful gust of wind that deflected the projectiles and scattered the dust, revealing the large blade embedded in the ground, which the blonde boy held tightly. When the wind subsided, the two combatants stared at each other. Swiftly, the old Kage drew a pair of kunai from his pouch and gripped them with the handles reversed. They both lunged at each other, their weapons clashing. Every slash from Naruto was blocked or deflected by the Kage's kunai. Every thrust from the old man Sarutobi was deflected sideways by the edge of the crystal blade. Seeing an opening, the young Uzumaki launched a horizontal slash, unaware that the Kage had anticipated it. With a swift kick to the chest, he sent him flying several meters backward. "You're progressing well, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a smile. "However, I think we've already warmed up." "Thanks for the compliment," Naruto replied with a smile. "So why don't we raise the stakes?" "Very well. Let's begin your first lesson," said the Kage, which earned him a confused look from the boy. "Ninjutsu. Earth element, Mud Dragon Bullet. A dragon's head emerged from the ground and began hurling mud balls at the blonde boy. Naruto, meanwhile, jumped back and formed hand seals as the attacks hurtled toward him. Water release, water camp wall. A massive wall of water erupted from the ground, reaching a height of several meters before the mud projectiles struck it. However, the impacts were so swift that they battered the wall mercilessly, allowing some projectiles to pierce through. This surprised the blonde man, as some attacks crashed into the ground near him, creating small craters. Damn it! I thought the wall would stop him. Naruto thought as he watched his water wall begin to crumble under the attack. I can't face it head-on like that, I could die. I need to think. The blonde boy leapt forward just as the wall of liquid collapsed, unleashing a shower of dust that rained down on the ground where he had stood. Amidst the dust, Naruto gripped Soul Calibur and began to focus his chakra. With a savage growl, he leapt forward and plunged his sword in. The crystal of the weapon began to glow with a blue light that intensified. Whatever it is, I have to stop it. The Hokage thought as he lunged forward, hoping to stop the attack. Unfortunately, he was too late, as the blonde boy charged at him with his sword while the blue crystal glowed with a menacing radiance. Soul Calibur Liberation, Wolf Hunter. Naruto shouted as blue light emanated from the crystal to the tip of the enormous sword, launching itself at the old man with dizzying speed. The attack began as a blue light that quickly took the form of a meter-tall wolf. It soon became a game of cat and mouse, with the Hokage leaping from side to side as he tried to destroy the wolf. The old man accelerated with a burst of speed before creating a clone at his side. Both stopped dead in their tracks and faced their pursuer, their hands performing a series of hand seals at lightning speed. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb, Wind release, Breakthrough. The combination of the two jutsus created a massive firestorm that engulfed the chakra animal before destroying it. The storm continued its advance, burning everything in its path as it approached the blonde boy. Naruto, meanwhile, plunged his crystal sword into the ground before advancing toward the flames. With a predatory grin, he clasped his hands together before launching himself into the fire. Those present gasped as they watched the flames consume the blonde boy. Asuma couldn't help but feel sadness at the thought of the boy's death. However, Yugao, Kakashi, and Yamato couldn't help but worry that their student/friend was hurt. The Hokage narrowed his eyes as he watched the flames engulf the boy, and to his surprise, the fire split in two, revealing the boy unharmed with a smile on his face. The three Onbu agents could only sigh in relief at the sight of the young Uzumaki, while Asuma's eyes widened at the scene he had just witnessed. "My turn," Naruto said with a mischievous grin as his arms began to move, drawing the scattered flames toward him. He pressed his fist back, and the flames rushed toward him before striking the air in front of him, unleashing a torrent of fire toward the elder Kage. This act took the old man by surprise, who quickly leapt to dodge the first wave of flames as his hands formed several hand seals. Water release, Water Dragon. A great jet of water erupted from the nearby stream, turning sharply toward the approaching flames. The water met the attack head-on, piercing through the flames and intent on destroying the blonde boy. Naruto stepped back, his hands drawing Soul Calibur from the ground before leaping backward. Soul Calibur release, White Fang. The blonde man shouted, brandishing his sword repeatedly and unleashing waves of snowy energy toward the rapidly approaching jet of water. The waves crashed against the water, splitting it and freezing a portion with each impact. To the blonde man's dismay, the water continued its powerful advance, thwarting his attack. He leapt back just as the water crashed against the ground beside him. "You're going to have to try harder to prove your worth to me, Naruto," Hiruzen said as he created two more clones. "Let's see how you handle this." Earth Element, Mud Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Flower. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Right in front of the old Kage, another dragon head appeared, firing a barrage of mud balls at high speed. One of the clones exhaled a storm of fireballs, while the other unleashed a torrent of flames toward the boy. Seeing that the situation was becoming critical, Naruto summoned Soul Calibur and performed a series of hand seals. Release from Judgment, Spatial Collapse. Roared the blonde boy as his right hand extended forward, glowing with a dark yellow light. The jutsu was unknown to everyone else, who watched as the area in front of the boy distorted. Upon impact, the attack suddenly exploded, creating a large black cloud. What happened? Yugao asked as she observed the events. Honestly, I don't know, Kage replied, mentally praying that the blonde boy was safe and sound. I hope he's alright. The cloud dissipated, revealing the young Uzumaki, who was panting slightly and had several burn marks on his clothes. He took a deep breath and looked at the old man on the other side of the field. That was a powerful attack, Naruto exclaimed as he summoned a clone beside him before his hands pierced through several seals. Here's mine. Fire Element, Wrath of the Titan. Wind Release, Swallow Storm. A powerful gust of wind swept across the field, destroying everything in its path, as flames erupted from Naruto's mouth. The wind fanned the flames, making them grow even faster and more intense. The Hokage watched, wide-eyed, as they drew closer. The flame swept past, leaving a scorched mark on the ground and no sign of the cage. A gentle breeze blew as the young man waited for any sign of his whereabouts. Where could it be? The boy thought. Upstairs? Downstairs? In the woods? A fleeting flash illuminated the forest. Naruto caught it out of the corner of his eye and, with a speed beyond his years, drew one of his throwing knives and hurled it toward the source of the flash. A loud thud echoed, indicating the knife had struck a tree. With narrowed eyes, the blonde boy cautiously approached the woods, but something caught his attention. It was the Hokage, motionless, a smile on his face. Your ninjutsu is very good, but how will you approach the next lesson? Asked the old man Sarutobi. Lesson number 2, Genjutsu. The moment she uttered those words, she vanished in a swirl of leaves, causing the blonde man to begin sweating slightly. He frantically looked around as darkness began to engulf everything. How do you plan to fight me if you can even see me, Naruto? Asked the Kage's voice. What I do? The blonde thought, gripped by panic. I don't know what to do. Damn it. I've spent so much time preparing and I'm stuck in this stupid illusion. Wait. He took a breath and drew Force Edge from his back before slamming it into the ground in front of him. Inside, his chakra began to flow frantically as the blonde boy closed his eyes. Feeling the chakra swirling around his eyes, he opened them, revealing that they were no longer their usual blue, but a menacing red and black. Outside, the Hokage could only watch the boy trapped in his world of illusions. He hoped the young Uzumaki would be able to free himself and continue his evaluation match, but as the minutes ticked by, he began to worry, thinking the blonde boy was still trapped. To his surprise, when he looked into the blonde boy's eyes, they weren't the usual blue, but a mixture of red and black with intricate designs. Naruto? The old man asked cautiously as he began to back away in case things got complicated. Are you alright? The blonde turned to look at him just before he leapt back and unleashed a barrage of throwing knives at high speed, like a chunin. This took the old man by surprise, and he narrowly dodged the hail of metal weapons that slammed into the ground where he had been standing. That was a low blow, the Hokage commented as he drew his kunai. Naruto lifted Force Edge from the ground and his eyes returned to their normal blue before he shrugged at the old Kage. We are shinobi, Naruto replied, assuming a fighting stance with both hands gripping the enormous demonic sword. There are no underhanded tactics. You're learning well, the Kage replied, mimicking him and assuming a stance with his kunai in hand. But I think we still have a few lessons to learn. Lesson number 3, Taijutsu. With that, the Hokage threw his 2 kunai before launching himself forward at a speed the blonde boy could barely perceive. The young Uzumaki blocked both projectiles with the flat side of his sword before seeing the Kage preparing to strike him. With his forearm, the blonde boy deflected the blow before being forced to unleash Force Edge to block another brutal punch from the Hokage. Naruto moved furiously, blocking or dodging the man's attacks until he spotted a small opening in his opponent's stance. He seized it and launched a spinning kick. Sarutobi had intentionally left an opening to see what would happen, and as soon as he saw the kick, he grabbed the blonde boy's leg with his hand. However, he didn't expect the boy to propel himself forward with his other leg and deliver an axe kick, forcing him to release his grip on the blonde boy's leg to dodge the attack. Naruto, on the other hand, used the momentum from his failed kick to get back to his feet before facing the Kage. My turn, Naruto said with a predatory grin that unnerved everyone present. He assumed a stance that the elder Kage recognized as the horseman's stance. In fact, It closely resembled the Hyuga clan's taijutsu style, except his body was closer to the ground. Hiruzen shifted slightly as he took his stance. Suddenly, Naruto lunged forward, stopping a meter from the cage and throwing a punch in front of him. A rock flew out of nowhere and nearly struck Hiruzen, who couldn't dodge it in time. The young man continued to fluidly shift stances, unleashing punches and kicks at the cage. The elder couldn't avoid the onslaught of rocks and stone pillars that were coming his way. I need to get closer to him, Sarutobi thought as he made his way toward the blonde man, dodging his attacks. He continued to approach stealthily until he was close enough to counterattack. His attack was either blocked by the blonde man or sent flying into a rock. Soon, they were exchanging blows until Naruto managed to land a powerful palm strike on the old man's chest, sending him reeling backward. "Well, Naruto-kun, you've improved since the last time I saw you," said the cage. "But let's raise the stakes a bit." "Are you sure?" the blonde girl asked mockingly. "You've aged quite a bit. Can you raise the stakes?" The Hokage's eye began to twitch at the boy's comment, and it didn't help that the 5 spectators tried to stifle their laughter. "Do you realize what this means?" the old man asked irritably, biting his thumb before rapidly making several seals. Summoning jutsu. A white cloud appeared before quickly dissipating, revealing a monkey covered in white fur. It wore a black suit with chainmail armor underneath, over which it wore a sleeveless kimono. The kimono had a tiger-like pattern, trimmed with white fur. It was taller than the third Hokage and wore a Konoha headband on its forehead. "What's wrong, Sarutobi?" asked the tall monkey. "I don't see any problem." "I need your help to teach this young man a lesson, Enma," Hiruzen replied, pointing at the smiling blonde boy in front of him. "Let's teach this brat to respect his elders." "Isn't this going too far?" Enma asked, receiving only a withering look followed by a negative response from her summoner. "I knew it. I feel sorry for the boy." Transformation, adamantine staff. The monkey was quickly enveloped by a white cloud before the third reached into it and pulled out a huge black staff with yellow ends. "There's something you should know about Enma's staff form," Hiruzen said with a smile. "It possesses several rather devastating abilities." "Well, let's see if your staff can match my sword," Naruto replied, holding Force Edge ready for combat. "Fire element, Phoenix Fire Flower!" exclaimed the Hokage as he spat out a great storm of fireballs. "Element Edge of Force, Ominous Wind!" Naruto shouted as he unleashed a blast of black wind toward the attack. The wind whipped through the fireballs, reducing their edges to mere wisps and trails of smoke. The Hokage leapt to dodge the storm, letting it crash into the trees behind him, leaving them bare. Hiruzen lunged at the blonde boy, his staff ready to strike. Naruto saw it coming and barely managed to raise his greatsword high enough to block the attack. The impact of the staff against the sword created a massive shockwave that engulfed them both, causing the ground to crack around them. With a growl, the blonde shoved the old man with all his might before delivering a downward slash. The slash was stopped by the large staff before being deflected. This repeated itself every few seconds. Both tried to strike the opponent, but only encountered a counterattack that prevented their attacks from reaching their target. The two shinobi in combat pushed each other, increasing their speed and attack power. Suddenly, they both appeared in the center of the field, the Hokage's staff locked into Naruto's greatsword. Each struggled to pull the other away, and with a growl, Hiruzen sent the blonde boy stumbling back several meters. Sword in hand, Naruto regained his balance before looking at his opponent with a smile. "Not bad, Gigi," he said jokingly. "It seems that being locked behind the desk hasn't weakened you that much." "They don't call me the shinobi god for nothing," the old Kage replied with a laugh before looking at the boy. "Where were we?" "I think it was me who beat you up," the blonde man shouted as he turned around and threw the greatsword at the Kage. "That won't be enough, Naruto," Sarutobi stated, watching the enormous spinning sword hurtle toward him, his hands rapidly forming a multitude of hand seals. "I think it's time to end this." Forbidden Fire Element, the Rise of the Phoenix. A monstrous storm of flames erupted from the ground behind the elderly Kage before engulfing him. Force Edge sliced through the flames without hitting anything before a loud crash echoed across the field. Suddenly, the flames began to recede, and in their place appeared Sarutobi, clad in heavy, burnt red plate armor. The spectators could only stare at their Kage in awe. "It's been a while since I used this jutsu. Let me illustrate one of the reasons why I'm the Hokage," Hiruzen said before striking the air in front of him, unleashing a massive firestorm toward the surprised blonde boy. Naruto. Move it. The voice was all the blonde boy needed to shake off his shock and jump aside, letting the flames engulf him. In their wake, the flames left a trail of blackened earth and ash from the grass and trees. Wow, what power! Naruto thought as he observed the strip of blackened earth before fixing his gaze on the armored Kage. Those flames were powerful. If I hadn't dodged them, I'd probably be fried. My fire element taijutsu doesn't even come close to producing that kind of power. What do you think, Naruto? The Hokage asked with a slight smile. This is the power a Kage holds in his hands. Let me teach you this particular jutsu. It grants me the power to control the flames of the legendary phoenix, whose flames are the third most powerful, after the Amaterasu of the Uchiha clan and the fire of the mythical dragons. Dragons mythical? Exclaimed Bahamut in fury. You'll see what it means to be legendary. Let me teach you a lesson. Naruto maintained a facade of calm, ignoring the screams of the fire elemental within him. He gripped his force edge tightly before assuming his stance. He knew he could hold out for a few minutes before being overpowered by the old man, but he wouldn't surrender without a fight. It's over, Naruto, Hiruzen said. No, this isn't over, replied the blonde boy. I still have a few moves left, and I won't give up without a fight. With a loud shout, he channeled more chakra before several clouds of smoke appeared around him, signaling the creation of more clones. 11 copies of the blonde boy emerged from the clouds, all with the same sly smile on their faces, before the original stepped to the front of the group. The original planted force edge in the ground before his hands executed a series of hand seals, as his clones mirrored him. In a massive display of chakra power, each of them invoked their jutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Flower. Fire release, Roaring Flames. Earth Liberation, Mud Dragon Bullet. Earth Liberation, River of Mud Flowing. Wind Release, Air Piercing Bullet. Wind Release, Scattered Wind Blades. Water Release, Water Fang Bullet. Water Release, Water Dragon. Lightning Release, Overload. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon. A fury of attacks erupted from the blonde woman's multiple copies. 3 of them exhaled a firestorm combined with their fire jutsus, while the 2 clones launched wind jutsus into the flames, fanning them and making them grow even larger. Meanwhile, the 2 water jutsus merged to form a massive torrent, mingling with the lightning jutsus. The combined attacks, along with the earth jutsus, rushed toward the old man, who remained motionless, his arm extended behind him. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the ground, making the earth tremble before a massive wall of fire erupted before him. Naruto could only watch as his attacks crashed into the wall of flames, triggering a huge explosion that engulfed the entire field. Explosions echoed across the field as Naruto's clones vanished, having accomplished their purpose. The wall of fire dissipated, revealing the Hokage in all his glory, while Naruto could only hope to catch his breath. That was an impressive demonstration, Naruto, exclaimed the old man as his hands executed the seals at breakneck speed. But here's mine, Forbidden Fire Element, Phoenix Feather Storm. Hiruzen spat out a massive fireball that quickly took the form of a phoenix. The creature, with its phoenix-like appearance, soared through the sky, fixed its gaze on its target, and began to beat its wings. With each flap, it launched fiery darts toward the blonde-haired boy. Naruto, meanwhile, swiftly executed his hand seals before launching his defense. Water Release, Hydra Dragon. The moisture in any remaining water around him began to accumulate into a large sphere that levitated in front of the blonde boy. As the flaming darts rapidly approached, Naruto hurled the sphere at them. It expanded quickly before launching several water dragons into the rain of flames. To the blonde boy's disappointment, the water dragons didn't extinguish all the flames, but they did extinguish enough to cause the rest to crash around him. By then, Naruto was panting from the sheer amount of chakra he had just expended in only a few minutes. Have you finished, Naruto? The old Kage asked. You've done incredible things during this test, and I can't help but feel proud of you. I have one more. Naruto muttered through gritted teeth. I'm not finished yet, Naruto. With that, the blonde boy collapsed to the ground in front of him with a soft thud. Everyone present rushed to his side, including the third Hokage. Yugao gently scooped him up in her arms before lifting him to his feet. The blonde boy felt the warmth of being so close to the Anbu and snuggled even closer to her chest, causing the purple-haired Kunoichi to blush slightly. Her friends could only chuckle at the sight, while Kakashi and the third Hokage let out quiet, wicked laughs as they witnessed the scene. Opening his eyes, illuminating the darkness, the blonde boy first saw the white rooftops, while the breeze coming through the open window was the first thing he felt on his skin, along with the warmth of his clothes. The scent of morning dew reached his nose, and birdsong filled his ears. He rubbed his eyes as he tried to sit up in bed, blinking several times. As his vision cleared, he spotted the elderly Hokage sitting in a chair, reading a familiar orange book. "Hey, Gigi!" chirped the blonde boy, causing the Hokage to stumble backward in his chair as the book he was holding went flying. "Naruto! You're all right," exclaimed the old man joyfully as he desperately tried to hide his book from the boy. "I can still see the book, Gigi. You're a pervert, aren't you?" the blonde exclaimed, provoking giggles and laughter in the room. Soon, the air began to distort in some areas before dissipating, revealing four shinobi trying to stifle their laughter at the sight of the old man. "Why don't you stop calling me that?" asked the old Kage as a large tick appeared on his forehead. "You read that perverted pornography. If you stop reading it, maybe I'll stop calling you Urogigi." The key word is maybe. The four shinobi could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter at the sight of their leader weeping uncontrollably. Hiruzen, resigned, sighed and raised his hands in defeat. Yamato took the opportunity to observe the blonde boy lying on the bed and couldn't help but smile. "You've gotten stronger, Naruto," he said, earning a smile from the boy. "I can't help but think how strong you've become during these 2 years of training." "Thank you, Yamato-sensei," the blonde boy replied. "It's all thanks to the training you gave me. By the way, what am I doing at the hospital?" "Well, you did suffer chakra depletion, but it wasn't severe enough to kill you or anything like that," the third Hokage replied before noticing the confusion in the boy's blue eyes. "If anything, I think your body isn't used to using that much chakra in such a short time. Your body just needs to adjust to the strain of using jutsu that require a large amount of chakra." "What have I told you about overexerting yourself, Naruto-kun?" Yugao asked sweetly as the room seemed to darken slightly, causing the four men present to begin sweating. You told me not to," the boy stammered as he tried to back away from the purple-haired woman. "Don't hurt me, Kitty-chan." Yugao couldn't help but look into the boy's frightened eyes and hug him tightly, suffocating him. This action caused the two perverts present, Kakashi and the Hokage, to let out nervous giggles at the blonde boy's predicament. Naruto, who heard the giggles, managed to pry himself away from the girl's chest before giving her a reassuring smile. "Thank you for everything, Kitty-chan," he said, earning a slight smile. "But it seems there are some perverts we need to deal with." The moment he uttered those words, the two laughing men stopped dead in their tracks, a wave of dread washing over them. Yugao had drawn her katana and was stealthily approaching them, while Naruto wielded Soul Calibur, its blade gleaming with a menacing, icy blue. Kakashi and the elderly Sarutobi exchanged a glance before leaping out of the room through the window. "Come on, Gigi. This won't hurt at all," Naruto shouted as he chased after him. "Accept your punishment like a man, Kakashi," Yugao shouted as she followed the blonde boy through the broken windows. Asuma couldn't help but sigh in frustration and followed the two anti-perverts to prevent them from harming one of Konoha's strongest jonin and his father. An hour after the chase began, the duo of Kakashi Hitake and Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped in the middle of an empty training field, some distance from the hospital. "Damn, that kid has incredible stamina," Kakashi gasped. "Do you think we've lost them?" "I don't know," the Hokage replied. "But I do know we must avoid them." "Oh no! There's Yugao!" To their horror, the purple-haired swordswoman stood just a few feet away, pointing her sword at them. As she took a step forward, the two men retreated. "Yugao-chan, don't do anything you might regret," Kakashi said as he continued to back away. "Let's not rush into anything. Perhaps we can talk about this unfortunate series of events." "Come on, Kakashi," the Anbu began. "You know what I'd do to perverts like you." "Please, Yugao," the Hokage pleaded, sweating profusely. He was the strongest ninja in the village, But he knew he was powerless against women, especially when they were angry. After all, no fury could compare to a woman's scorn. However, Kakashi's mind wandered elsewhere. "Hokage-sama, is it just me or is it suddenly colder?" asked the son of the White Fang, to which he responded with confusion before looking down and discovering that the ice was trapping his legs. "Naruto is close. We have to go." The statement was interrupted when Naruto appeared right next to Yugao before plunging his sword into the ground. Soul Calibur, Frozen Heaven release. The ice covering the two men's legs thickened before creeping up their bodies to mid-thigh. To make matters worse, their hands and arms suddenly froze as well. Their expressions were priceless as they watched the two pervert hunters approach with wide grins. Naruto walked up to the Hokage, reached into his bag, and pulled out his copy of Icha Paradise 3, Gold Edition, signed by the author. Horror flashed across Hiruzen's face, and Kakashi was already reeling when Yugao pulled a similarly colored book from her bag. In her hand was the Jonin's copy of Icha Beach Party, Platinum Edition, complete with deleted scenes and the author's signature. Yugao handed the book to the blonde boy, who glared at the two men with a broad smile. "How did you get a copy of that, Kakashi?" an enraged Hokage demanded. "I've been looking for one for years, and it turns out you have it." Yes, I did," replied a sweaty Cyclops. "I found it in the Kumo garbage during a mission." "Well, I'm sorry to interrupt this little argument, but," Naruto said, waving his hand and causing it to burst into flames, "these works literary they're going to be recolored just for you, in a color better called ash black." "No!" Kakashi and Sarutobi shouted in unison as Naruto let the flames engulf the books, which quickly burned before releasing a small, dense cloud of black smoke. Asuma appeared on the battlefield and, seeing Naruto burning the books, couldn't help but laugh along with Yugao as they both let out a shout that echoed throughout the village. "Well, it was fun and all, but I have to go." He vanished in a blazing sunshine right after wielding Soul Calibur. As he disappeared, the fire instantly melted half the ice, allowing the two partially frozen shinobi to move. It took them some effort and time to break through the ice. They could have gotten out faster if Yugao and Asuma had helped them, but instead, the pair watched with amusement as the two punched their way through. Afterward, they each went their separate ways, and upon arriving at their respective homes, the two perverts found their copies of Icha on their beds. Only upon opening them did they realize they were the original copies. They also found a note inside the orange books. "Make sure he never sees this again or I'll burn it." Naruto giggled pervertedly. They both took their books and sat down in chairs before beginning to read their respective books. Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument, strumming his guitar. The sun slowly descended to rest as the moon began to rise in its place. "A night without disturbances," he said to himself. "Are you bothering me, Naruto-chan?" Ares asked as he connected his mental link. "No, you're not bothering me, Ares-sensei," he thought. "Hey, Ares-sensei, is Valina-sensei there?" "Naru-chan, I am Valina-sensei," the spirit replied. "What's happening?" "I just wanted to thank you. I've discovered that music is quite relaxing for me." "Of course. Never doubt the sound of music." He began strumming his guitar as he softly sang a song to himself and his lodgers, oblivious to the shadows in the forest that listened to his voice. Among the shadows were four women. The first was Yugao Uzuki. She could only sigh with contentment as she listened to the boy sing. "Goodness, that boy can really sing," Yugao remarked, offering a slight smile. "What do you think, girls? That boy is definitely an alpha," Hana stated, licking her lips in anticipation as she looked at the blonde man as if he were a piece of meat. "Now I think following the rhythm of the music was the best idea we had all night." "Forget about keeping it, Hana, it's mine," Anko replied. "I wonder what his blood tastes like. I haven't seen him in ages." "Before you two start arguing, let me remind you that she's under 10 years old," Kurenai said. "But Nai-chan," Anko complained. "When he becomes a shinobi, he'll be considered an adult. And with his physique, lots of girls will be after him. It's better to claim him now than later, when we have to deal with all the competition." "Not to mention the amount of resistance she has," muttered the purple-haired Kunoichi, unaware that her friends had overheard her comment. "Ah, so Yu-chan is having inappropriate thoughts about her student," Anko teased, causing the Anbu member to blush furiously. "Is she thinking of playing teacher and student with him?" "Shut up, Anko, Yugao shouted, still blushing. She wouldn't admit it, but her thoughts about her student were rather inappropriate. You didn't deny it. Yugao was speechless as she looked at her friends. They were all watching her expectantly. She didn't dare speak for fear of making things worse. It was then that Gurunai intervened to spare her friend further embarrassment. I think you've bothered Yuchan enough for tonight, she said with a slight smile. We still have missions to do tomorrow, so we better head home. Fine, Onko said, pouting. Have fun with the brat, Yuchan. I hope you'll tell me all about it. All about him. Yugao blushed even more as she stammered a reply to the comment, only to find that her three friends had left her alone. With a sigh, she walked away through a swirl of leaves, the image of the blonde boy perched on the fourth Hokage's head still fresh in her mind. The next day. It was midday in the Hidden Leaf Village, and nothing disturbed the peace more than an army of blonde-haired individuals training intensely. To make matters worse, they were practicing in an open field instead of training ground 44. All across the field, elements were hurled at various areas, flames roaring ceaselessly as they were launched from the hands and feet of the army. Gusts of wind tore through the air, slicing through trees and rocks as if they were made of paper, while water flooded much of the training area. Earthbending created an uneven texture, and lightning bolts obliterated almost everything in their path. Aside from the large group of elemental benders, there was a circle of 6 people. 5 of them were Odin, Bahamut, Exodus, Valina, and Ares, inhabiting enhanced clones, while Naruto stood on the opposite side. The 5 spirits were in fighting stances, while Naruto wielded Soul Calibur. Ready for round 2? Odin asked as he drew his great double-edged sword and shield. Naruto gasped before gripping his sword with determination. I'm more than ready, the blonde boy replied before unleashing a powerful blast of blue energy at his 5 masters. They swiftly dodged the attack, and Odin found himself locked in a sword duel with the boy. So it seems I'll be your first opponent, he said. Odin attacked the boy with his sword before raising his shield to block a slash. The spirit and the blonde boy clashed in a dance of sparks as their weapons collided, before repelling each other to opposite sides of the field. Your swordsmanship has improved, he commented. Odin, as he slung his sword over his shoulder. But let's see how you fare without Soul Calibur or Force Edge. The moment he uttered those words, he charged forward at unimaginable speed and reappeared in front of Naruto, his sword raised, ready to strike. The blonde boy tried to block the attack with his wide sword, but the slash missed him. However, he didn't see the spinning kick coming, which sent him flying several meters. The impact of the kick hurled Soul Calibur to another part of the field, far from the Uzumaki boy. Nice kick, sensei, said the blonde boy as he propelled himself up from the ground. I wasn't expecting that. That means you still have a lot to learn, but right now you're in a bind, he remarked. The spirit. What are you going to do without Soul Calibur? Naruto knew he had a few moments to think before his sensei attacked. He knew that if he drew Force Edge, Odin would do the same and disarm him. He only had one option left. At that moment, the lightning spirit slowed its charge, giving his student time to defend himself. He was within range and attacked with his sword. He had anticipated the cloud of smoke that appeared, but not that the blonde boy would block his attack with the same sharp weapon he wielded. It was then that Naruto attacked. He managed to land a powerful kick to the spirit's chest, sending it stumbling back several meters. So that's how it will be, said Odin before preparing himself. Show me how much you've learned. Demonstrate your strength with that sword. Odin attacked first, pushing the blonde boy to his limits. Odin knew the blonde boy was at a disadvantage because he was stronger, and Naruto lacked a shield. He blocked every slash and every thrust. With each passing minute, Odin urged him to fight with even greater ferocity. They were so engrossed in their battle that they didn't notice the other 4 spirits watching them from the grove. He'll wear it out before we can even put it to the test, said Exodus. What will we do? Nothing, Bahamut replied. But I don't think it will happen. They're both about to finish, and we can continue with our test. How do you know? Ares asked. Because he's going to use that move of his. Naruto has shown him that he's ready to start learning the special techniques with Odin's sword. It helps that they have been sparring for half an hour. Just as the fire spirit had predicted, they found themselves on separate sides. Odin was barely panting, while Naruto struggled for air. The blonde boy was exhausted after the sword fight he had just had with his sensei, who watched him intently. Naruto, "You have proven your worth to me," commented the Spirit of Lightning. "You are ready to advance to the next phase. Let me show you the power I wielded in my time." Suddenly, the clouds darkened ominously before it began to rain. Lightning and thunder rumbled soon after, and Naruto spotted his sensei glowing with an intense yellow light that reminded him of his hair. He wasn't the only one looking at Odin, the other spirits were watching him as well. "What is this?" exclaimed Valina when the wind began to pick up. "Is this the power of Odin?" "This is the power he held in life," Bahamut replied as his clothes billowed in the strong winds. "This power is what gave it its name." "What name?" Ares asked, for whom the wind posed no problem. He had two names, the first was the Destroyer of Corruption. The second alias was Herald of Lightning, which he obtained from his power over lightning. "And the first one?" he asked. Valina looked on with curiosity when she noticed that the wind was dying down a little. "He will tell you that. Let us observe and witness the power of Odin, the Herald of Lightning." Back on the battlefield, Odin took his time, watching his blonde student catch his breath. The spirit knew the others also wanted to test him, and he would allow it once he was finished. His pride as a samurai demanded a fair fight, and he would make sure he got it. "Naruto, you will learn to use this power, but it seems my time in this form is limited due to lack of use," he said. "Odin, let's make a deal. If you manage to dodge my next attack, I'll finish and we can continue the test. You'll only have to face the other 4. However, if you get hit, you'll have to face all 5." "Done," replied the young Namikaze as he readied his sword. He could see Soul Calibur a few meters away, but he was unaware of the power Odin possessed. "Get ready," said Odin before plunging his sword into the ground. "By the grace of Kami, let thunder announce my arrival with your eternal and unbreakable bonds. Appear, destroyer of falsehood." A circle with strange symbols appeared beneath Odin before encircling him. A yellowish aura glowed around the spirit and his sword before it was ripped from the ground. Odin began spinning his weapon several times before holding it up in front of him. He yanked the blade in opposite directions, causing it to shatter. Naruto's eyes widened, and he rushed toward Soul Calibur. He didn't recognize the attack, but he knew it would be disastrous if he didn't block it. Zantetsuken. As soon as Odin uttered the name of the attack, a blinding light flooded the field. Naruto, meanwhile, had just reached for the great crystal sword when he heard the attack. Instinctively, he raised Soul Calibur to protect himself the instant the bright light reached his eyes. The Hokage sensed the massive concentration of chakra emanating from Konoha and, apparently, from one of the training grounds as well. He wasn't the only one. Shinobi of all ranks, from Jonin to Jonin, felt the enormous mass of chakra. The Hokage was about to head toward the chakra when a brilliant light blinded him. Shortly after, a powerful explosion occurred. The Hokage abandoned everything on his mind and jumped out the window to investigate the cause of the explosion and the chakra usage. He wasn't reassured by the sound of more explosions afterward. Right behind him, his Anbu guards and several patrols joined him. They suspected a possible invasion or attack on the village. However, 3 Anbu members knew who or what was causing all of this. The group quickly arrived at the site of the explosion and found a training field completely destroyed. The terrain was riddled with craters, and numerous felled trees lay scattered on the ground. The ground was covered in black burn marks, along with pools of water and ice. 5 figures stood in the center of the field. One was easily identifiable to the Hokage, but the other 4 were a mystery. He also spotted another figure standing at the edge of the field. "Hokage-sama, is he who I think he is?" asked one of the Anbu members who was following him. "It seems so, Dragon," Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. "However, I would like to know exactly what is happening here." "Naruto is training," a voice replied from beside him. The Hokage turned his head toward the voice before spotting the figure standing at the edge of the field. To his surprise, a Nanbu member recognized her. "Odin?" a voice asked before its source cut through the crowd to reveal itself as a purple-haired member wearing a cat mask. "What's going on here?" "Ah, Gato, it's good to see you again," Odin replied. "To answer your question, we're testing Naruto to see how much he's progressed and if he's ready for the next step. All I ask is that you don't interfere." "Wait, if you're testing him, why aren't you in there?" Cat asked. "If you're here, it means you sensed a massive increase in chakra. It was caused by both me and Naruto. The attack I used is special and required a huge amount of chakra, while Naruto was able to block it with a different technique. By demonstrating to me that he could block the attack, I knew he was ready for the next phase of my lessons. Now he just has to prove to the others that he's ready. What attack would justify the use of chakra that we feel? Another shinobi asked from the crowd. Something I created and only I can teach. Now, let's watch this game. I want to see how much progress he's made in other areas. That statement silenced everyone as Odin turned to observe the fight. Kat remained beside the lightning spirit, watching the blonde boy with whom she had formed a close friendship. Dog and Bear managed to push their way to the front of the group before joining Kat and continuing to watch the match unfold. Naruto, you've grown so much, Dog thought. I know for sure that your parents would be proud of how much you've grown. And it seems you've managed to melt the Ice Princess of Anbu, judging by Yagao's reaction whenever you're around. Wow. Naruto-kun has gotten stronger since his fight with the Hokage-sama. Kat thought. I haven't been able to spend much time with him because of all the missions. I want to train with him and see how much he's improved. I'm really looking forward to seeing you again, Naruto-kun. Wait. Naruto-kun? Let's try it again, okay? Said Naruto as he assumed his stance with Soul Calibur in his hands. Yes, let's continue. Exodus growled. Odin wouldn't want us interfering in his fight with you. You know his honor is at stake and all that. But now that's over. Velina continued. It's time for us to finish our test. How much have you improved, brat? Bahamut asked. Let's find out. Fire element, Hades' infernal storm. Bahamut rose up before unleashing a torrent of flames. Anyone who saw them would instantly mistake them for Amaterasu, the black flames of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. But upon closer inspection, he realized they were such a dark red they almost appeared black. Naruto watched the jutsu emerge from his sensei's mouth before executing hand seals at a medium to high tuning speed. Inverted exclamation mark Earth Liberation, Mud Hydra Defense. Roared the blonde boy. The earth rumbled before turning into mud. The mud erupted from the ground in a great mass, from which 3 heads, arms, and wings emerged. The mud creatures' heads reared back, hurling torrents of mud into the approaching storm of dark red flames. The mud barely withstood the flames before hardening into earth as the water rapidly evaporated. The flames hardened the mud faster than it could be moistened, causing the hardened earth to turn to ash in the intense fire. It wasn't long before the torrent of flames finally overwhelmed the 3 jets of mud and destroyed the creature. The flames slowly transformed the mud into solid earth. Damn it, I still have to practice that jutsu. Naruto thought as he jumped out from behind the earth creature, now as solid as a rock. They're waiting for me to make a move. Let's see if I can turn the tide of the battle, especially now that Odin-sensei is out of commission. Inverted exclamation mark element water, Wrath of Poseidon. Wow, exclaimed the female water spirit, and Naruto couldn't help but curse, aware of his recklessness. Everyone watched as water erupted from the air, forming a massive wave. In the center of the wave stood a man with a trident in one hand and a leash attached to 3 sharks in the other. With a fierce war cry, the aquatic figure released the sharks and, brandishing his trident, hurled the great wave forward. Naruto leapt forward, causing the water to crash against the trees behind him. In an instant, the massive wave uprooted them. With his hand on Soul Calibur, the blonde boy jumped from the tree he was perched on and focused his chakra into the leaf. Soul Calibur release, Ring of Eternal Ice. The tip of the sword plunged into the water before swiftly transforming into ice and snow. Naruto barely had time to react before raising his sword to block a hammer blow from Exodus. His 2 hammers slammed into his blade with full force. A quick palm strike to the earth spirit's body sent him flying a few feet, but it gave him just enough time to draw one of his throwing knives and block an attack from Ares' sword. His weapon of choice was a thin blade that made it look fragile, but he knew it wasn't. You're improving, Naruto, Ares commented as he blocked the blonde's punch. I agree, Exodus growled. Let's see how you handle having to fight 4 people at once. At that moment, Naruto whirled around and blocked a broadsword strike with Soul Calibur. It quickly replaced itself with a tree trunk, which was sliced in half by a pair of curved blades. The blonde boy knew he couldn't keep up with any of his swords, as they were too large. Soul Calibur and Force Edge felt light to him, but he knew they wouldn't do him any good. With that thought, He plunged Soul Calibur into the ground before drawing another of his throwing knives, wielding both at once. I can't be aggressive, Naruto thought. They have bigger weapons. I'll have to avoid Exodus-sensei. I have the advantage in range. Naruto caught a glimpse of a flash out of the corner of his eye and raised one of his knives to block it. The flash turned out to be the sun reflecting off one of his sensei's blades, which was pointed at him. A metallic clang was heard before the sound of metal clashing echoed across the field. The spectators could only watch as the young Uzumaki fought 4 opponents with knives. Each blow was blocked by one group or another, and it seemed that Naruto was finally exhausted after fighting 4 different opponents for about an hour. It seems this fight is about to end, he said. Bahamut as he raised his broadsword. I agree, Bahamut, Ares affirmed. Let's see how much you have left, Naruto. Show us why we chose you. All right. Here we go, shouted the young Uzumaki as he began throwing his knives at astonishing speeds, simultaneously dodging his sensei's attacks. He wasn't too surprised to find that his knives were being blocked or dodged. Let's end this now. Exodus growled. Inverted exclamation mark. Liberation of the Forbidden Land, meteorite impact. Forbidden water release, ocean storm. Ares shouted. Forbidden fire, draconic impact. Bahamut roared. Forbidden wind release, cyclone canyon. Exodus slammed his 2 hammers into the ground, making the earth tremble once more. Earth and debris began to rise, forming a large sphere. The spirit of the earth leapt up and struck it with his hammers, hurling it toward Naruto. Bahamut was immediately surrounded by purple flames that formed armor and a pair of wings. With a single flap, he soared into the air and charged at the blonde boy. Ares concentrated his chakra into a small sphere in his hands and hurled it at the young man. The sphere quickly transformed into a swirling column of wind. Velina gathered the water from the training field and transformed it into a massive whirlpool. She hurled it at the young Uzumaki. The 4 elemental attacks collided with the blonde boy, who watched with wide eyes. The impact generated a massive explosion. Naruto, Kat cried as tears began to well up in her eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She wasn't usually so emotional, but Naruto affected her somehow. He had somehow won a place in her heart, melting her ice princess facade. At that moment, she feared that incident during training had hurt him deeply. Mental landscape. Where am I? Naruto thought as he opened his eyes and saw nothing. What's going on? Naruto, the time has come, said a voice I knew all too well. You are ready. Shout my name. Unleash the power of the paladin. Real world. Attackers and spectators alike waited with bated breath, eager to learn the outcome. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kat hoped their adopted grandson/student was alright. When the smoke cleared after 5 minutes, a white glow appeared on the field. Naruto stood in the center, wielding a sword in a defensive stance. His eyes revealed his activated lineage, and he wore armor the color of snow. In his hand, he carried a sword that all who had seen him would recognize. In his hand, Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur release. The glare intensified until it momentarily blinded everyone, and as soon as the light dissipated, Naruto appeared. A white aura surrounded him, and his armor had changed. The shoulder pads resembled dragon heads. Otherwise, it was identical to Bahamut's armor when he first appeared in his mindscape. He held Soul Calibur up to his face with both hands before speaking. Neither the heat of the arid desert nor the intensity of the sun will stop you, and at the invocation of your name, the mountains will tremble, the seas will part, and the heavens will open so that you may aid the guard of Kami. Emerge from the eternal peace of Kami, Siegfried, the first paladin. The wind picked up as the water swirled around him. An aura enveloped Naruto's sword as he spoke. When he finished, he extended his hands in opposite directions. In each hand, he held a replica of a sword similar to the one in Soul Calibur, but with a bluish glow emanating from its blade. Forbidden Paladin launch, frozen tomb of the ancestors. The ground froze instantly, and ice spread around them before the 4 spirits could jump back. Everything within a couple of meters was completely frozen, and to make matters worse, the ice followed their movements. A massive snow and hailstorm began to rain down from the sky, lashing down on the skin of their 4 opponents. Something is not right. Exodus thought as he felt the cold of the snow. What's happening to the snow? Then he felt something cold against his arms, and looking down, he discovered they were partially frozen, trapped in a prison. Exodus looked up and saw he wasn't alone. Valina and Ares had ice plates pressed against their bodies, while Bahamut tried to melt them with fire. It was that split second of hesitation that allowed the ice to reach Exodus, imprisoning him. Exodus, Valina screamed as she tried to dodge another attack, but she ended up trapped in the frozen water prison, just like the Earth Spirit. Ares and Bahamut followed shortly after for making mistakes. Naruto, meanwhile, twirled his two swords before clashing them. They glowed an intense blue before merging, becoming a single blade once more. His armor disintegrated, and the blonde boy fainted before anyone could say anything to him. The spirits vanished in a puff of white smoke as those present rushed to the unconscious boy. Mental landscape. Ugh. Where am I? The sleepy blonde man asked as he opened his eyes and glanced around. The walls and floor were white, which certainly indicated to him that this was neither his mental landscape nor a hospital. "We're still in your mind's eye, Naruto," said a melodious voice, making the blonde boy turn around. Before him stood a woman dressed in a white dress. Her generous curves threatened to spill out. A slit at the hem of the dress, reaching to her waist, revealed one leg up to her thigh. Her hair was blonde and white, and her eyes reflected purity and happiness. Her smile radiated warmth and hope. "Naruto? Naruto-kun? Are you still there?" asked the beautiful white-haired woman. "I think you've broken it, Kami-sama," growled a deep voice that the blonde knew all too well. "Kyubi-san," Naruto shouted before realizing something. "Wait. Kami-sama? It just is Ray-chan. You're already Sama," exclaimed the Kami irritably. "It makes me feel older than I am." "That goes for you too, Naruto-kun. If you have to call me something, call me Kami-chan." "I guess I'll do that," Naruto replied nervously. "But who is Ray? Ray-chan? How is it possible that you haven't introduced yourself to him yet?" Kami asked in an accusatory tone. "You were supposed to do it, but I did," snarled another voice, making Naruto turn around. "I told him my name." "That's a name, and we both know it. Kyubi is just a title bestowed upon you. Now, why don't you formally introduce yourself to Naruto-kun?" To Naruto's surprise, the Kyubi's cage appeared before him, along with the fox itself. From what he'd overheard during their conversation, he deduced that Ray was the Kyubi, but he was stunned when the enormous nine-tailed fox transformed into a woman. A beautiful woman, yes, but a woman nonetheless. He studied her closely. She was 1.80 meters tall and wore a dark red kimono that accentuated her figure. Her skin was silky and luminous, lightly tanned, almost like sand. Her fiery red hair reached halfway down her back, with bangs framing her heart-shaped face. Naruto couldn't help but admire her seemingly perfect face and dark red eyes before his gaze shifted to her body. What particularly caught his attention were the two fox ears perched on her head and the nine tails that swayed gently behind her. "Now I think you've broken him, Ray-chan," the goddess joked, which caused the redhead to blush slightly. "Beautiful," Naruto murmured, causing Ray to blush even more, while Kami's smile widened. "I suppose you already know this, Naruto, but my real name is Reikisaki." Ray introduced herself while trying to hide her blush. "Kyubi was a title given to me by my parents." "Why don't they reconcile right now?" suggested the white-haired woman, winking. "But Ray-chan and I weren't arguing or anything," Naruto shouted, not realizing his slip-up until it was too late. "I didn't know you two were so close." "He calls you Ray-chan too," said Kami, completely ignoring the blonde boy. "I know what you're thinking. Do it and prove it to him." "What are you talking about? We've been friends for ages. I can read like a book, so don't even think about lying to me." "What are you talking about?" Naruto's question was interrupted by Ray, who kissed him tenderly. A blush rose to their cheeks, but that didn't stop them from continuing to kiss. Naruto felt the Baijiu drawing him closer and couldn't resist the warm sensation that enveloped him. Seconds later, they separated, gazing intently into each other's eyes. "I've had this feeling, Naruto-kun. It started when I first saw you. I was interested in you, especially because you forgave me so easily. But it wasn't until this year that I got the feeling that maybe I liked you," she whispered. The red-haired woman. "Ray-chan. I don't want you to misunderstand, but I don't know what to think," the young Uzumaki replied. "Today I discovered you're a woman, and a very beautiful one, I must say. I think it's best to let time pass and see if we're meant to be together." "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Ray said before hugging the boy tightly. They quickly separated upon hearing sobs, remembering that there was someone else with them. "What a beautiful beginning," said Cammy as she wiped away her tears. "Your love story is going to be way better than Twilight." "No doubt about it." Cammy-chan," Namikaze asked, still very uncomfortable calling the goddess that. "Why are you here again? And what is Twilight?" "Well, Naruto-kun, you awakened the second stage of your lineage, and it drew me to you as soon as you accessed the second stage of your paladin sword. And to answer your second question, Twilight is a rather interesting romance novel. Personally, I don't like it at all, but it seems some of my friends do. Naruto-kun, don't you remember what your father said? To unlock the final stage of your lineage, you need to prove your worth to Cammy," he informed her. "King." "I remember," Naruto said as he settled down and knelt before the goddess of life. "What is it you must do for yourself, Kami-sama?" "You can call me Cammy-chan, Naruto. I know it might make you uncomfortable, but trust me, I prefer it that way. Otherwise, you don't have to do anything but get stronger. When you are, you'll be able to perform the tasks I have prepared for you. I think someone or something is trying to wake you up. See you next time, Naruto-kun." The blonde blushed deeply when Cammy uttered the last part of the sentence in a seductive voice and ran off, vanishing into nothingness. "Take care of him, Ray-chan," Cammy said as she looked at her friend. "Don't let go of him and be there for him when he needs you. He will need you, especially with what fate has in store for him." "I will, Cammy-chan," replied the demon. "And thank you for giving me this opportunity." "Good luck, and I hope you're together in the end. Remember, I only got a glimpse of one possible future. The future is always changing, because it's affected by the decisions we make. Your future is just as uncertain as theirs. Prepare for the worst." Having said this, the white-haired goddess disappeared without a trace of her presence. Real world. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in the white, confined space of a hospital room. Turning around, he saw his swords leaning against the headboard, along with his clothes and other weapons. He opened the mental link to speak as he dressed. He was bombarded with questions from the two female elemental spirits residing within him. "Naruto-kun, are you alright? What happened? Why do you keep getting admitted to the hospital?" "Ugh. My head hurts. Could you speak more slowly, please?" The blonde boy responded mentally, which made them stop in embarrassment. "To answer your questions in order, I'm doing well, Valina-sensei, and I don't know why I always end up in the hospital after fights. As for your question, Aries-sensei, I managed to unlock the second stage of my father's bloodline." "How did I do in the fight?" "You did great, chick. You've made us proud with how much you've improved. There are a few things you need to work on, but you exceeded our expectations," Bahamut said proudly. "I'm according to Bahamut. You used one of our moves against us and made it more powerful. You're improving. I suggest you rest for a few days and let your clones do the work in the meantime. For example, go to the academy instead of sending just one clone," Valina suggested. "Who knows what might happen while you're there." "The same goes for me and Aries, Naruto-kun. You've worked very hard and you deserve to rest," he stated. Shaft. "In fact, we both insist that you rest, otherwise, we may be forced to take drastic measures." No, I don't think it's necessary, Valina-sensei," Naruto groaned mentally, shuddering at the thought of what the two female elemental spirits could have done to him. "Thank you, sensei, for everything." With that thought, Naruto severed the mental link before getting out of bed. He grabbed his clothes, and as he dressed, he couldn't help but think about a certain red-haired demon he carried inside. His thoughts were interrupted as he strapped Soul Calibur to his back and was about to do the same with Force Edge. He noticed the air in the corner of the room becoming blurry and distorted. With a swift thrust, he found the tip of his sword embedded in the wall, and something had apparently caught on it. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area before dissipating, revealing a man with gravity-defying gray hair wearing the dog mask. Force Edge had hooked the collar of his shirt. "Kakashi-sensei, you should be more careful," Naruto warned as he drew Force Edge and placed it on his back. "I could have cut your head off." "I'm sorry," Kakashi said as he removed his mask, picked up the book he had dropped, and put it in his pocket. Do you really doubt my abilities so much that I couldn't dodge your attack? Do you really want me to answer that question? There's something I need to talk to you about, Naruto, Kakashi said seriously before placing a seal on the wall of the hospital room. This privacy seal will serve my purpose. Anyway, I want to talk to you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. How do you know my full name? Naruto asked suspiciously as one of his hands gripped the hilt of Force Edge and the other one of the throwing knives he carried on his belt. Because you're Naruto, the man said as he quickly approached the blonde boy and hugged him. I was supposed to be your brother. Minato-sensei and Kushina-san told me they were going to adopt me, since the sensei had been like a father to me after my own passed away. He told me what he was going to do and asked me to protect and take care of you. Kakashi, with anime tears falling to the ground, hugged the blonde Namikaze and said things like, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you, little brother, and I did everything I could to protect you. Okay, Naruto said as he stepped back. You did all you could, big brother. Kakashi couldn't help but smile with his eyes as he ruffled his little brother's hair. Well, we should head to the Hokage Tower to let him know you're all right, said the gray-haired man as he put on his mask and placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. They both vanished in a puff of smoke before reappearing in the Hokage's office. Two other Anbu members stood before them, along with the third Hokage. However, the Anbu members had removed their masks, revealing Yugao and Yamato. The three were conversing amongst themselves, unaware of the newcomers, until Kakashi coughed slightly. They all turned to face them and offered small smiles as they recognized the blonde boy before them. The Hokage activated a privacy seal before beginning to speak. First of all, Naruto-kun, the third Hokage asked. Who were those four people who attacked you? They were the elemental spirits that trained me in each of the basic elements, the blonde replied enthusiastically. That's not counting the 6 liberations of my lineage. I thought you already knew that. The Hokage turned to look at his 3 Anbu members, who seemed either embarrassed or shy. It seems my 3 Anbu captains forgot to note something in their reports, the Hokage said before his mind returned to the events that had transpired. Wait a minute, last time I checked, there were 4 people fighting you, and there are 5 basic elements. Well, the last one was with us, Hokage-sama, Yugao replied, interrupting Naruto before he could answer. Okay, then that makes perfect sense. What was that about your sword? Yugao asked with interest. Naruto hadn't told her that his sword had changed like that, and it seemed to radiate more than before when it was in that form. That was only the 2nd stage of my first lineage. The 2nd stage allows me to access the 2nd stage of Soul Calibur's power. Incredible, Sarutobi whispered, and everyone who heard him nodded before his voice turned serious. Anyway, Naruto-kun, I have a mission for you. I know you're exhausted, but you won't have to fight. You'll go to Kumo and deliver this message to the current Raikage. It's a very important message, and he needs to receive it. But why do I have to do this? Naruto asked nervously. I mean, on all the missions I've had so far, I've had to stay inside the village. I'm not sure about this. Don't worry, Naruto. You won't be alone. Yamato-san and Kakashi-san will be with you just in case things get complicated. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. But didn't the Raikage try to have someone kidnap a Hyuga? Kakashi asked. Yes. However, after the village learned of the failure and that it had been done without the council's consent, they forced the then Kage to resign and appointed a new one. I want to make sure this Kage doesn't hold a grudge against us or anything like that. Do you accept this mission? Yes, Hokage-sama, but only on one condition, Naruto replied. My condition is that I be allowed to rest a little from missions so I can recover after this one. I approve of that condition. But what will be done in the town? My clones will work and train while I attend the academy for a few days instead of sending a clone. The Hokage couldn't help but chuckle as he thought about the impact the blonde boy would have on the academy when they witnessed a glimpse of his true self. Naruto-kun, meet Yamato and me at the East Gate in 10 minutes. Kakashi said before they both disappeared with the sunshine. 10 minutes later. At the main gate, the three prepared to leave. Kakashi wore the Jonin uniform, consisting of Anbu pants and a bulletproof vest. He had traded his mask for a headband that covered his left eye, and wore a navy blue shirt, ninja sandals, and gloves with metal plates on the knuckles. Yamato was dressed similarly, except that instead of a headband, he wore a helmet with a leaf symbol engraved on it. Naruto was dressed like Kakashi, but with his headband on his forehead. He carried Soul Edge and Force Edge, forming an X on his back, along with his shoulder armor. 2 holsters were on his belt, one on his left thigh and 2 on his right. He carried throwing knives on his belt and shoulder armor. "Ready?" Yamato asked, receiving a couple of nods in response before the 3 jumped through the open gates of Konoha. Using the chakra in their feet, the 2 ninjas and the aspiring ninja made their way through the trees. The trio traveled through the dense forest for at least an hour before Naruto suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute." Naruto called to the 2 of them, who stopped and turned to face the blonde boy. "I have a way to get to Kuma faster than walking, if you want to use it. If we do, promise me you won't tell anyone except the Hokage and Yu Gao-chan." "I guess that's fine," Kakashi replied, receiving a nod from Yamato. "What are you going to do?" "This," Naruto replied, biting his thumb and letting the blood flow before performing several hand seals. Summoning jutsu. 3 small puffs of smoke appeared, and as they dissipated, 3 dragons emerged in their place. All 3 were the same size, twice as tall as a human and several times longer from head to tail. The only difference was their color, one was pale white, another light blue, and the last dark yellow. Yamato could only stare at Naruto with a questioning expression after his summoning. "These 3 are the Celestial Triplets. According to Bahamut-sensei, they're the fastest in the Dragon Clan. Yamato, you take Surge, the yellow one. Kakashi, you take Kiko, the white one, and I'll take Yuri, the blue one," Naruto said, petting Yuri before looking at the 3 summoned dragons. "We need to get to Kuma quickly." "Of course, Naruto-sama," replied the yellow dragon. "We can get you there quite quickly if that's what you want." Naruto nodded before climbing onto Yuri's back. Yamato did the same with Surge, as did Kakashi with Kiko, before the 3 dragons flapped their large wings, lifting them off the ground. "Hold on tight," Surge suggested. The 3 humans obeyed before feeling a sudden increase in pressure in their bodies. "Hold on tight. We're going to go faster," shouted one of the Kikos. "How fast do they have to get to Kumo?" "How fast can you go?" Kakashi asked nervously as he clung to life. "We can get there in at least a couple of hours, but at most in a day if we try," Surge replied as they flew through the blue skies. "Turbo!" Yuri roared as his tail began to glow with an intense aura. Surge and Kiko's tails also began to glow before the 3 dragons, along with their riders, were launched forward at extreme speeds. Clouds parted before them as they flew over all kinds of terrain, from grasslands to mountains and seas. The flight lasted several hours until they finally flew over a large expanse of water, the wind whipping against the bodies of the 3 shinobi. Soon they spotted land in the distance. "The land of lightning ahead," Yuki roared as she sped past her 2 brothers. Naruto, Yamato, and Kakashi could barely hold on to their lives as they flew even faster, feeling the strong winds buffet them. 2 hours later. It seemed like a normal day in Kumagakure. The village was built into the mountains and used the clouds for cover. Shinobi guarded the village and its towers from elevated platforms on other mountains. However, it seemed that today would be anything but normal, as the Kumo shinobi watched the clouds part to reveal 3 dark spots that appeared to grow larger as they approached their village. "What the hell is that?" asked one of the patrolling shinobi. "I don't know," another replied. "I've heard that the green beast of Konoha can reach almost impossible speeds, but that's only in races and taijutsu fights. These things fly toward us at incredible speeds." "Go and warn the other patrols along with the rakeage," the first shinobi ordered. "We don't know who or what it is, and I'm not going to take any risks." High above the clouds, the dragons and their riders approached the village. Seeing that they were nearing their destination, the dragons began to slow down, which eased the pressure on the 3 males to the point that they could breathe more easily and converse amongst themselves. "Naruto," Yamato said, trying to tidy his appearance with one hand while holding the dragon he was riding with the other. "I'll definitely be glad if we can walk back to Konoha after this." "I think I have to agree with Yamato on this," Kakashi added. "Although I'm grateful we got here in less than a day, it's been a bit hard on the body." "That's fine," Naruto replied indifferently. "I probably won't do it again for a while. It hurt a lot more than I thought it would. I need to get used to going that speed before I do it again." "Well, it seems we've attracted some attention," Kakashi said, noticing the large crowd on one of the platforms. "We should land there to show them we're friendly. I mean, no one's ever seen a dragon summoning before, so they might interpret it as an attack. I agree, Yamato affirmed. Naruto, would you mind? Yuri, would you mind dropping us off in front of the group of people on that platform over there? Naruto asked. Okay, Naruto, Yuri replied as she continued to slow down before relaying the message to her brothers. The shinobi of Kumagakura couldn't believe their eyes. Not even the Raikage could believe it. 3 flying lizards that reminded them of dragons landed on their platform, and 3 people descended from behind them. 2 looked like ordinary jonin, though one of them stood out, while the third was a boy of about 11 or 12 years old. They snapped out of their shock when the 3 creatures vanished in a thick cloud of smoke, indicating they were summons. Upon closer examination, they saw that these 3 people were from Konoha, as indicated by the leaf symbol on their bodies. State your name, business, and identification, ordered a shinobi who approached. Yamato and Kakashi spotted the few members of Kumo's Bolt teams in the nearby structures. Naruto could only sense the tension within the group, indicating they were ready to attack or defend at a moment's notice should things escalate. At that moment, Yamato approached the shinobi and handed him 2 cards. The shinobi was about to read them when the Raikage stepped forward. The 2 experienced Konoha shinobi noticed the similarities between the previous Raikage and the new one. They had the same skin tone and the same muscular build. They watched as the tall Raikage collected the ID cards from the shinobi to whom Yamato had given them. So, Yamato, Jonin of Konoha, and Kakashi Sharingan of Konoha, how can we help you? Asked the Raikage. My comrade and our protege are here to deliver this scroll to you, Yamato said before handing the scroll to the Kage, who opened it before reading its contents. This matter seems important. We'll discuss it in my office. However, the Raikage said before looking at them with interest, I was alerted by some shinobi about this potential threat, but it turned out to be just you. Now then, I must ask you what we saw and whose summons those were. Kakashi and Yamato could only stare at Naruto, who was shyly scratching his head. The Kumo shinobi watched the trio in confusion, as they looked at the blonde boy they claimed to be taking under their wing. Naruto seized the opportunity to speak. Well, those were my summons, Naruto replied shyly while continuing to scratch his head. A child summoned those lizards. Who could that child be? Almost all the shinobi gathered on the platform thought. That interests me greatly, Raikage said. My name is A, and I insist that the 3 of you spend the night here. You must be tired from your journey. We'll talk tomorrow. Thank you, Raikage-sama, Kakashi replied. The 3 followed the Kage to a building. Here's a place for you to spend the night, I said. However, I can't leave you unguarded. Bolt will protect you and my people. That's understandable, Raikage-sama, Yamato replied. And thank you for the coins. See you tomorrow then. With that, the Raikage disappeared, leaving Kakashi and Yamato alone with Naruto. They entered the building and found it quite similar to a standard hotel room, but only for 3 people. They didn't exchange a word as they collapsed onto their beds, exhausted from their day's travels. The next day, Naruto walked through Kuma village, knowing that the Bolt shinobi were following him. Kakashi and Yamato had left to speak with the Raikage. As he turned a corner, he caught a whiff of something peculiar. It was a delicious aroma that stopped him in his tracks, and only one thing could have caused such a sensation. His nose followed the scent to its source, a stall a few meters away. There he found it, a steaming bowl of ramen, the food of the gods and goddesses. Well, what would you like, son? Asked the waiter, looking at the little boy in front of him. I'd like 3 bowls of your largest miso ramen, the blonde boy said. The waiter was surprised, but simply placed them on the counter. A few minutes later, the bowls of ramen arrived, and the waiter was already expecting the blonde boy to not finish his meal. On the other side of the counter, a blonde girl was finishing another plate of sushi. She glanced at the counter before watching the blonde boy devour the 3 large bowls of ramen at incredible speed. She watched as the waiter gasped at how quickly he was eating the ramen before ordering more. Here, did you just see that? Asked the blonde girl. Alone, ignore it, little cat, Nibi purred sleepily. All right. He blinked and saw the bowls stacked in towers, which reminded him of his craving for sushi. The blonde boy finished another bowl and patted his stomach, a sign of satisfaction. He was completely oblivious to the crowd that had gathered to watch him devour the noodles. After paying the bill, Naruto left the stand and began walking aimlessly, unaware of the blonde girl following him. Office of the Raikage. Yamato and Kakashi could only watch as the Raikage stared at the scroll in his hands. They had arrived there expecting anything but the silence the Raikage displayed. It deeply disconcerted them. Only a few minutes later, the dark-skinned man looked at them. "It seems the third Hokage hasn't lost his touch," said before looking at the two Konoha shinobi in front of him. "I understand your caution because of my father's attempt to steal the Hyuga clan heiress. Understand that my father was a great man, and my rise to the Raikage position wasn't due to what your Kage thought. He was right when the village wanted a new Kage, but something happened that day. A masked man, I didn't know who he was or what he was, had gathered an army of 10,000 creatures before the gates of Kumagakure, and that day he knew what he had to do. For 3 days and 3 nights straight, he fought them," continued as he rose from his chair. "He fought to defend the village and its inhabitants. He won that day, but he also died that day. The hat was given to me because I am his son. It was the way the people expressed their forgiveness to my father." "I'm so sorry about your father," Kakashi said. "No problem," I said dismissively. "I know Kumo's relationship with Konoha is strained at best, but I hope I can mend things. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. I wrote this scroll for that very purpose. Make sure your Hokage sees it." "We will, Raikage-sama," Yamato replied. "Thank you for your hospitality, but we should probably head back now." "Wait," said the fourth Raikage. "Before you leave, I must ask you a few questions. They concern your position." "What do you mean, Raikage-sama?" I sensed it, even if only briefly. I guessed he must be stronger than an average Genin, maybe even an average Chunin. Will he answer my questions? Yamato and Kakashi exchanged glances, silently discussing how they should respond. With a sigh, Yamato looked the Raikage directly in the eyes. "We can answer some of your questions," he replied. "However, we cannot answer all of them, as some are considered classified information." "That sounds good. I'd like to know your name." "Naruto. He's 10 years old. I'd like to test him. One of my shinobi against him." Knowing Naruto, he'd accept it even without our consent. "So I don't think there will be a problem." "Great, how about tomorrow? Around noon?" "I think so," Kakashi said. "We got here faster than we thought, so it wouldn't hurt to stay another day." With Naruto had wandered all over the village with his blonde follower trailing behind him. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid attention to the area they were walking through and ended up on the edge of the red light district, a place rife with crime. Unbeknownst to the blonde girl, several thugs emerged from the shadows behind her. Another group appeared in front of the blonde boy. They all wore mocking smiles as the group behind the girl grabbed her wrists and shoved her against the wall. As she hit the wall, Naruto turned and saw her. His eyes were filled with fear at what they would do to her. She was just an academy student, a strong student about to graduate, but still, an academy student. She wasn't strong enough to face so many thugs. He was going to ask Nibi for help, but what happened next happened so fast that it wasn't necessary. "Give us your money, Blondie, and no one will get hurt," one of the thugs standing in front of Naruto mocked. "Otherwise, that Blondie over there is going to have some fun with us." After processing the last sentence, she narrowed her eyes before clenching her fist. She saw the blonde's eyes widen and knew what she had to do. "You should never have said that," Naruto said coldly. "Now you'll pay the consequences." The blonde boy vanished in an instant, only to reappear right in front of the thug holding the girl. He punched him in the stomach, sending him flying several meters before swiftly drawing one of his throwing knives from its shoulder sheath to block the metal pipe pointed at him. With a grunt, he kicked the assailant away before turning to strike another. His mind soon went on autopilot as he blocked, punched, and kicked. Soon, he and the girl were cornered as the thugs closed in. "You're a good kid," one of the thugs said. "But there's no hope left. We've got you surrounded, and since you put up a fight, we'll make sure you live long enough to see us have our fun with your girlfriend before we kill her too." That was all Naruto needed to hear. He felt his blood boil and his eyes reddened as he pulled out another knife. "Over my dead body." With that, Naruto threw the first knife, before using the second to stab a thug in the arm. He then pulled it out and plunged it into the thug's throat, severing his jugular vein. The thrown knife flew faster than the thug could react, lodging between his eyes and killing him. Naruto continued killing other thugs, either slitting their throats or throwing knives at their hearts or brains. The number of thugs dwindled with each death at the blonde's hands, until only 5 remained. They were quickly eliminated when 7 figures appeared out of nowhere. Naruto felt his rage and adrenaline dissipate before the memories of his actions reached him. His pupils dilated at the thought of having just killed people, before his gaze shifted to the pool of blood and the multitude of bodies covering the ground. Immediately afterward, Naruto vomited on one of the bodies. Yamato approached the blonde boy and rubbed his back. He reacted the same way he had the first time he killed someone. However, he had killed long before. Naruto needed someone. "Naruto? Are you okay?" Yamato whispered as he continued rubbing the back of the blonde boy, who was on the verge of tears. "Sensei, I killed people," Naruto replied softly, sobbing. What am I supposed to do?" "Yugito-san told us what happened, Naruto. You did what you had to do, otherwise, you'd be the one who would be dead." "Sensei." "Naruto, say something." "Naruto, am I a murderer? A killer?" "You're not a murderer, Naruto. Trust me," Yamato replied, beckoning Kakashi and A to approach. "I've seen plenty of murderers in my life, and you're not one of them." But I killed them. "But it wasn't in cold blood," Kakashi stated, placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You killed them to protect yourself and the Raikage's niece." "Naruto? It's me, the Raikage," I said, kneeling beside the blonde boy. "Thank you. You saved my niece. She told me what happened and what could have happened to her if you hadn't intervened. I know this is difficult for you, especially for someone your age." Naruto could only stare at the tall, dark-haired Kage with frightened, tear-filled eyes. He seized that moment to look him in the eyes and understand what it was that scared him. He was afraid of getting used to killing, of coming to enjoy it. "Naruto, I know what's going through your mind. You're afraid," the Raikage said. "You're afraid of getting so used to killing that it becomes just another death. Let me give you some advice from my time as a shinobi. It's true that one can get used to killing. However, as shinobi, we must find a reason to draw our swords and take a life." "Too. You had to draw your sword and take lives today, didn't you?" "Why yes." "Find your reason. Why did you draw your sword? Why did you have to kill them?" "I drew it to protect us. They were going to kill us and I was furious." "That's why you had to kill. You did it to protect not only yourself, but also those who were being threatened." Naruto remained lost in thought, pondering what the Raikage had told him. His thoughts were interrupted when Yugito moved from her position behind A and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Naruto. Thank you for protecting me." With that, the blonde girl slipped away, following her. A waved goodbye before the two Konoha shinobi headed to their temporary lodgings in Kumo. They led the blonde boy to his room, but the two shinobi were concerned by his silence. As soon as he entered his room and lay down on the bed, the two went to talk. "What do you think, Kakashi?" Yamato asked. "The Raikage gave him good advice," Kakashi replied. "He's probably thinking about it." Mental landscape. Naruto found himself immersed in his own mental world as he drifted off to sleep. His eyes beheld the glowing symbols of each element above him, while 7 figures stood before him. Valina and Ares embraced him tenderly, whispering words of comfort. Exodus, Bahamut, and Odin watched them from behind, concern etched on their faces. "Naruto, how are you?" he asked. Valina in a low voice. "I don't know, Sensei," Naruto replied in a low voice. "The advice the Raikage gave you was correct," Odin affirmed. "We expected a few more years to pass before you had to kill, but we didn't foresee this happening. You did the right thing, boy." "How can this be okay?" Naruto asked. I just murdered someone." "Who did you kill, chick?" Bahamut asked. "Think about it. They wanted to hurt you, and they would have done unspeakable things to that girl who was with you. I hunted down those kinds of people when I was alive. I know for a fact that Exodus did the same. Those kinds of people don't deserve to be called human, they deserve to be called scum. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" "I think so," Naruto replied slowly as he looked into his sensei's eyes. "I won't lie to you, Naruto," said Nightmare. "You will have to kill more as time goes on, and it will be up to you to learn how to cope. It's part of your job as a shinobi, especially now that you belong to the paladins and the berserkers." "If we lived in a perfect world, we could solve our problems by talking," he said. Ares sighed. "However, this is just an ideal world. There is something positive in all of this," Siegfried affirmed. "You've killed your first victim. You should know that killing won't make it any easier mentally, but doing it will. I suppose this is the best time to tell you this, but there will be times when it's kill or be killed. You'll have to kill, or you'll be dead. If you ever need help coping with the situation, we'll always be here for you, Valina whispered. However, it seems your colleagues need you. The one with the gravity-defying hair is trying to wake you up. Thank you, said Naruto. To all of you. Naruto? Naruto? Wake up, Kakashi said, shaking the blonde boy. It's past 10. Kakashi watched as the young Uzumaki stirred restlessly. He couldn't help but sigh as he searched for other ways to wake him up. Then he remembered something Kushina-san had done to wake Minato-sensei. With a mischievous smile hidden beneath his mask, he leaned close to Naruto's ear. Naruto! You spilled your ramen on the kitchen floor, yelled the older shinobi, which made him jump when the blonde boy leapt out of bed with tremendous speed. By all the heavens! I'll save you, he shouted at the top of his lungs as he ran down the stairs, oblivious to Kakashi's snickering. Downstairs, Yamato saw a blonde figure whiz past toward the kitchen before hearing a sigh. Curiosity got the better of him, and he approached the boy with a cup of coffee in his hand. Naruto? What's wrong? He asked. Kakashi-sensei told me ramen was spilled here. Naruto replied. But there's no ramen here. Naruto, I think Kakashi just tricked you. Probably to scare you. Yamato couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's gaping mouth at the prospect of being tricked. He heard the boy swear revenge, employing interesting methods and techniques. However, a thought crossed the Anbu captain's mind. Naruto, Yamato interrupted, catching the boy's attention. How are you? I don't know, sensei, Naruto replied honestly. The people I've talked to have helped me, but that doesn't make it any easier. It's good that he doesn't make it any easier. It's what ensures you retain your humanity and don't become a machine. I know you've been told this before, but remember, you don't always have to kill, Yamato said. Changing the subject, the Raikage wants to test you. Because? I don't know, kid, but I strongly advise you to do it. It would help show Kumo our strength and our desire to be friends. I know for a fact that A respects not only those who possess great strength, but also those who use it wisely for good. When and where? He said around noon, so you'd better get ready, said another voice, alerting Yamato and Naruto to the presence of the new person. It turned out to be Kakashi, who was looking at them with a smile in his eyes. Noon was fast approaching for the trio, who stood at the edge of the training field alongside a large number of Kumo shinobi. Among them were students from the academy. One of the students was a blonde girl with exceptionally large breasts for her age, while another was a dark-skinned girl with red hair. On the other side of the blonde girl was a boy with a lollipop in his mouth. Yugito was also there, observing the empty field with confusion. What's going on, Yugito? Asked the ample-boned girl. I don't know, Samue. It probably has something to do with the Konoha shinobi who arrived 2 days ago, Yugito replied upon spotting her blonde savior. And what is Konoha doing here? Asked the red-haired girl. Maybe they're here to get revenge for what we did and seek retaliation. Or maybe they're here to. The man with the lollipop began, but the red-haired girl interrupted him by hitting him on the head. Shut up, Amoe. She growled as Amoe rubbed his head. They stopped when the Raikage appeared in the middle of the field. We have gathered here today to test young Naruto, Konoha's pupil, declared the burly Kage. As you know, Kumo only accepts strong alliances that yield mutual benefits, and that is what motivated me to ally with Konoha. Naruto may appear young, but I sense his strength. Therefore, I will administer his test myself. At this, some members of the shinobi force could only chuckle while murmuring about the blonde boy's resounding failure, especially given his young age and the fact that he was of age to enter the academy. However, Yugito, Yamato, and Kakashi knew otherwise. Is Raikage-sama really going to do this? The red-haired girl asked. He could kill the boy. I think Karu is hiding more than he lets on, Samui said. Whatever happens, it's going to be a great fight. Let's begin with this test, said Naruto of Konoha. Step forward and identify yourself. I'm Naruto from Konoha, the blonde boy said, taking a step forward. The Raikage nodded in approval before they both walked away from the onlookers. Yamato took advantage of the moment to pull out a notebook and pen. Show me your strength. Show them your power, I exclaimed, pointing at the crowd. Lightning element, Lightning current. Electricity began to build in the Kage's palm before he launched himself toward the boy. To everyone's surprise, Naruto did nothing until the very last second. In a swift motion, he extended his right arm, his index and middle fingers pointing directly at the center of the lightning. It struck him instantly. "Naruto!" Yugito called out worriedly, which earned her reproachful looks from her friends. "Don't worry about him," replied a voice Yugito recognized as Kakashi's. "He knows what he's doing. You might be surprised by what he does." As predicted, Naruto continued absorbing the electricity until it was depleted. Then, he crossed his arms over his chest, took a deep breath, and threw a punch with his left arm, aiming at the Kage with his index finger and middle finger. To his surprise, the lightning he had absorbed returned at twice the speed. He managed to dodge it, sending it crashing into the ground behind him. "Interesting defense," I murmured before speaking aloud. "Let's see how your taijutsu is." He vanished in an instant. Naruto knew the Kage was slowing down only to test him before disappearing as well. They met in the center of the battlefield, exchanging blows. The fight ended when Naruto landed a swift punch to the giant's solar plexus, before sending the Kage reeling backward with a kick to the diaphragm. "Not bad, kid," said the Kage. "Let's see how strong your ninjutsu really is." Lightning element, lightning dragon. I extended his hands upwards, to the sides, crackling with electricity, before bringing them together. A wave of blue electricity erupted, transforming into the shape of a twisting dragon, and flew towards the blonde boy. Naruto, meanwhile, drew Soul Calibur and plunged it into the ground, feeling the familiar energy of sacred chakra course through him. Soul Calibur release, Blue Moon Eclipse. A white energy emanated from the blade before being expelled in a massive wave that collided with the lightning dragon. Both attacks exploded, sending electricity toward a wall and burning it to a crisp, while shards of ice embedded themselves in the ground several meters away. Those present could only watch in astonishment as the Konoha boy demonstrated strength far superior to that of an average Chunin. In fact, he might have been as strong as one of their Jonin, given his power. No one spoke. The only sounds came from the field and the scratching of a pen on paper. "You just matched an A-rank jutsu," commented the lightning shadow. "Shall we rank up?" Lightning element, darkness dragon. "Well, since you pulled off an S-rank attack, I guess I should use something stronger," Naruto replied. "Earth element, mud hydra defense." The clouds darkened as a dark dragon, formed from black and white lightning, descended from them. The beast had 3 heads, each of which let out a ferocious roar. In front of Naruto, a large mound of mud began to rise before 6 heads sprouted from it. Then came arms, a pair of large wings, and finally, a tail. The Hydra was as tall as the Kage Tower, or even taller. Naruto knelt and gasped softly as the Hydra lumbered forward. "My Kami," Yugito whispered. The other Cloud Ninja swallowed fearfully as the 6 heads roared at the 3-headed black dragon, the lightning dragon. Interpreting this as a sign, the 6 heads began firing a barrage of mud balls as the dragon soared into the sky. As quickly as it ascended, it plummeted toward the lumbering earth beast. The mud storm battered the dragon mercilessly, tearing off one of its lightning heads. After more blows from the relentless assault, the other head was ripped clean off. The rest of the dragon charged at full speed and rammed into the 6-headed beast's body, creating a massive explosion. Wind release. Breakthrough. The wind dispelled the black mist, revealing a damaged but still standing Hydra, its 6 heads still moving. Naruto remained kneeling, panting from the amount of chakra he had just used, while he stood tall. "Naruto of Konoha, you have proven your strength," the Kage stated. "I hereby conclude this test. Kumo of the Shinobi, return to your post." The Kumo Shinobi left, but they continued to talk about the boy's power. Undoubtedly, it was to spread the word about Konoha's strength. "As Kage, I offer you a few more days' stay here in Kumo. I'm sure Yugito would love to have Naruto's company and introduce him to her friends." "Thank you, Kage-sama, for your generosity. I believe we will have to accept your offer, as Naruto seems to be very tired." A few days later, Kumo Gate. "I guess it's time to go," Naruto said. In front of him were Yugito, Samui, Karu, Amoy, and A. During his time in Kumo, he spent most of his time with Yugito and, eventually, with all his friends. "We'll miss you, Naruto-kun," Yugito said, pouting before approaching the blonde boy, grabbing him, and kissing him. This took the boy by surprise, as it was the second kiss he'd received in just a few days. However, this opened a bond with Rei, who was watching. His thoughts became increasingly inappropriate as he imagined Nibi and his container joining in the fun. He blushed, and his blush deepened when Samui also kissed the boy. Hokage's office. The journey back to Konoha was anything but exciting. The trio entered the Hokage's office and found the old man working on a small stack of papers. "Welcome home. I hope your trip was interesting," the third said. "It was. Oji-san and I had the opportunity to meet the Raikage's niece along with some of her friends," Naruto replied. Not to mention he seemed to be forming close relationships with two girls from Kumo, Kakashi added with a smile. "Looks like Naruto is becoming quite the ladies' man. I'm very proud of him." Naruto could only blush at such a statement, while he heard the giggles of the inhabitants of the seal and the others present in the room. The blonde boy had no choice but to hit his brother in retaliation. "All right, with that said, I'd like Yamato-san to present the report. You can go home and continue training Naruto-kun," said the third Hokage, to which the blonde boy nodded as he left, enveloped in a gust of wind. In the Forest of Death complex, Naruto arrived at the compound late in the afternoon and was preparing some food. He knew Kakashi and Yamato would arrive later, and that Yugao would arrive after finishing her duties at headquarters. His suspicions were confirmed when the two shinobi appeared about an hour after his arrival, followed shortly after by the purple-haired Anbu captain. To his surprise, Ongo also appeared. They rarely saw each other, so it was quite a surprise to find them at the compound. The four had grown accustomed to living with the blonde boy, and nothing could separate them, especially not Naruto and Kakashi. It got to the point where Naruto managed to convince the shinobi to stop reading Icha in public, making him see that a literary work was nothing compared to reality. Their conversation, which left Kakashi terrified and fearful for his life, helped a great deal. He arrived late to the meeting, but only an hour instead of the usual 2 or 3. From that day on, Naruto earned the respect of all the Jonin and Anbu members for having changed Kakashi. The Kunoichi even thanked Naruto with kisses for getting Kakashi to stop reading Icha in public, which caused great consternation in bookstores, as the man was a valuable customer thanks to his book purchases. However, they both dedicated their time to training together, helping each other improve in various areas. For example, his skill with seals had improved dramatically. Their value increased as demand grew, to the point that the places where he sold them ran out of stock daily. He had to send clones to manufacture seals every day to meet the demand, which undoubtedly contributed to his increased income. He was good with seals, but he knew what he needed. He required a master of Fuinjutsu, someone like Jiraiya of the Sannin, to help him perfect his technique. Naruto continued his physical training, especially because of the power he felt after his test with the Raikage. That man possessed immense power in his taijutsu, and the blonde boy was amazed by the control he exerted. Naruto aspired to have the Kage's strength, and to achieve this, he designed his own training circuit in the forest. He even incorporated parkour and free running into his training, to the point that he was rarely seen in the streets, preferring to move across the rooftops when traversing the village. He used weights and some of the endurance seals listed in his father's notes to help him. The blonde man's chakra control improved significantly thanks to the resistance of the sea, which made things even more difficult, especially since he was carrying weights. He had to use chakra control daily, as he didn't want to leave any marks in his wake due to his weight. This helped him improve his tree walking and water walking skills, to the point where he incorporated them into his daily taijutsu training while fighting in the water. Sometimes, he combined the leaf exercise with one of the two methods to increase the difficulty. His ninjutsu skills improved drastically thanks to the knowledge of jutsus taught to him by the elemental spirits and sword spirits. His abilities were remarkable, but not the best. He mastered a wide variety of jutsus for all the basic elements, including some S-rank techniques. These required a large amount of chakra, even with his control over it. As for his sword jutsus and his lineage, he possessed a few more than before, as he continued to practice using Holy and Chaos Chakra. However, one thing that helped him was that he managed to perfect some jutsus to the point where they required little to no hand seals or vocalizations. In taijutsu, he had improved immensely thanks to the constant use of the elemental fist and his tireless practice, but the only way he knew to continue improving was to find a taijutsu master. Naruto remembered Kakashi telling him about one, but he didn't know where to find him. All his stances were at the intermediate stage, and he couldn't progress any further due to a lack of guidance. His genjutsu skills improved considerably since activating his ocular bloodline. However, he still struggled to weave and use genjutsu, as it didn't suit his fighting style. Ares and Valina's pressure to learn the art in case he needed it didn't help. Even so, he lacked the skill to match the Uchiha when they used their Sharingan in combination with genjutsu. He had even heard of the mythical Uchiha genjutsu called Tsukuyomi. During those months, Naruto received increasingly difficult infiltration missions, as the security he was supposed to improve was now being tested against him. Sometimes he would spend days planning an infiltration of a clan compound. These missions were now ANS rank, but they did make access to the village much more difficult. In Training Ground 43, an abandoned field due to its proximity to the Forest of Death, stood two people, a masked man with gravity-defying gray hair and a blonde boy with spiky hair. The sun bathed them from its zenith as they stared intently at each other. They watched, waiting for a sign. It came in the form of a gentle breeze that carried away a dandelion that stood proudly between them. As the last seed fell, they both jumped back. "Ready, Kakashi-ni-san?" the boy asked as he watched the man move among the seals. Fire element, Phoenix Fire Flower. Kakashi shouted, spitting out several fireballs the size of basketballs. Naruto simply rolled to dodge them, letting them explode on contact with the trees and ground. The blonde boy performed several hand seals as he dodged the oncoming barrage of fireballs. Water release, Water Fang Bullet. Several jets of water shot from the boy's mouth before colliding with the approaching firestorm. The collision created a mass of steam that blinded both combatants. Kakashi seized the opportunity to fly through hand seals and unleash a powerful attack. Fire release, Titan's Fury. The man inhaled deeply before exhaling completely. He unleashed a massive blue blaze that engulfed everything in its path. Naruto's eyes widened slightly, and he leapt back to escape the flames, contorting himself into various stances. Finally, he clasped his hands together and hurled them at the raging blue fire. The flames quickly consumed him, but the blonde boy sliced him in half, leaving him unharmed. "You've improved, Naruto." Kakashi congratulated him as he assumed his stance. "Thanks, Ni-san," Naruto replied before assuming his stance. "Let's see how you do against this." Naruto threw a punch at his brother, unleashing a storm of flames before slamming into the ground, sending a large boulder flying. He kicked the rock, sending it hurtling toward Kakashi. Kakashi, doing what he did best, dodged the flames and cut through them before leaping over the boulder. He quickly closed the distance between himself and the blonde boy, grabbing his arm just as he was about to unleash another firestorm. Kakashi raised his arm, causing the blonde Uzumaki to unleash his flames into the sky. They began to fight with punches and kicks. They exchanged blows, punches, and kicks until Kakashi managed to land a kick to Naruto's chest, sending him reeling backward. "Take this," Naruto shouted, waving his hand in the air before unleashing a blast of lightning. Kakashi simply performed hand seals as he watched the attack unfold nearby. Earth element, Mud Wall. Kakashi exclaimed before spitting out a jet of mud. The mud formed a large wall that hardened rapidly, creating a defensive barrier. The lightning had no effect, causing minimal damage to the wall. "Hey, Naruto," Kakashi shouted. "Let's finish this with a bang." Lightning Edge. Naruto smirked as the veteran ninja performed 3 hand seals before extending his arm. His hand began to glow with a blue light before becoming completely enveloped in it. A blue electrical current emanated from it, forming an electric circle around him. The blonde ninja quickly performed several more hand seals before extending his other hand. Edge of the storm. The wind enveloped the blonde boy's arm before a gust of wind erupted from him, a stark contrast to the sparks of electricity. Kakashi was amazed by the jutsu and couldn't help but feel proud of the boy. "When did you create that jutsu, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, letting out a small chuckle. "Well, it all started when I saw you using it while training at Onbu headquarters a few years ago. It got me thinking, and I came up with the idea of creating a jutsu like Ni-san's. The result was Son of Storm. I needed the help of my senseis and many clones, but I managed to perfect it a few weeks ago. What complicated it was the wind blade I added. It confused me a bit until Eri-sensei helped me with that. Naruto replied, well, I can say with complete certainty that you'll become an incredible shinobi in the future, Naruto, Kakashi stated before extending his lightning-encrusted hand. Now let's see which is more powerful, wind or lightning? With that, they both launched themselves at each other, their chakra-infused hands clashing. The two elements collided as the wind blade struck the lightning ball in a devastating stalemate. Neither gave an inch, concentrating even more chakra into their respective attacks. This caused a chakra surge that drew the attention of nearby shinobi, including Yugao, Yamato, and the third Hokage. They arrived just in time to witness the power struggle between the two jutsu and their users. It was clear that Naruto would tire first, as his face was drenched in sweat while he continued to channel chakra into his wind blade. The two hadn't expected their jutsu to overload from the enormous amount of chakra being infused into them. As a result, they were propelled in opposite directions across the battlefield as an explosion shook the ground. A dense cloud of smoke and dust filled the air before settling, revealing a large crater 3 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The shinobi present were stunned by the power the two had unleashed. The Hokage, however, had other concerns. Naruto! Kakashi, he shouted, but found no trace of them, save for the wreckage of the attack. He looked at his shinobi. I need 2 teams. Yamato, lead the first and look for Kakashi. Yugao, lead the second and look for Naruto. Take them to the hospital when you find them. Go. The two groups split up in different directions to search for them. After several minutes of searching, Naruto was the first to be found. He was lying under several fallen trees. His arm was bleeding, and he had several lacerations all over his body. Kakashi was found minutes later next to him in the same condition as the boy. Both had fainted from blood loss and were immediately taken to the hospital. 4 days later in the hospital, Naruto and Kakashi were in the same room, bandaged from head to toe, with holes for their eyes, nose, and mouth. Naruto knew he was completely healed, but Yugao wouldn't accept it and forced him to stay with Kakashi at the hospital. At that moment, they were discussing their different jutsu. Roll lightning, it's a power jutsu, Kakashi stated. People think it's an assassination jutsu, but it's too noisy to be one. Yours is a true assassination jutsu, silent and deadly. Really? Naruto asked. What did Gigi tell you about it? Well, he told me the jutsu is S rank because, as I said, it's a true assassination jutsu. You should be proud of having created such a jutsu. Thank you, Nisan. Now, if only we could get you two to stop pushing your limits, a voice said. Naruto and Kakashi turned and saw Yugao glaring at them. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she was wearing her Anbu armor, except for her mask. Have you learned your lesson about overloading a jutsu? He asked, to which they both nodded. Good. Naruto, I must say that the jutsu you used was amazing. Truly impressive. By the way, do you know what day it is today? I don't know, the boy replied after thinking for a few seconds. Kakashi smiled at him with his eyes as Yugao approached with a sweet smile. Happy birthday, Naruto, she whispered as she took a scroll from her bag and handed it to him. Rest well. You'll both be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Naruto smiled at the Anbu before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a new day. Unbeknownst to him, the events that were about to unfold would have a profound impact on his life. Happy birthday, Naruto, she whispered as she took a scroll from her bag and handed it to him. Rest well. You'll both be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Naruto smiled at the Anbu before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a new day. Unbeknownst to him, the events that were about to unfold would have a profound impact on his life. Beginning of Chapter 6. Light flooded the white room, illuminating it completely. The sun's rays tickled the blond boy's eyes as his eyelids slowly opened, forcing him to squint to see anything. He covered his eyes with his hands, shielding them from the light, before rubbing them. As he removed his hands, his vision began to clear, and the light ceased to bother him. Soon he could see everything around him clearly, and to his surprise, the first thing he saw was his brother lying in bed with a bubble in his nose. His ears heard the soft, melodious birdsong. The fresh scent of dew on the plants reached his nose as he took a deep breath before sitting up in bed. The blond boy slowly stood up and picked up his clothes. They were neatly folded on the nightstand. He took off his hospital gown and put on his mesh shirt and Anbu pants. Then he put on a long-sleeved blue shirt with a mask similar to Kakashi's, though he didn't pull it up, he let it hang around his neck. Next, he put on his holsters, belt, and shoulder pads. Finally, he put on the white hooded cloak that covered his torso and arms. He slipped on his gloves and boots. Already dressed, the boy approached his brother's bed and let out a loud yawn. He was about to wake him when he saw a glass of water on the nightstand. With a mischievous grin, he picked up the glass and poured its contents over the sleeping man's face. The effect was instantaneous. He sat bolt upright, his one good eye wide open. "Ah, that's cold," she exclaimed as the water ran down her body, before her eyes caught sight of a blond boy laughing at her misfortune. "Naruto. I should have known it was you. What's that all about?" "For my amusement and to wake you up," the boy replied, still chuckling. "We're getting out of this damn place today, remember?" "Ah, of course. But was the water really necessary?" "Yes. Well, I'm off. I'm going to see Gigi. See you later, Kakashi-ni-san." "See you at home then. Have fun." Naruto retrieved his two great swords from where they rested and placed them in their usual X-shaped position across his back. He also took a pair of scrolls bearing his name and stuffed them into one of his many pouches. He waved goodbye to the gray-haired man before leaping out the nearest window. His feet landed on the room's tiled floor before he sprinted toward the Hokage Tower. His surroundings grew clearer as he surveyed the town. Crowds strolled through the streets, going in and out of shops. The aroma of fresh food, along with the murmur of villagers' conversations, filled his senses as he continued on his way to the large red tower that stood proudly in the center of the village. He soon reached the tower and entered through a window that led to the secretary's office. "Hey, brat," said a voice behind him, making the boy turn around and see a woman wearing a snake mask. "Hi Snake-chan. How are you?" he asked as he greeted the girl. "Nothing in particular. I did see the destruction you and Kakashi caused during the confrontation you had a few days ago. How are you feeling?" "Pretty good, although my body still aches a little because I've been forced to stay in bed for days on end," Naruto replied as he stretched his back a little. "It was better that you stayed those extra days," the Anbu said with a chuckle. "If you hadn't, I'm sure Kat would have done something to make sure you stayed." "Would you really do that?" the blonde asked, worried. "Knowing how worried she gets when you get hurt, I wouldn't hesitate." "Then I'm glad I heard from you. Is Gigi busy right now?" "It depends on what you consider busy," Snake snorted before glancing at the closed office doors. "Most of the time, he uses his clones for paperwork while he reads that orange book of his, giggling like a schoolgirl. Right now, though, he's in an important meeting with the elders. It must be important, since he asked the Anbu to leave." "Well, I need to talk to him. It's probably more urgent than a meeting with other elders." Naruto went to the door and kicked it open before anyone could stop him. His foot slammed against the wooden door, blowing it open, unaware that he had broken the seal that sealed the room. The four occupants stared at the boy with a mixture of surprise, disgust, and anger. Naruto caught a fleeting glimpse of them before they reprimanded him for interrupting. The Hokage stood behind his desk with a surprised and serious expression, while on the other side of the wooden furniture stood three elderly men in loose black and white robes. Two of them were identical, but the third was different. His arm was in a sling, and his right eye was bandaged. His hair was still jet black compared to the others, whose hair was now gray with age. "What are you doing here, young guy? What are you doing here?" asked the only woman. "This is a meeting of elders with the Hokage. Therefore, you shouldn't be here." "I need to speak with the Hokage-sama about something important," the boy replied, opting for respect this time. "It's obvious you like manners. Are you perhaps our parents? Did they forget to show them to you?" the old woman retorted disdainfully, hoping for some slip-up. "Silence, Koharu," roared the Kage, furious at the blow the woman had given the child. "That's enough." "Good. But you still haven't answered why you put him in the academy. More specifically, why did you put him in the one with all the clan heirs? They're already starting their third year. Fachiko, is he going to go straight in without having to go through the first and second ones? Absurd." "I did it because I wanted to. Naruto has shown his desire to become a shinobi and has proven to me that he deserves to be with those students. Do you wish to continue questioning the Hokage's intentions, Koharu? Of course not, Hokage-sama, one of the elders replied before the woman could answer. We'll set off then. The three of them left through the broken door, but not before Koharu shot Naruto a withering glare that old Sarutobi concealed. As soon as they were out of his earshot, the old man sighed, rubbed his temple, and lowered his posture. He gave the blonde boy a faint smile before creating his clones to help him with the paperwork. Naruto stepped forward and plopped down in the chair in front of the desk. How are you, Jigi? Better now, the old man replied. And you? You and Kakashi hurt each other badly during that battle you had. I'm fine, and Kakashi should already be out of the hospital. Who were those three people? They're the village elders. Koharu Udatane is the only woman, while Danzo Shimura is the one wearing bandages. The last one is Homura Midokado. Homura and Koharu were part of the team when Tobirama-sensei trained us. I'm so sorry for how Koharu treated you, Naruto. Don't worry, Gigi, the blonde replied, shrugging. So, what's this academy all about? You're going to attend the academy, the old man stated before raising his hand to stop the blonde boy from speaking. I know what you're going to say, but you have to attend the academy to become a shinobi. I know that with your skills you could become a Genin, maybe even a Chunin, but you lack battlefield experience. However, that doesn't mean you can slack off in class. I have high expectations of you. I won't let you down, Gigi, the boy said with a smile. Does that mean my missions have to end? No. You can continue your missions and your regular training at the academy. Just make sure you have someone supervising you while you're gone, the Kage replied before taking a scroll and handing it to the blonde man. You must give this to the homeroom teacher. His name is Iruka. Naruto nodded and stood up, ready to leave, before he heard the elder Kage call him. The boy turned to look at the elder, who was holding something in his hand. Naruto, I forgot to mention this, he said. Don't use Force Edge or Soul Calibur at the academy. I also don't recommend using your advanced elemental jutsus or infusing chakra into your taijutsu. It'll only cause more problems for both of us. Anyway, this is for you, the old man said, handing over the object in his hand. It was long, about 1.5 meters, and wrapped in red cloth tied with white string. Naruto looked at old Sarutobi, who nodded before pulling the string. The cloth unwound, revealing a hilt and a sheath. This was a gift from my sensei for one of my birthdays. I tried using it, but I found it didn't suit my fighting style, so I put it away until I found someone who could use it. I think you'll be able to get the most out of it. Naruto couldn't help but stare at the sword in his hands before his hand slowly grasped the hilt and drew it out. The blade was a solid black, without any reflection, capable of blending into the shadows. It's a double-edged katana made of a strange metal that my sensei found. Consider it my belated birthday present to you. Naruto sheathed his sword before embracing the old man, murmuring his gratitude repeatedly. Unbeknownst to either of them, the occupants of the secretary's office had witnessed the entire scene. One of them was a man wearing a mask similar to those worn by other Anbu members, his gaze fixed on the blonde boy whom Hiruzen had been fond of. You'd better go, Naruto, the old man said gently. We'll see each other soon, and then we can talk more. Naruto nodded before leaving the office, his new sword in hand. Hiruzen couldn't help but smile as he watched the boy walk down the main street through his office window. Just then, he heard someone clear their throat. He turned and found himself staring at a masked man. What can I do for you, Dragon? The Hokage asked. Hokage-sama, I believe the time has come, Dragon said. Are you sure? Are you really sure about this? I'm sure of it, Hokage-sama. It's time for him to become one of them, and before I say anything, I know you believe in him. From what I just saw and from the reports I'm receiving, he's ready. Promise me you'll take care of him. I will, Hokage-sama. Remember my words as an Anbu commander. With Naruto had just left the Forest of Death. He had heeded the old man's words by sealing Force Edge and Soul Calibur into a seal on the palms of his gloves. Nevertheless, he slung his black katana over his shoulder. Inside the forest, he summoned his clones for their usual training in their various abilities. Then he set off for the academy, unsure of what to expect from his class. It was fairly easy to find, as it was quite large, comprised of several buildings, and displayed a giant sign with the kanji for fire. With a deep sigh, the blond boy entered the building. He was greeted by an assistant seated behind a desk. She noticed him quickly and gave him a smile. "Hello, how can I help you, young man?" he asked kindly. I'm looking for Iruka Umino's classroom. I'm a new student in his class," said the blond boy. "Your classroom is on the second floor, and its number is 231, so it should be near the end of the building. The stairs are just around the corner," she said, pointing to the corner. "Have a good day." "Thank you," replied the young Uzumaki before turning the corner and heading up the stairs to the second floor. He could hear the murmur of conversations in each classroom he passed until he spotted the room numbers 227, 228, 229, 230. 231, the blond man thought as he tried to prepare himself mentally. Let the show begin. Naruto pulled his hood up to cover his blonde hair before pulling his mask up until it covered almost his entire face, concealing his whisker marks, nose, and mouth. With a sigh, he opened the door. Iruka knew the task was beyond him when he was assigned to teach these students. He had learned to regret leaving Onbu, but he felt a calling to teach, to help these children grasp the fundamentals before they ventured out into the world. Loud shrieks snapped him out of his thoughts. However, he spotted a figure dressed in white and couldn't help but feel confused. "Iruka Umino?" asked the person dressed in white. "It's me," replied the scarred man. "How can I help you?" The former Onbu had just been handed a note, and his eyes widened slightly as he read it. He glanced at the person before looking back at the note. Then, he turned to face the rest of the class. Class?" he said, trying unsuccessfully to get her attention. "Class." All attempts were in vain, as the class began to raise their voices, ignoring the teacher until a sharp, piercing whistle tore through the air. It silenced everyone and drew their attention to the whistler, a person wrapped in a white jacket and black pants. Iruka seized the moment to make his announcement. "Class, I'd like to introduce you to a new student," he said before pointing at the whistler. "This is Naruto Uzumaki." Murmurs rippled through the classroom as the hooded boy approached. Many of them came from the girls who weren't students, eyeing a potential object of their desire. Naruto, however, remained unfazed by their stares and walked to an empty seat in a row in the middle of the room. "Wait. How did you just walk into this class like that?" a pink-haired girl exclaimed. "You should be in the lower classes." "Sakura, shut up," Iruka scolded as he looked at the girl before turning to the hooded boy with an apologetic look. "No problem, Iruka-sensei," Naruto replied with a wave of his hand before looking at the pink-haired girl. "I'm here because the Hokage said I was strong enough to be in this class." "I don't believe it," growled a boy with black hair styled like a duck's rear end. "I doubt you're that strong compared to the power of the Uchiha clan. I should be the one teaching the skills classes. Not some nobody." "Sasuke. That's enough," Iruka ordered, reprimanding the boy. "It is the Hokage's wish that you be in this class, and if you want to be part of this village's shinobi system, you will have to learn that you cannot disobey the Hokage's wishes." "Whatever," the boy murmured. "Well, Naruto, why don't you sit in the middle seat, right next to Shikamaru Nara?" said the teacher, pointing to the seat next to a boy who had his head resting on his desk. The blond boy walked over to his seat and sat down, which prompted a look from his classmate. "How troublesome," the boy muttered, catching Naruto's attention. "What is it?" he asked. "You. Sasuke will do everything he can to establish himself as the best, and right now, that's you." "How so?" "You have the Hokage's favor and were allowed to skip 2 years of the academy when the rest of us had to." "How troublesome." "So we need to be careful with Sasuke?" "I guess." "Naruto, since you considered talking to Shikamaru more important than my lesson, would you mind telling me the names of the main shinobi villages?" Iruka asked, clearly annoyed. "Before or after the shinobi wars?" "What's the difference, idiot?" challenged the pink-haired banshee. "Everyone knows there are only 5 main shinobi villages." "Currently," Naruto replied, "Iwagakure, Kumagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunigakure are the other villages besides Konoha. However, before the shinobi wars, there was another important shinobi village called Uzoshio-gakure, the hidden village among the whirlpool tides." "If they were so powerful, why don't they exist now?" the Uchiha mocked. They must have been weak and were quickly destroyed during the wars. It depends on what you consider swift destruction. They were attacked and destroyed due to the threat they posed during the Shinobi Wars, and the village's survivors are scattered far and wide. However, they were by no means weak. It took a combined force from Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri, along with several other smaller villages, to defeat the Yozoshio Shinobi. While most of their population was wiped out, the aggressors also suffered enormous losses, losing over 75% of their forces. So why have we never heard of this town? And how do we know all this is true? Sasuke, all of this is true, Iruka affirmed, looking at his class. Konoha incorporated the Yozoshio symbol into our uniforms, like our bulletproof vests, and into the village emblem to honor their memory. They were feared for their mastery of Fuinjutsu, the sealing art, as well as their Kenjutsu and Suten. If they still existed, they would have become the sixth most powerful shinobi nation. And the reason they aren't mentioned is because it remains a sensitive subject among the villages. Silence was the class's response until Iruka cleared his throat to get their attention. Sasuke glared at the young Uzumaki for humiliating him and decided to teach him a lesson during the sparring matches. Anyway, thank you for the interesting history lesson, Mr. Uzumaki. Now, please follow Mizuki to the training grounds to practice taijutsu. The students filed out of the classroom, led by Sasuke and closely followed by a large number of girls. Naruto brought up the rear alongside the pineapple-haired boy. They quickly reached the field and lined up on the sidelines, while Iruka and Mizuki stood in front of them. Since it's the beginning of the year, we'll be holding a taijutsu tournament to see how you compare to your classmates, the teacher announced before taking 2 pieces of paper. Ninjutsu and genjutsu are not allowed, but weapons are. The first match is Hinata Hyuga against Ami Mori. A girl with dark navy blue hair approached the battlefield. She wore a thick beige coat, onbu pants, and ninja sandals. Her pupilless eyes watched her opponent as she assumed a fighting stance. Ami was a black-haired girl, a fan of the highest-ranking ninja in the class. "Ready, Hajime," shouted the Chunin, jumping to the other side of the field. "Byakugan," Hinata exclaimed, causing the veins in her eyes to bulge. Ami lunged at the Hyuga to attack her, but Hinata repelled her with a powerful palm strike. "You're a disgrace to all kunoichi," Hinata shouted as she lunged at the fanatic, her palm ready to strike. "You're in my divination field." 8 divination, 32 palms. The blue-haired girl unleashed a flurry of palm blows on the fan, before finishing with a final thrust to the stomach and pushing her back. "You used a jutsu," she shouted. "Sensei, I should be disqualified." "That was quite a jutsu," Hinata replied as she ran toward the staggering girl. "But it's a taijutsu move, commonly used in the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan." Ami was helpless as a palm strike sent her flying across the field, landing heavily on the ground. Iruka helped her off the field while Hinata approached the blonde girl in white. "How did I do, Naruto-ni-san?" she asked, to which the boy responded with a hug. "You did great, Hinata-chan. You taught her a lesson." "Weak people flock together, don't they?" mocked the pink-haired harpy. She was quickly interrupted when Mizuki announced the next match. "Sakura Haruno Contra. I will defeat whoever I fight," he shouted, raising his fist in the air. "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto entered the field, right in front of where the red-haired girl was standing. Sakura simply stared at the blonde boy, deciding to use her past experience with him as a strategy to win and be with her beloved Sasuke-kun. "Naruto-kun," she said with a smile on her face, completely different from the one she had shown before. "If you give up for me, I'll go out with you." The crowd watched Sakura's actions in amazement, questioning her motives. Hinata knew about the events that had transpired between the pink-haired girl and her brother, which had led him to save her from several bullies years before. It disgusted her to think that this delusional fanatic believed she had her completely under her control. "Naruto-ni-san, show him who you really are," Hinata thought with a smile. "Show him the real Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto approached the scarred Chunin and gestured for his attention. Iruka obeyed as the blonde whispered in his ear. The Chunin's eyes widened, and as soon as the blonde finished, he stared at him intently before nodding. The young Uzumaki returned to his place and positioned his hands on the ram seal. "Let go." Air rippled behind him before the sword's hilt appeared. The handle had a combination of black and red markings. Naruto grasped it and nodded to Iruka. Sakura Haruno vs Naruto Uzumaki. Weapons are allowed in this match, he announced before stepping back. Hajime. Do you know what I think of your request, Sakura? He asked the girl as she pulled a pair of kunai from her bag. I think I should keep them. And throw them in the trash, where they belong. With that, he drew the sword from behind his back, revealing itself in its dull black glory as the sound of the drawing echoed through the air. The blade gleamed in the sunlight, eager to bathe in the blood of its master's enemies, and caught the attention of a certain black-haired boy. Remember what I've learned, Naruto thought as he squinted. No silly mistakes, only precision and accuracy. On the other side of the field, Sakura had gathered 8 kunai in her hands and began throwing them at the hooded boy. To some of the other students, the kunai traveled at a fairly decent speed, but to others, they were slow compared to higher-ranking kunoichi. However, to Naruto, they moved at a snail's pace due to his rigorous training, and he was quickly able to raise his sword to deflect each one. Sakura saw this and began throwing all the weapons from her pouch, but it was in vain, as they were all easily deflected. Naruto had advanced through the barrage of metal objects, and by the time he finally ran out of projectiles, he was several meters away. Surrender, Sakura, he said as he approached her, gripping his sword tighter. Sakura raised her hand silently, signaling her surrender. Naruto sheathed his sword and nodded to Iruka, who declared him the victor. The students who had witnessed the battle were amazed by the grace and speed with which the blonde boy dodged every weapon the pink-haired girl threw at him. You're a disgrace to kunoichi, Sakura, he said, stepping aside and turning his back on her. You think your precious knight in shining armor will always come to your rescue when you're in danger. That's not how the real world works. Especially not in our line of work. He's jealous because he's not as amazing as Sasuke-kun. He'll defeat this loser without any trouble. He'll be my knight. She thought furiously before launching herself at him. Naruto sensed her chakra approaching and did the most logical thing, turn and fight. He blocked the first attack with his forearm before using her momentum to throw her off balance with a jerk. The move was effective, and he sent her crashing to the ground, leaving her with nothing but her pride. Naruto had barely reached the stands when the Uchiha stared at him with an expression of profound arrogance. His aura of arrogance was truly imposing, and Naruto sensed what was about to happen. Dobi, I demand you give me your sword. Only someone like me can unleash its true potential, Sasuke declared with a mocking smile. And what makes you think you should get this from me? Retorted the blonde boy, glaring at the arrogant boy. The Uchiha are the best clan in the world, there is no one superior to the Uchiha clan. This village should be grateful that they are here, otherwise it would be a weak and useless village. Your arrogance irritates me, Naruto said before spotting Iruka, who was finishing up the match between Choji Akamiki and Kiba Inuzuka. Iruka-sensei, can we start now? That guy is driving me crazy. Of course, Naruto, replied the scarred Chunin as he gestured for them both to head to the field. The fans began cheering for Sasuke, proclaiming that no one is better than him, while the others silently decided to support Naruto, knowing he would be able to bring the Uchiha down a peg. Listen to that dove, they're clearly cheering for the undisputed winner of this fight, he said disdainfully. Surrender and save yourself the shame of being defeated. Return those weapons to their rightful owner. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched Sasuke reach into his weapons bag. Naruto? Ray-chan? Naruto, teach this brat a lesson. But Ray-chan. But no, this piece of trash needs to be taught a lesson and shown where he belongs. Your sensei allows you to use some of your skills too. Get rid of the trash. Naruto's eyes widened at the prospect, and a smile spread across his face. It was time to put on a show. Now go, Naruto, and show them who you really are. Show them how dangerous a fox can be. Naruto, are you ready? Iruka asked, receiving a nod. Hajime. As soon as he jumped back, Sasuke swiftly went on the offensive, unleashing a barrage of projectiles before wielding a pair of reverse grip weapons. As the projectiles flew toward the blonde, he vanished from sight without a trace, leaving only dust in the wind. Whereas he probably ran away because of Sasuke's incredible skills. See? Nobody can beat Sasuke-kun. The first question was asked by many level-headed and functional observers, while the last two were cheered by the fanatics who let their obsession ruin their shinobi careers. However, all fell silent when the projectiles split in two and the pieces fell to the ground. Naruto reappeared, this time with his black sword drawn, which he plunged into the ground beside him. "Is this all the great Uchiha is capable of?" he asked loudly enough for everyone to hear, earning the fury of an Uchiha who lunged at him. Naruto sighed and vanished again, reappearing in front of his opponent with his fist raised. This stunned the black-haired Uchiha, giving Naruto just enough time to land a punch to his stomach. The force was such that it lifted him off the ground, and Naruto didn't stop there, delivering another punch. This time, it connected with his face and sent Sasuke crashing into a brick wall, knocking him unconscious. "He doesn't even deserve my time," Naruto stated as he picked up his sword from the ground and put it back in its sheath, completely oblivious to the shouts of the crowd. "Sensei, he clearly cheated," shouted one of the fans, while several others nodded and expressed their disapproval of the result. "No one can beat Sasuke-kun." "Stop," Iruka shouted, using his demon head jutsu. After hearing enough shouting, Naruto clearly won. He managed to knock Sasuke out of the ring with a single punch, meaning he's automatically out. Furthermore, Sasuke was unconscious. "No," shouted a voice that turned out to be that of Uchiha himself. "I'm not going to lose to a nobody." He then proceeded to perform a series of hand seals at average Genon speeds before Iruka could stop him. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke took a deep breath before exhaling, unleashing a fireball approximately 1 meter in diameter. It roared toward the blonde boy, who remained motionless as the flames engulfed him. Sasuke watched with satisfaction as the boy was consumed by the fire. With a smug smile, he watched his opponent burn. In the stands, the fans cheered, knowing that their Sasuke-kun had won the match. "Enough," Iruka shouted. "Sasuke, you're disqualified for using 2 different ninjutsu techniques in a taijutsu match. Yes, I saw you use the replacement jutsu. Are you coming with me to see the Hokage?" As soon as those words were spoken, shouts of protest erupted from the crowd of fans, who tried to defend their idol from the persecution with illogical arguments, such as that no jutsu had been used, but rather that the fireball had been created by the radiation of his genius. While everyone questioned the sanity of these people, they stopped when they heard a gasp of surprise as one of the students pointed to the flames that had engulfed the blonde boy. It was then that Naruto emerged unscathed from the flames and brushed the ash off his shoulder. "How did you survive?" the Uchiha shouted furiously. "You should be dead." "That's something only I know, and you should never find out," replied the Uzumaki as he drew his black sword. "Now, I think it's my turn." Naruto pointed his sword at the Uchiha before vanishing in an instant and reappearing several meters away. With a mocking smile, Naruto slowly sheathed his sword, and as the hilt clicked into place, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. The boy's injuries were evident from the numerous red marks and small cuts covering his body. While none were fatal, their sheer number, appearing all at once, forced him to his knees as he fought with all his might to stifle a scream of pain. "What did you think, Ray-chan?" he asked as he opened the metal link between them. "Good, but you could have done better," he affirmed. "You could have ended this in 1 hit. Instead, you had to show off, and you almost got hurt for it. True shinobi don't show off, that's what costs them their lives. They're supposed to go in, eliminate their target quickly, and then retreat." "Of course, Ray-chan. I won't do it again. By the way, where is everyone else?" "They're with the clones you left behind, helping them train in elemental jutsus and other techniques." "Okay, then I'll visit you later." "Very good." Naruto simply shook his head to clear his thoughts before noticing that everyone was still staring at him with glares or mocking smiles, while Iruka had a subtle smile on his face. "Could someone please take Sasuke to the hospital?" he asked the class before having to resort to pointing at 2 people at random. Time jump. The rest of the day held nothing remarkable for Naruto as he walked toward the Hokage Tower. It consisted mostly of things he had already learned and mastered during his training with his senseis, such as the 12 hand seals for jutsu, the definition of the basic arts a shinobi would use throughout their career, and the importance of teamwork. Aside from that, a few of his classmates approached him to congratulate him on defeating the Uchiha. In short, a rather dull day at the academy. He continued to mull things over until he spotted someone he knew very well, an Anbu agent wearing a snake mask. She was twirling a kunai on her index finger when she saw the blonde boy a few meters away. "Hey, kid," he said with a smile. "How was your first day at the academy?" "Okay, I guess." "I heard what happened," And honestly, I expected things to get really bad quickly. You're here with the Hokage, right? I expected it, exclaimed the blonde with a smile. He needs a little bit of me in his day, otherwise it would be too bland and boring. Snake could only chuckle with satisfaction at her response before heading for the door separating the two rooms, completely ignoring the glances the secretary was giving them. The doors opened, and the Hokage appeared with a satisfied smile on his face. His desk was empty except for papers. However, there were other copies of him reviewing small stacks of paper. "Hi, hee," the blonde greeted with a smile. "Ah, Naruto," the old Hokage replied with a bright smile. "How was your day?" "It was all right, I guess," he replied, scratching the back of his neck. "We had a theory class and some combat training. I faced Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. They weren't very strong." "Naruto, thanks to all the training you've received, you'll be far stronger than your classmates at the academy." "While you were training, they were studying history and theory," Sarutobi remarked. "And they don't have the same number of teachers pushing them to become strong." "I guess that's true. But Sasuke was a complete idiot. I don't like him, Gigi." "Not everyone you meet is going to be likable, Naruto. That's the reality of life. The only thing you can do is accept it." "I suppose so." "So, Naruto, I had a rather interesting chat with Kakashi about your fight that partially destroyed a training ground and left you both in pretty bad shape." "I figured as much," the blonde boy said with a sigh. "I saw my brother use his lightning blade several times during our training, and with the help of my senseis, we managed to perfect it. Although it's difficult to control. They mentioned something about shape manipulation and how difficult it is, but I don't know what that is. Do you, Grandpa?" The Hokage could only stare in astonishment at the blonde boy. Somehow, he had created a jutsu based on one used by an Anbu captain, a jutsu that required a combination of elemental and shape manipulation. The Anbu stationed around the office watched him in amazement. The boy before them was capable of performing a jutsu similar to that of one of their captains. However, they were all snapped out of their reverie when another Anbu member entered and saw the blonde boy. "Hi, Naru-chan." The newcomer greeted, making the boy turn to see the cat mask in the Anbu uniform. He couldn't help but smile as soon as he saw it. "Kitty-chan," he exclaimed, hugging her and ignoring the giggles that seemed to fill the room. "What are you doing here?" "Well, I came to tell you that you still have to train with me later. I want to see how much you've improved since the last time we trained," she replied, giving him a smile. "How about tomorrow afternoon after the academy?" "I'll have to check my schedule, but I'm pretty sure I'm free tomorrow," she said, smiling as the blonde cheered her on. "If you're still at the academy," said an Anbu member wearing a snake mask, ignoring the Hokage's gaze, "I'll become your sensei so I can have more fun with Naru-chan." "Well, Snake-san," the third interrupted, watching the two high-five. "You realize you'll have to be a Jonin to be a John-sensei, right?" The woman with purple hair could only laugh nervously as she scratched the back of her neck. It almost reminded everyone of the way Naruto acted, but they were all interrupted when someone entered the office. "Hokage-sama," he said. "Sume-sama and Hiyashi-sama have sent me to inform you that the council has convened to discuss a matter concerning Fugaku-sama's son. They are trying to delay it so you can attend, but when I left they were barely succeeding. I suggest you hurry." Hiruzen used to be a calm and composed man, but the council was pushing him to his limits, and he was on the verge of losing his temper. He glanced at his Anbu before nodding to them. They all vanished from their posts, heading for the council chamber. "Naruto, I have a feeling this will involve you," he said. "You don't have to come with me." "If it involves me, Gigi, I want to be there," he replied with conviction. "I have a feeling it's about the fight I had with Sasuke before." "Very well, but if they break any law, and more specifically, the law that concerns you in particular, I give you permission to apply the punishment. My Anbu will be there to assist you if things get out of control." With that said, they both walked towards the cameras and began to mentally prepare for the storm that was about to hit. Boardroom. The chambers were filled with civilian council members shouting to each other and, occasionally, to a ninja. In the center of the room, Sasuke Uchiha, alongside his father, Fugaku Uchiha, awaited the arrival of the last members. A loud crash echoed through the room. The noise originated from the door. It opened slightly, only to snap back before another crash resounded. It continued until the center of the door shattered, causing it to slam against the walls from the opening. As the door burst open, Naruto Uzumaki appeared with the third Hokage at his side. Silence reigned for a few minutes as the elderly Kage walked to his seat, and it seemed that order had been restored to the room. "I just found out the town hall called a meeting without notifying me," he said indifferently, though with a hint of irritation. "Normally I wouldn't mind, but I was busy with something important. So they'd better have a good reason for calling it. According to our sources, a certain Naruto Uzumaki he possesses a weapon that belonged to Uchiha-sama," said a member of the civilian council, pronouncing the blonde boy's name with disdain. "We've also discovered that he possesses abilities that—" "What kind of weapon is this?" the Hokage asked with a mixture of slight interest and irritation, sensing that he would know what kind of blade it was. "It's a katana," Sasuke stated with conviction. "That idiot took it from me." Soon the chamber was filled with murmurs, and the only ones who remained silent were the Hokage, his Anbu guard, Naruto, and most of the Shinobi Council. That is, until the leader of the Nara clan decided to speak. "This meeting is a real drag," he said with a sigh. "Hokage-sama, I have a feeling you know what they're talking about." "That's right, Naruto. Are you going to draw your sword?" the Hokage ordered before the blonde boy pulled the black katana from its sheath. "This is the sword you claim is yours." "It is the rightful property of the Uchiha," he declared. "You'd be lying to my face, Sasuke." "That sword isn't yours," the Hokage said with a chuckle. "In fact, it belongs to Naruto." This sparked a chorus of disagreement with that statement, as they looked to the Hokage for further explanation. "Sarutobi, you didn't do it," Koharu began, in a state of shock. "Yes, I gave it to him." "Would you give the sensei's sword to him, of all people?" the woman shouted. "He would be disappointed by your actions." "No, you have no right to say what Tobirama-sensei would have done," the third Hokage retorted angrily. "In fact, I believe he would have approved of my action. He was a staunch supporter of the will of fire and would have entrusted his sword to someone who mastered it perfectly." "Tobi, that sword will be mine," Sasuke said as he tried to grab it, but he abruptly pulled his hand away before he could cut it. "You almost cut my hand off." This sparked panic among everyone, as the civilian council began calling for his death. Naruto could only clutch his weapon tighter as they called him demon and monster. He could only stare at the Hokage, who nodded. He watched as the Anbu stationed around the room appeared with their weapons drawn. "Enough," roared the old man. "This meeting has been a waste of time, not only for me, but also for my fellow members of the Ninja Council. You based your claims on rumors spread by the young Uchiha. I warn you, if you do this again, there will be consequences. What will you do about your complaint, Uchiha?" "We take back what we said," the old Uchiha stated, clenching his teeth and fists in anger. "Now, if you'll excuse me, my son and I need to talk, and I still have to direct the police." At that moment, everyone began to leave the chambers, except for the Shinobi Council, with the exception of the Uchiha leader. They simply looked at the boy with smiles, remembering a certain blonde from several years ago. The silence was broken by Itsume Inuzuka, the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan, who placed her feet on the table. "Ah! Silence," he exclaimed aloud. "They were always too noisy for my taste and a real nuisance." "This is all problematic," Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan, stated, raising his hand. "The civilians will now be an even bigger problem. They'll probably try to convince people to resent Naruto even more based on their distorted versions of the truth." "I agree with Shikaku," added a blonde man sitting right next to him. "But know that you have the support of the Yamanaka clan. If you ever need anything, we'll do everything we can to help you." "The Akimichi clan also supports you," said a burly man in red armor on the other side of Nara's head. The three nodded, resigned to their decision, before looking at the other members. Tsume gave a thumbs up with one hand, while with the other she ruffled Kuromaru's hair. "The Inuzuka clan supports you," he stated with a wild grin. "I just realized Hirashi's gone," the third Hokage observed, noticing his absence. "He probably had something important to attend to. Anyway, I believe you promised Miss Suzuki a fight, Naruto." "But that will be tomorrow," the blonde youth retorted in a whiny voice. The third Hokage smiled at him before raising his hand and revealing a seal never before seen. Before anyone could react, A blurry figure emerged from around the corner, a sword drawn. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto spotted the attacker and positioned his own sword to block the blow. He managed to parry the attack and had a chance to observe his assailant. Whoever it was, they were dressed in black from head to toe, with a mask covering the lower part of their face. However, Naruto could make out the long purple hair that flowed behind them. Who has purple hair? He thought to himself as he jumped away from the person with his weapon ready. Well, there's this Anko, he mentioned. Ray through her connection. It could also be water release, water fang bullet. Jets of water shot out from the attacker, aiming at the blonde boy and forcing him to break his connection with his tenant. The water balls hit the ground, and Naruto had to jump to dodge the remaining projectiles. It took him a few seconds to realize he was in the center of the camera. I have to get them out of here, he thought as his hands made a large number of hand seals at full speed. Let's hope this works. Inverted exclamation mark Earth Kinjutsu release, teleportation. The blonde boy shouted as he crashed onto the wet wooden floor. It began to glow with an intense light, blinding them all for several seconds, and it took them a little longer to regain their sight. They were quite surprised to find themselves in an ordinary field, instead of in the council chamber just moments before. The rustling of the trees and the murmur of a nearby stream reassured them that they were nowhere near the Hokage Tower. The astonished council members could only watch as a blonde boy leapt across a barrage of shurikens launched by the purple-haired attacker. They were quick enough to jump aside and avoid being hit by the stray attacks. How did we get here? Asked a bewildered Inoiki. This is troublesome, Shikaku said, rubbing his forehead. Naruto teleported us all here. Are you telling me the puppy brought us all from the bedrooms? Tsume asked, surprised. How come he's not exhausted? If you look closely, you'll see that it is, the old Hokage pointed out. From what I can gather, the vast area he had to cover, coupled with the fact that he included all of us, left him exhausted. He's not as focused on his forms as usual and is panting heavily. The clan chiefs exchanged glances and confirmed that the third's observations were correct. Their posture began to weaken, and their movements gradually slowed. Damn it! If they're not interfering, that means it's a test. Naruto thought, giving himself a mental slap. That Kinjutsu consumed a lot of my reserves, much more than I expected. It seems I'll have to resort to it. Naruto managed to dodge an attack with a leap before closing his hands in a ram seal. A blue aura began to envelop him, releasing a small shockwave. Naruto grinned as he gripped his black sword tightly. He twirled it once before concentrating the blue aura to envelop it. Let's do it, he shouted as he released his chakra. Sword style, crescent ascending. He lunged forward, sword raised high, preparing for an upward slash. The blade radiated a blue glow as Naruto focused chakra into it before swinging it upward, unleashing a massive shockwave. It traveled swiftly, crossing the field in seconds and leaving a deep crater in the ground. His attacker could only dodge the devastating attack and hadn't expected to find Naruto gone. Up here! Announced a voice from above, causing all eyes to turn to the sky to see Naruto floating with his chakra-charged sword. Sword style, moon descent. He descended swiftly. The blade pointed toward the ground. As soon as it pierced the earth, he unleashed another pulse of blue chakra, creating a new chasm before slamming into and splitting a tree. Naruto could only groan in disappointment, hoping it was all over by now, and he wasn't disappointed to see his attacker on the other side of the field. He soon realized that whoever it was, he was tired, and it showed in the slow swaying of his body. Water element, water dragon bullet. His attacker shouted as a large amount of water rose up and formed something resembling a dragon, hurtling toward him. Everyone could see Naruto grit his teeth before sheathing his sword. His arms, wrapped in white bandages from palm to elbow, extended as he watched the water dragon fly toward him. Naruto! Inverted exclamation mark Storm Phoenix double sword combination. He shouted as chakra erupted from the palms of his outstretched arms. The wind began to intensify, enveloping his left arm and forming a familiar blade that sprouted from his knuckles. The chakra around his right arm transformed into flames, completely covering it with a second, equally long blade. Everyone watched in awe as they transformed into long elemental swords. He won't be able to hold out much longer, the Hokage murmured, and everyone nodded, seeing the sweat trickling down the boy's cheeks and how his breathing had quickened. I'm surprised he's lasted this long with the amount of chakra he's using. Hokage-sama, said a voice, catching the Hokage's attention. "It's time. I hope I'm doing the right thing, Dragon." "Hokage-sama, what are you and Dragon-san talking about?" asked a confused Inoiki. "That's strange, it seems this isn't an attack but a test," Shikaku replied. "It's a test for Naruto to enter the Anbu program." "What? Isn't she too young for that life?" Tsumi asked. "She's only 12, for Kami's sake." "He's been forced to think like an adult, Tsumi-san," Dragon replied, observing the events that were about to unfold. "He never had the chance to have a childhood, and judging by how he's treated, he never will. However, his actions have forced him to mature faster in order to survive, and even so, he continues to fight to survive and become stronger." "So what would make him stay here in Konoha? He could leave as soon as someone offered him more power." "He won't," the Hokage replied confidently, watching the blonde man's elemental blades fully form. "He wants to gain power to protect those he cares about and cherishes. Betraying Konoha would mean turning his back on the bonds he forged here, and that's something he would never do." "Let's see if you can handle this," roared the blonde boy as he swung his two swords at the water dragon. The impact of the water against the flames created a dense cloud of steam that covered a large part of the field. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next, until they heard a faint whirring sound and the tearing of cloth. The dense cloud of steam quickly dissipated, revealing the two of them back to back. However, there was a slight difference. The purple-haired assailant's mask was gone, shattered on the ground, revealing the face of the woman he knew all too well. Her hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes reflected both surprise and delight. "Yugao-chan?" he asked hesitantly as he fought against the darkness that threatened to consume him. "Hi, Naru-chan," she whispered with a small smile. "You did great. I'm so proud of how strong you've become. We'll talk later, but now get some rest." A faint smile lit up his face before darkness enveloped him. He closed his eyes, but Yugao caught a glimpse of joy and peace in them just before they shut. She quickly held him, making sure he wasn't hurt. A soft smile touched her lips as she watched him sleep, unconsciously snuggling against her chest, a slight blush rising to her cheeks. Mental landscape. Naruto awoke to a feeling of something on top of him, and it took him a moment to focus his vision and see the mass of red hair surrounding him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Nine Tails slowly moving from side to side, which was enough for him to recognize her. He tried to feel his limbs and discovered he had sensation in his legs, but only in one arm. He soon realized that it was in the woman's grasp, trapped between her ample breasts. He could only sigh before using his free hand to stroke her head, making sure to touch the red, fur ears on the crown. Rei, who had found Naruto unconscious and decided to hug him, felt something caressing the top of her head, paying particular attention to her ears. She stifled a moan as she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes quickly met a pair of sky-blue eyes looking at her, and a smile spread across her face. "Hello Rei-chan," he said softly with a smile on his face. "Hola, Naruto-kun," she said cheerfully before adopting a more serious attitude. "You've exhausted yourself again. What have I told you about using almost all of your main chakra? And you used a kinjutsu that we told you not to use unless absolutely necessary." "Rei-chan. And let's not forget that you invested a huge amount of chakra in your attacks." The demon screamed as she stood up and stared at the boy with her hands on her hips. He tried to back away in fear, but he couldn't, because she quickly grabbed him and pulled him close. "You suffered extreme chakra depletion and tore quite a few muscles. If it had been anyone else, they would have died." Naruto could only lower his gaze as the redhead clung to him, his arms around her, pulling her close enough for her to whisper in his ear. "I've lost almost everyone I love. Your mother, my parents. I can't lose you too, Naruto. Please don't ever do something like that again. I don't want to lose you too." "You won't lose me, I promise," he whispered in her ear as she returned his embrace. "Don't make a promise to a girl if you can't keep it." They remained like that until they were interrupted by the sound of giggles and laughter. They both turned and saw 5 spiritual beings standing side by side, looking at them with amusement in their eyes. "Don't worry about us," Ares said with a smile. "Continue while we gather more material to blackmail Rei-sama." "Eggs," Exodus growled in a deep voice. "In my day." "We don't need any of those stories," he interrupted. Bahamut, while hitting the golem on the head. "Especially your stories about certain events that occurred during our trips." "Oh, "How cute!" exclaimed Valina with her eyes wide open. "Aren't they adorable together? Why don't you act like this every time we're around?" "Because I knew you were going to act like that," he murmured out loud with irritation. "Nonsense, that's no excuse." And his promise? How romantic. "Can you share it with me?" "Absolutely not. It's mine," she shouted loudly as she squeezed the child to emphasize her possessiveness. The elemental spirits could only laugh at the redhead's predicament, which caused her to turn towards the blonde. "Naruto-kun," she complained, using language he'd never seen her use. Her body shrank as her eyes widened, threatening tears. She practically turned into a chibi, making Naruto and the two girls stare at her. "Those evil people are mocking me and laughing." "Kawaii," Ares and Valina shouted in unison, causing Naruto to grab the chibi girl and run off in any direction. "Come on, Naruto, you have to share all that cuteness." "No way. She's mine," he shouted. The pair chased him for a while, but finally stopped, unable to catch the boy with inexhaustible stamina. Naruto, meanwhile, found a secluded spot and stroked little Rei's cheek. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a white cloud that quickly dissipated, revealing the woman in her female form, her cheek still pressed against Naruto's. Before Naruto could say anything, he felt his form begin to fade away. "Well, I guess that means you're waking up," he said with sadness, lowering her head to look at the ground. "I'll be back," he said, lifting her chin so they could look into each other's eyes. "I made a promise, and I intend to keep it." She couldn't help but smile, and that was the last thing he saw before she completely faded from his mind. Outside, "How's the pup?" a voice asked. It took Naruto a few seconds to recognize it. It was Tsume Inuzuka. He knew instantly he had to wake up and make himself known. With that thought, he slowly opened his eyes, stretching his arms aimlessly to relieve the stillness that had seemed to last forever. Those few moments allowed his sky-blue eyes to focus and see who was with him. Yugao and the third Hokage were by his bed, while Tsume, Inoiki, Shikaku, and Choza, head of the Akimichi clan, were beside him. However, there was one more person there whom Naruto didn't recognize. "Well, how are you feeling, Naruto-kun?" the third asked as the blonde boy yawned and began to scratch the back of his neck, which reminded the old Sarutobi of his successor and predecessor. "I'm fine, Gigi," she replied as she slowly sat up before leaning back on her arms. "How long have I been here?" "About 3 days. Iruka-sensei is going to kill me." "Don't worry about it, Naruto," the Hokage replied with a smile. "I took care of it." "Why did you try to train with me right then, Yugao-chan?" the boy asked, looking at the woman, who turned slightly pink at the chan. The boy added, "Actually, it was me, Naruto," the Hokage said seriously. "He did it because I asked him to." "Why, Gigi?" "It's my fault," the stranger replied. "I'm Dragon, the Anbu commander and leader of all Anbu units. I heard about your objective and how you wanted to protect those you care about. I received reports on your progress from my subordinates, who train you frequently, as does Yugao-san. So I had to find out if you were as good as they said and if you had the determination I'm looking for." "Why that, Dragon-san?" "Because I've asked the Hokage-sama to recruit you into Anbu, so you can train and become one of the best shinobi Konoha has to offer and help protect it. I won't manipulate you into making a decision, I'll leave it in your hands." "Is that why you made me fight?" "Yes, and no offense intended, but you're a diamond in the rough, kid," he said with a chuckle. "Very rough, but with time, I have a feeling you'll turn into a giant diamond." "I guess I will." "Are you sure you want to accept right now, Naruto?" the Hokage asked. "Don't make hasty decisions you might regret." "I agree with the Hokage," Dragon stated seriously. "If you join Anbu, you'll give up any chance of being a normal 12-year-old. You'll be treated like any other Anbu member and suffer the same hardships they do. You'll most likely have to kill." "I'm sure that." "Since you're so sure and won't back down, I suppose that means you're convinced." "Very well," Dragon said. "Naruto Uzumaki, I officially welcome you to the Anbu. I'll send you more information in a few weeks, and you'll receive your uniform no later than this weekend, Naruto," Yugao said softly, making Naruto look at her. "Don't worry, Yugao-chan," she replied with a smile. "I know what I'm doing." "Naruto," the Hokage said, catching the boy's attention. "Since you're progressing well, you'll be examined. You'll most likely have to attend until the end of the academy. Thank you, Gigi, the boy replied with a smile. Time jump of 6 months. The 6 months Naruto spent at the academy flew by, and not because of classes. He quickly became the top student in the class without much effort, earning him the ire of Sasuke and his fan club. They were furious to learn that a new student had suddenly surpassed the Uchiha, and to make matters worse, Hinata Hyuga had become the leader of the Kunoichi section. During classes, Naruto was often seen chatting with Hinata and her other friends, such as Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru. Iruka couldn't reprimand them, as they were among the best in the class and even paid attention while talking amongst themselves, as they demonstrated when he questioned them. However, something everyone in the class noticed was that Naruto started arriving to class extremely tired. This worried all his friends and Iruka, but he simply told them he was fine. In reality, Dragon had sent him his Anbu mask and uniform. He quickly grew fond of his mask, which resembled a kitsune, and although he initially found the uniform comfortable, he had other intentions. Dragon had begun training him for several hours after his time at the academy, and he barely rested. However, today would be different. Today was the annual exam, and as Iruka had told him, it would consist of an ninjutsu demonstration where everyone who knew a jutsu could show off, while the final exam would include a taijutsu test and a weapons test that covered everything from hand-to-hand combat to the use of projectiles. "Hey, brats," Iruka shouted over the murmur. "Listen up. We're about to start the exams." Their conversation was interrupted when a figure opened the door and entered. "I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei," the person apologized, scratching their head. "Gigi took a little longer than necessary in our conversation. We lost track of time." "All right, Naruto. We were just about to start, so go to your seat," Iruka replied, drawing astonished glances as everyone scrutinized him. He wore a black coat with a tail that reached his knees and a hood, but it was pulled down, revealing his head. Bracers covered his forearms from wrist to elbow. He also wore a black shirt with his dark gray Anbu armor over it, and they immediately noticed the large amount of fabric covering his chin. To others, it was just a piece of cloth, but the shinobi who knew Kakashi knew it was a mask. He wore cargo pants and combat boots instead of the usual shinobi sandals. A red sash cinched his waist with several small sheaths, and he had a few more on his shoulders, though these were attached to a pair of dull silver shoulder guards. A scabbard containing a familiar katana hung from his back. "Is that Naruto?" one of his classmates asked. "He seems dumber." Naruto ignored the comments and sat down next to his friends. Shikamaru looked at him and sighed, making his friends laugh. "You're very troublesome, Naruto," he said. "Perhaps even more troublesome than my mother." "You don't say, Shika," Hinata said before noticing the class dispersing to go to the field for the exams. "Come on, guys. It's exam time." "But Hinata-chan," the blonde complained rather loudly. "I just sat down." "It's not our fault, Naru-kun. It's your fault for being late." Everyone stood up, some more reluctantly than others, and followed the line of students toward the training field. The two Chunin instructors remained in the middle of the field, watching the students arrive one by one until they were sure everyone was there. "All right, as mentioned, this is your annual exam," Iruka announced. "First, we'll have the weapons test. We've set out several weapons for you to use, and we'll be evaluating your skill with them." As expected, most of the students used a combination of shuriken and kunai, especially those from civilian families. The only ones who didn't limit themselves to basic projectiles were Shino, Shikamaru, and Sasuke. Shino decided to demonstrate his expertise with senbon, pointed projectiles that required great precision. Shikamaru, much to his chagrin, used a pair of trench knives to showcase his close-quarters combat skills, which surprised everyone. Sasuke, after displaying his shuriken and kunai, drew a katana and began attacking the dummies with some skill. He impressed his followers, but a more experienced swordsman like Naruto was able to detect the flaws and openings in his stance. When he finished, he intentionally bumped into Naruto. "Beat that idiot," he said with a mocking smile. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called as he watched the boy walk back to his starting position. "Naruto, we've placed the weapons you can use, or if you prefer, you can use your own." "Thank you, sensei," exclaimed the boy as he took 8 kunai, aimed, and threw them at the farthest target. They missed the drawn target, instead scattering around it, which caused almost the entire class to burst into laughter. "Nice shot, idiot," Sakura laughed as she pointed at her target, unaware of her mocking smile. "And Naruto," Iruka stammered, catching the attention of his class, who stopped laughing. "What? Some of the most veteran shinobi have helped me," he said cheerfully. "Iruka-sensei, what are you talking about?" one of the students asked. "Didn't you fail?" "What a nuisance." "Naruto didn't miss," Shikamaru said before anyone else could speak. "If it had been a person, he would have killed them instantly. He didn't aim at the target, but at a human's vital points." "You're ruining the fun, Shika," the boy complained loudly. "Naruto, are you finished?" Mizuki asked, gritting her teeth in anger. "Not yet," the boy murmured as he grabbed the shurikens and threw them with the same precision as the kunai. The senbon followed suit, and just as he launched the last needle-sharp weapon, he drew his sword and sliced through the nearest straw dummy with a speed that would have put any of the other students to shame. He slowly sheathed his sword before the click echoed across the field. As soon as the click was heard, there was a crunch as the dummy collapsed. "All right, now that we're finished, everyone to the taijutsu field," Iruka exclaimed, snapping everyone out of their reverie. The taijutsu class ended much like the weapons test. Most students used the academy style, and only a few clan heirs used their family style. Naruto easily defeated Sasuke, as he had so many times before, prompting cheers from his friends. It wasn't until several hours later, almost at the end of class, that they began ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is the art of converting chakra into attacks that those who don't use it can't perform, Iruka explained to his class. Using your own chakra, you can execute attacks that vary depending on the element or use. Here's an example: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire element, great fireball. A fireball shot from the mouth of the marked chunin and hurtled toward a training dummy. The flames completely consumed its target, leaving only the blackness of the fire and ashes as remnants. That jutsu is a fire element jutsu and is used as an offensive jutsu, Iruka explained. There are 5 basic elements: fire, water, air, earth, and lightning. They can be used to attack, defend, or support. Now then, does anyone have a jutsu they'd like to demonstrate to the class? Shikamaru was the first to show his power by using the shadow imitation jutsu, extending his shadow until it touched Iruka's. The young students began to move, and they all noticed that Iruka was doing the same. Ino Yamanaka appeared next. Before using her mind-body exchange, the Yamanaka invaded the Chinin's mind and controlled his actions. Then she released the jutsu to return to her body, which lay motionless on the ground. Choji Akamiki advanced behind Ino before using the legendary partial-size jutsu of his family. He extended one of his arms, which grew larger than his own, before smashing one of the remaining posts. When he raised his arm, the small splinters that remained of the post were visible. Next up was Sasuke, who smiled smugly as the fans cheered his every move before performing several hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Flower. He spat out several fireballs the size of basketballs that struck some posts, burning them only halfway, but leaving them ablaze. Stepping back to examine his handiwork, he smiled smugly, believing he had outsmarted the blonde boy. However, he was wrong, as Naruto stepped forward and made several rapid gestures. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. From the nearby pond, a great volume of water surged up, forming an enormous dragon that hurtled swiftly toward the burning posts. It crashed down with a powerful impact, and the sound of wood cracking echoed as it burst through the stream, leaving behind a sodden field littered with splinters. "Nice jutsu, Naruto," Iruka commented, observing with a bead of sweat the destruction the boy had caused, before turning back to his class. "That's all for today. The results will be sent to your families, and I hope to see you all next year." Cheers erupted, and Naruto sighed in relief before watching all his friends head towards their parents' and relatives' houses. His gaze met Tsume's, who, upon seeing him, greeted him with a mischievous smile before leaving. Naruto grinned as he spotted an angry Uchiha approaching and decided to vanish using body flicker technique. Hokage Tower. "Naruto should be here by now," the Hokage murmured as he finished reading another piece of paper before signing it. "What do you have to tell me, Dragon?" "It's progressing well," the Anbu commander replied. "The training is going slower than I expected, but I think that's because we're going over things I hadn't anticipated. As he's a great expert at infiltration, as you've already mentioned, and I'm making sure he doesn't lose his touch, both in that and in setting traps. To that end, I've had to extend his mission quite a bit. Also, his friendship with Inara has honed his tactical skills, and we've decided that further developing them would be a good idea. Naruto seized that moment to appear in a swirl of leaves. He was immediately greeted by his trainer/commanding officer in the Hokage. "Hello, Naruto," the old man greeted. "How was your last day of school for the year?" "Great, I guess," he said indifferently. Professor Iruka let the students who knew how to use jutsu show off after the annual final exam. The final exam was pretty easy, since it only consisted of taijutsu and the weapons test, but it really didn't require much effort. "I see you've decided to wear a uniform," Dragon said, looking at the boy. "Or rather, part of our uniform." "Good." "Haha. Don't worry, lad," replied the commander with a loud laugh. "As long as you remember to wear your mask in the field, everything's fine. And speaking of that, I've been told," the third began playfully, "that a certain clan chief holds you in high esteem." "I don't know what you're talking about." That was all Sarutobi needed. He looked at the boy with a rather broad smile before looking at the two of them. "Why don't we head to the training ground now?" With a nod, the three people who were in the office disappear in an instant without leaving a trace that they had been there. Undisclosed training camp. They appeared and disappeared as quickly as they vanished into a field surrounded by trees. Naruto watched as his clones trained, using all his knowledge, from weapons to jutsu. He created them daily to maximize training time. The clones quickly noticed his presence and that of their instructors, and began to disperse in small groups at regular intervals to avoid a violent reaction. Hiruzen and Sarutobi took the opportunity to turn and observe Naruto, who was accompanied by Dragon. Kakashi and Yugao stood beside them. "Naruto, you've grown strong," he said. "You've reached sufficient strength, and your abilities have been recognized by Dragon, the Anbu commander of Konoha. And I'm proud to say, as Hokage and as someone who cares deeply for you, that I'm inducting you into the Anbu Corps. On the battlefield, you'll be known as Kitsune. This is a top-secret operation, so only those here know about it." "Naruto, you should know that if the council or the elders find out about this, they'll do everything they can to deactivate you or force you to accept missions that will endanger you in unimaginable ways," Dragon stated. "The reason is an Anbu member, codenamed Weasel, who is younger than you and has become a kind of emotionless killing machine." "I understand why you're doing this," the blonde boy said with a smile as the Hokage pulled him into a hug that lasted several seconds. "I'm proud of you, Naruto, and I'm sure your parents would have been proud to know that you're becoming a great shinobi, just like them. You're making a name for yourself, out of your parents' shadow." "Little brother, you know I'm proud of everything you've accomplished," Kakashi said, hugging the boy. "I've watched you grow up over these years I've taught you, and I can't help but say I'm proud to have been your teacher and to have helped you become who you are." "Thank you, Nii-san," the boy replied before looking at the Hokage with a somewhat serious expression. "When do I start?" "Be here in 5 days," Dragon stated. "Yugao will show you how to get to headquarters and give you a tour of the facilities. After that, you should start your mission soon." "Come on, Naruto," Yugao said, pulling the boy along. "You'll come with me and Kakashi to meet up with some of our friends." "Where are we going, Yugao-chan, Kakani?" he asked as a woman with purple hair dragged him helplessly down an ordinary street, ignoring the stares of passers-by. "Let's go to a well-known shinobi bar called the Dragon's Lair," Kakashi replied with a smile as he observed the blonde boy's situation. "It's a good place to go when you want to rest and relax with friends, especially after a long mission." The trio arrived quickly, and at first glance, Naruto didn't think much of it, as it looked like a normal restaurant from the outside. However, his opinion changed as soon as he stepped inside. Instead of a typical formal dining room, the place was a mix of club, bar, and restaurant. Along the back wall, a large bar was set up with several bartenders serving drinks. The tables were pushed to one side, leaving the center as a dance floor for anyone who wanted to dance. "Yu-chan!" a voice called out, catching their attention. They quickly spotted a hand above everyone's heads and headed towards it. They soon found a large group of shinobi looking at them with smiles. "Yu-chan, you arrived just in time," exclaimed a woman with purple hair as she ran to hug her. And little Naruto-chan is here too. Hello. The blonde man greeted, looking at the woman with a smile. Anko, is this the child you were talking about? Asked a red-eyed Kunoichi as she examined him carefully. Of course, Kurenai-chan. This is Naruto and it's awesome. Of course I'm awesome. Dotabayo tilde. Dotabayo? Kurenai asked, a smile spreading across her lips. Quite adorable. That's never happened before, Naruto said, horrified, as his sensei's friend stared at him. I think it's very youthful, shouted a man dressed in green with a bull haircut. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. That youthfulness should flourish. Guy, Kakashi said in a tone that sounded like a warning. Of course, my young rival, replied the man, enthusiastically giving him a thumbs up. All right, Naruto, Yugao said, catching his attention. Let me introduce you to some of our friends. Hello Naruto-san, I'm Kurenai Yuhi, said the woman with red eyes. I'm a genjutsu specialist, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. And next this is. Are you related to Tsume Inuzuka? He asked sharply to the woman in front of him, whose straight hair was tied back in a ponytail but who had fangs drawn under her eyes. Because you remind me of her. What a funny surprise, little pup. This is my mother, and my name is Hana Inuzuka, she said with a smile. Mom mentioned you yesterday and insisted to my brother. Looks like I'll have to find out if what my mother said about you is true. Your brother? He's your classmate, Kiba. So you two are related? She asked, receiving a nod. But you don't look alike at all. That's what we've been told. However, we are related by blood. You know me, kid, Anko said with a mocking smile. But it's good to see you again. I hardly ever see you anymore, unless it's one of those chance encounters. Don't worry. I'll try to visit you whenever I can. I am Mido Guy. The man shouted. And I find you very young. Your youth overflows with vitality. Guy, calm down. You already know me, but allow me to introduce myself again, said a rather tall man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, and the third is my father. Well, now that the awkward introductions are over, let's party, Anko exclaimed as she downed a bottle of sake in one gulp. The night flew by as the group enjoyed themselves, reminiscing about past anecdotes and sharing funny and embarrassing stories. Naruto felt like he belonged. They were fun and treated him like one of their own, even though they didn't drink alcohol, which didn't bother him at all. The food was delicious, and they had a wonderful time. Before he knew it, time had flown by. Suddenly, he was walking home with a huge smile, accompanied by a slightly tipsy Kakashi and a giggling Yugao. Everything was going perfectly. Time jump. Naruto was enjoying his walk through the nearby forest. Several weeks had passed since his appointment, and things were looking good for him. Yugao had taken the trouble to show him the headquarters, and he'd found it quite large. He'd been inside several times during his infamous security drills, but he'd never stopped to really appreciate how big the place actually was. A loud screech jolted him from his thoughts. A rather large eagle was circling overhead, and he knew what that meant. He ran swiftly toward the Hokage tower, pulling his mask and hood up to cover his hair and lower face before donning the kitsune mask. The eagle was something Naruto, the third Hokage, and the dragon had mentioned to the boy. It was a bird that frequently flew over Konoha, aside from pigeons, so no one would suspect it. With a serious expression, he entered the tower and walked briskly towards the office door before knocking. Forward. He turned the door and saw the Hokage sitting in his chair, but there was someone else there. It was a woman in a blue dress whose neckline plunged halfway down her 4C, if not 4D, bust. However, a mesh top seemed to cover the rest, and her lips were painted dark blue. It was then that Naruto looked into her eyes and discovered they were an interesting shade of light green. Kitsune, it's good to see you. We have a situation that I believe only you can handle without it spiraling out of control, the old man said before pointing to the woman who was watching. She is Mei Terumi, the leader of the rebel faction in Kiri. The red-haired woman glanced at the Anbu member who was with her in the office. He was completely different from the Anbu group that had escorted her, which led her to form her own opinion. There must be a reason why it's different from the others, he thought. Could it mean that he's stronger than them or that he's the specialist in this kind of thing? Mei, this is Kitsune, one of our Anbu agents, Hiruzen said before noticing her eyes narrow, which he interpreted as suspicion, before deciding to tell her the truth to gain her trust. He belongs to the Special Forces, which technically makes him one of our most powerful members. Forgive my offense, Hokage-sama, Mei said, bowing her head before looking at the old man. But how can an Anbu special operations agent possibly help end this war? You claim to be one of your most powerful members. Shouldn't that mean you have at least one squad available to assist Kiri? Mei-san, I know what's troubling you, and I understand your question, the Hokage said with a smile as he looked at Kitsune. Kitsune, though young, is considered one of our greatest powers, if not the greatest, in terms of mass destruction. He's still learning, but that doesn't matter given his current level. As much as I'd like to help end the war in Kiri, Konoha is still dealing with its own problems, and by committing to help in that war, we would cause Konoha more trouble than I would like. I understand, Hokage-sama, Mei apologized. You are the one who supports us, therefore, I shouldn't question your judgment. It's good that you did it, Mei-san, the third Hokage replied with a slight smile. You're worried about your nation, which is going through a crisis, and you're trying to put an end to it. But don't lose hope, because you are the hope that the war will end. I hope Kitsune can help, and once I've organized things a bit better here in Konoha, I'll send a squad to assist you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. If you wish, Mei, the third Hokage began, I'll transfer him to you until the end of the war so he can follow your orders, unless they conflict with Konoha's. You can also test him if you have any doubts about his abilities. I warn you, though, that he'll disappear frequently, especially on side missions. Aside from that, he'll be Konoha's representative, our advisor, our strength, and our will. Perhaps I'll do it when we reach our base on Kiri, she replied before glancing at a portrait. It was a blonde man she had known as a child, who had promised to return and give her a family. She had readily agreed and was forced to marry his son. This man was Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. However, her hope was dashed when she learned that both Minato and his son had died during the Kyubi's attack. Naruto watched from behind his mask as the woman named Mei looked at the portrait of her father with a slight smile that quickly transformed into a small frown. When will you be ready to leave? She asked, turning to him. I can get enough supplies for the trip in about 2 hours, Naruto replied. All right, I'll see you at the East Gate when you're ready, she replied before heading for the exit, but she stopped to look at the Hokage and pointed to the fourth. It was a sad day when they died. I agree, Hiruzen replied. I suppose you knew him. He was one of the best the village had to offer, and he was far too young to die. The Uchiha are too arrogant and the Hyuga too impassive, so it was good for them to see someone succeed through effort and determination. No one understands until they experience it firsthand. I agree with you, Hokage-sama, he replied with a chuckle. Arrogance killed so many men under my command. As for the fourth Hokage, I would have loved to meet his son before he died. What do you mean? Asked a curious Hokage. During his first term as Hokage, Namikaze-sama saved me from a terrible fate and promised to give me a family who would care for and love me. I was one of the few survivors of the Terumi clan, and he arranged a marriage contract with our then elder. The reason for this was my clan's close friendship with the Uzumaki clan. So you already knew? Yes, my clan knew that an Uzumaki had survived the destruction of Uzu and was living in Konoha. They met her, Kushina Uzumaki, after Namikaze-sama saved me, and the three of them arranged my marriage to the child they were expecting. Shortly after, I learned of the nine-tailed fox's attack on Konoha and that my entire family had perished. I hoped it wasn't true, but it became reality when an Anbu member arrived at our compound and told me that I had died along with the rest of my family. The elderly Sarutobi could only watch as the woman recounted her story, feeling anger rise within him as he saw a tear roll down her cheek. The moment he heard mention of the Anbu member, he knew immediately who it was and that conflict was imminent. He loosened his fists before approaching her, kneeling beside her, and looking into her eyes. Naruto, on the other hand, was shocked, and it would have shown if he hadn't been wearing the mask. He had a fiancée. She was a woman far stronger than him. She was beautiful, but not as beautiful as the seductive redhead inside him. Mei, what did the Anbu look like? The Hokage asked in a low voice. The one who told you I was dead. What did he look like? He looked like the Anbu members who escorted me here, but there was a difference. The mask wasn't of an animal, but a mark. I think it was Ni, she stated before looking at him, confused. "Why do you ask? Weren't you the one who sent him?" "I sent an Anbu with a message to deliver to you, but he was wearing a bear mask. The letter he carried informed you of his survival, but no further information would be released to ensure both of your safety until he was strong enough to repel his father's enemies. However, rest assured that he is safe in Konoha, growing stronger. You will have the opportunity to meet him when you return, once the war in Kyubi is over." "We'll be back," she said with conviction. "But promise me he'll be here." "He will, I'm not going to joke about this." With a smile, he left the room, leaving the other two alone. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little dazed before the Hokage shook him, drawing his attention. "I know you've been overwhelmed by the information you just heard, but please try to come back," he said. "There's someone who wants to meet you when you've finished this dispute in Kyubi." "But this is a war," Naruto retorted. "On my first mission with Anbu, they send me to a war? I'm not one of the strongest, Grandpa. I only just started." "I trust you, and so does Dragon," said the old man Sarutobi with a smile as he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You will witness many atrocities in the war, but this will show you what you will have to endure and face. I won't like to say that this will change you, but it will be up to you how." And I wasn't lying when I said you were one of the strongest. The number of jutsu you have in your arsenal, along with your skill, makes you a destructive force. Now, you should go and prepare your things before meeting Mei-san at the gates." He. "Thanks for everything." With that, Naruto jumped away, leaving the old man lost in thought. "Kami-sama, please let this not be a mistake," the third thought as he took a puff from his pipe. "Please make sure I've made the right decision in doing this." Naruto's house. Naruto appeared in front of his house and found himself lost in thought about what had been revealed to him. His house was fairly tidy, but it couldn't be any other way with his roommates, Kakashi and Yugao. They never let him make a mess without cleaning it up, so he'd learned to keep it clean. His gaze swept the place once more until he saw a large scroll leaning against the wall. He picked it up and unrolled it, discovering the markings of a storage scroll. With a sigh, he began sealing some of the items he would need for the journey, such as more clothes, weapons, and food. "Naruto? Sensei? Siegfried and I have found a way for you to always have us in mind without revealing ourselves completely." "How are you, Sensei?" "Rescue us and then you'll see." Naruto blinked before heading to where he'd left the two large swords. He hadn't used them in a while, but none of the spirits seemed to mind. In fact, they'd encouraged him to do so to prevent him from becoming too reliant on them. He picked up the swords, one in each hand. Suddenly, they began to glow so brightly that they blinded him completely. He felt the hilt shrink, and a moment later, the brightness dipped. In his hands, he held two crystals that covered his entire palm. One was a hexagonal, light blue crystal, while the other was more cylindrical, encased in leather. Both were small enough to fit in a small pocket next to his hidden swords. "This way, you can easily contact us without betraying us to your enemy," he stated. "Siegfried, thank you, Sensei," Naruto replied, placing one of the small objects in the pocket of his left armband and the other in the right. He returned to his seat and began sealing his objects into the scroll. He finished quickly, after which he decided to do a mental review. Travel with food, clothing, and other necessities. Ready. Katana. Ready. Kunai, shuriken and other weapons. Ready. Edge of the soul and edge of the force. Done. Full Anbu uniform with both masks. Ready. Shoulder pads. Done. The dagger sheaths are on my belt and shoulder boards. Done. It seems the time has come, Naruto thought grimly. He took his scroll, put it in its case, and slung it over his shoulder. As soon as he stepped outside, Yugao and Kakashi spotted him. They had just finished their daily patrol and had received word that Naruto was about to leave for his first dragon mission. "We heard you were called up for your mission," Kakashi said, looking at the masked kitsune boy. "Looks like you're going to war." "Because I said so," Naruto replied, uncomfortable under their gaze, as he tried to meet his teacher's eyes. "My grandfather is sending me to Kyubi to help the rebels and end the war, so I don't know how long I'll be gone." "Wait. They're sending you to Kyubi for your first mission, and to a war, no less," Yugao said, her eyes filled with worry. "Can't you get anything else?" The blonde was knocked down by a blurry, purple figure and found herself sprawled on her large scrolls. She had closed her eyes during the fall, but found herself looking at Yugao, who was holding her tightly, before he lifted her up and they stood. "I'm sorry, Yugao-chan," Naruto said softly. "I can't do anything about the mission, but I promise I'll come back as soon as I can, safe and sound. I'll even send you letters if you want. Promise me you'll be safe," she whispered softly, burying her face in his shoulder. "I promise," he whispered softly as he hugged her for a few seconds before pulling away. "I have to go now." With a nod to Kakashi, she released the woman before disappearing, intending to head for the door. Kakashi and Yugao stood there for a moment before Kakashi glanced at the woman beside him. "I'm sure he'll be safe," he said with absolute confidence. After all, he learned from the best, and we all taught him a great deal. He'll use what he's learned to survive and endure. And if he's anything like his sensei, he'll come back. He never broke a promise when he was with Kushina-san, and I have a feeling Naruto inherited that from his father. "I suppose you're right," she replied. "Of course he'll come back, Yugao," Kakashi affirmed with a smile in his eyes. "He wouldn't want to leave one of his future girlfriends alone when he dies, would he?" "Of course not." "Just a moment," she began, before narrowing her eyes in anger and searching for the gray-haired man who had mysteriously disappeared. "I'll bring him back, I swear." Eastgate. Mai Terumi simply watched the sunset from her position. Beside her stood her two guards, Ao and Chojuro, who had accompanied her to Konoha. They observed her with confused expressions. "Mai-sama, what are we waiting for?" Ao asked, looking around with his one visible eye. "You told us that Konoha wouldn't support us in our cause." "Oh, I said they wouldn't publicly support us," Mai sighed. "It's been almost 2 hours. What are we waiting for?" "Oh, shut up before I kill you." In a matter of seconds, a breeze blew through the trees, sending leaves swirling around them. Suddenly, they began to swirl in front of them before a rather tall figure appeared, wearing a hood that covered his hair and a mask that concealed his face. "Mai-san, Kitsune, Anbu agent, reporting for duty," he said before bowing to the woman, completely ignoring the two guards. "Mai-san, would you mind explaining?" Ao asked as he examined the Konoha shinobi standing before them. "This is Kitsune, and he's our support from Konoha," Mai replied. "Just one person?" "From what the Hokage told me, Kitsune is one of the best at this type of combat," he stated irritably. "Now let's go. Kitsune, you'll cover one of the flanks with Ao. Chojuro will follow behind us." "Of course, Mai-san," the Anbu agent replied. With a nod, the four shinobi sped out of Konoha's gates toward Kiri. Naruto had a feeling he wouldn't see home again for a long time. They left the dirt path and ventured deeper into the forest. The journey was completely silent as they went deeper into the thicket, the moon rising overhead. The moonlight was the only source of illumination for the group of traveling shinobi, filtering through the cloud of leaves held by the branches. Time passed swiftly, the only sounds were the soft rustle of their footsteps against the branches and the whisper of the leaves, which grew louder with the breeze. At first, they ignored it completely, until the moonlight began to fade as it was covered by dark clouds. Soon after, the rain began to pour. They traveled for several more hours before, in silence, they decided to stop for the night. Mai and Kitsune were tasked with finding shelter for the night, while Ao and Chojuro went out to gather firewood and food. Naruto sighed in relief that they could stop for the night as he watched the redhead search the forest for somewhere to take refuge from the heavy rain. "I can't find anything," Mai muttered, loud enough for Naruto to hear. "And this cave here?" Naruto asked as he walked toward a rather large hole in the side of a mountain. "It looks big enough, but we need some light." "Well, we'll have to wait for Ao and Chojuro. They'll have some branches and sticks for us to use, as well as some food." "No need," Naruto chuckled before removing the glove from his left hand and manipulating his chakra to ignite it. Almost instantly, his hand was enveloped in a brilliant flame that illuminated the shadows and darkness. "How could you do that?" Mai asked, surprised, confused, and suspicious. "I've heard of manipulating matter to create weapons and shaping them with hand seals, but you didn't use any. You just set your hand on fire." "It's a secret," Naruto replied with a chuckle before approaching Mai. She watched intently as the masked man placed his right hand on her soaked dress and left it there before withdrawing it. What she saw left her stunned once again. Water began to seep from her clothing before coalescing into a large ball. Mai gasped for a moment, speechless with surprise, before touching her dress. It was soft and dry. It was able to extract water from my clothes, he thought. You know it's not polite to leave your mouth open, he said playfully. Mei snapped her mouth shut just before turning red with embarrassment and anger, and felt a slight twitch in the back of her neck. Naruto could only chuckle before putting down his scroll to check his supplies. Mei seized the opportunity and stealthily approached from behind. She pulled down his hood and snatched his mask. Naruto, surprised, looked up and saw Mei holding the mask. Mei smiled mischievously before turning to face him. What she saw stunned her, causing her to drop the mask. It was practically an exact copy of Minato Namikaze, with the sole exception of the 3 whisker marks on his cheek. You look just like Namikaze-sama, she pointed out, provoking giggles from the blonde that almost enraged her. Why are you laughing? Damn it, why do you look like the 4th Hokage? Are you? She was interrupted by a hand that covered her mouth, and she looked at Naruto, who had put a finger to his lips to signal for silence. Mei shook her head, telling the blonde man that she understood, as the rustling of leaves echoed through the cavern. Naruto quickly extinguished his flame, pulled up his hood, picked up the fallen mask, and put it on. Silently, he walked to the opening and peered inside. What he saw terrified him, and he whirled around, knocking the red-haired woman to the ground. Luckily, he was quick enough to prevent several jets of water from crashing against the stone walls where they had been standing. They managed to get to their feet quickly, but realized they were surrounded. Mei Terumi, the leader of the Kiri rebel faction, one of his opponents, mocked before turning to face his attackers. I wonder how much the 4th Mizukage will pay for her head. Should we capture her alive or dead? I don't know, another replied. But before we do that, let's have a little fun with her. The lewd smiles on their faces were enough for Mei to know what they planned to do to her. Normally, this wouldn't have frightened her, but the number of attackers surrounding her made her fear whether she could escape. She took a couple of kunai from her bag and prepared to fight. From their disheveled appearance, the differences in their weapons, and their stance, they seemed to be bandits. It was then that she noticed the dark aura emanating from the Anbu member beside her. He stood motionless, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He looked up, faced his opponents, and drew his black katana, lightning illuminating the background. You shouldn't have said those words in front of me, he growled as a red aura surrounded him. Now you will receive your punishment. With newfound speed, he plunged his sword into the men's stomachs before brutally ripping it out, causing blood to gush from the gaping wound. Single sword style, Demon's Bow. Naruto channeled his chakra into his sword before swinging it down and slashing another with bloody brutality. The blade plunged into the earth and everything in its path. Mei seized the opportunity to leap out of the cave, allowing Naruto, masked as a kitsune, to deal with him in a bloody fashion. At that moment, Chojuro and Ao sprang from the bushes, weapons drawn and eyes wide open. Mei-sama, are you alright? Ao asked, sounding tired, to which Mei responded with a simple nod. I'm glad to hear that. Where is this kitsune guy? If I were you, I wouldn't worry about him right now, said a voice behind them, forcing the 3 to turn around and find themselves facing a dozen Kiri Mist ninjas. They'll be busy with us. Meanwhile, Naruto had finished severing another man's arms before killing him. Behind the mask, his eyes were no longer the soft blue ones they once were, but menacing dark red eyes. He felt only rage and anger, wanting to annihilate those abominations. Who are you? One of his prey asked. I am your predator. I am your judge. I am your jury, he declared, raising his sword once more. And I am your executioner. Before him, the men gripped their makeshift weapons tightly as they watched the masked man approach, his black sword dripping with the blood of their comrades. They knew they were going to die and that there was nothing they could do to stop it. All they had left was the hope of being saved. With a war cry, they charged, weapons raised high. Water release, 5 shark hunters, Naruto shouted as the rainwater coalesced into 5 shark-like structures, which he hurled at the mob of bandits rushing toward him. He leapt forward, sword drawn and a wild grin plastered across his face, as his water sharks followed him into the slaughter. Suddenly, the edge of his sword began to glow with a mixture of red and yellow. One sword style, Storm of Swords. With unmatched speed, Naruto lunged forward, his blades blazing, slashing his way through the endless wave of bandits. His movements were slow compared to those of the masked shinobi of Kitsune, whose sword cut in all directions at incredible speed as he surged through the crowd. Naruto emerged on the other side, his gaze fixed on the ground, his bloodied katana slowly sliding back into its scabbard, just before an audible click. The echo reverberated throughout the cave, causing the bandits' lifeless bodies to disintegrate, scattering blood and organs across the floor. Naruto looked up and saw that his water projectiles had engulfed and killed several more bandits, leaving only a small group. "No way, I'm not staying here," shouted a panicked bandit, dropping his weapon before taking off running. The others tried to flee as well, but fate had other plans. "Are you leaving so soon?" Naruto asked maliciously before channeling chakra into a seal etched into his slash, summoning a pair of demonic mill shurikens. "Don't forget your goodie bags." Naruto launched his enormous projectiles at breakneck speeds, preventing the retreating bandits from dodging them. These whirling blades of death tore through bodies, scattering their entrails everywhere. Soon, silence enveloped Naruto, broken only by the soft clinking of metal. He didn't notice the surviving bandit, but that was the least of his concerns. His red aura faded, and behind his mask, his eyes regained the blue they once possessed. What happened?" Naruto asked before noticing the blood and guts surrounding him, which made him nauseous. He quickly removed his mask and left the area before he vomited. "Was it me who did that?" he asked himself, fear beginning to surface in his voice. "Naruto, calm down," Bahamut replied in a low voice. "Everything is going to be all right. Don't you understand?" he shouted furiously, tears streaming down his face. "I killed them all and I enjoyed it. I felt no remorse. I killed them as they fled." "Naruto, you felt anger and extracted Kyubi-sama's chakra," Ares affirmed. "You weren't in your right mind. There are things in this world you can't control, and your emotions are one of them. They're necessary for life. Remember your promise," said Odin. "You promised to protect your precious people. Those bandits you killed murdered, robbed, tortured, and raped innocent people. By killing them, you prevent other innocent people from suffering the same fate." "But Sensei, Naruto, you are heading to war and such acts of slaughter will be commonplace," Exodus growled. "Harden your heart and trust that you can endure. War changes people, and it will change you for the better." "How do you know, Sensei?" Naruto asked quietly as the rain lashed down on him. "Because you have people who trust you, who believe you will become the best," replied Ares. "And you won't let them down. Come on, Naruto, I think your fiancé needs your help." With a slight blush and a smile, Naruto ran off into the distance, the rain lashing against his body. He knew this would happen again, and that worried him, but he pushed it away, focusing on the present. And right now, there were people who needed his help. Mei was tired, she knew it. She, Ao, and Chojuro had been fighting those mist shinobi for quite some time, and it was making her nervous. They managed to defeat 2 of the 12, but the effort was taking its toll, and they had to resort to dodging and using defensive techniques to try to escape. Several minutes had passed since the fight began, but it felt like an hour to her. She glanced at the remaining members, with their guards at their sides, before quickly performing several hand seals. "Lava release, lava balloons." He spat a series of lava balls at the pair before leaping back to dodge another attack. Ao locked his sword with a mist ninja while Chojuro engaged another pair. Mei sighed before facing her opponents. However, she failed to notice the water beginning to form around her. Water liberation, water prison, water release, water fang bullet.